You're listening to Crash FM, and all I can say is I have an awesome job. I crash in the sun, you crash in the traffic. I'm Stryker. Hang out with me for all the action.
Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? Down, if you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. flying all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
I tell you, it is looking tough out there this weekend. These drivers are fighting tooth and nail. What do you think? They're racing for pink slips? We're having some great matchups, and it's only going to get more competitive as the weekend goes on.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome over to Podium Esports. My name is Keenan Kuz, and joining me in the booth as well is Strix Pulsatrix and Ian Plash. Welcome, everybody, to the Esports Drift Association Driver Search here today at Yas Marina. As I said, I am one of your three hosts today. Cisco's Comrezo as well in the background, pushing all the buttons, helping us do production. Strix, we have a very, very long but very exciting day ahead of us, I think, with a 64-man driver search where the top 16 will be getting their pro license to be able to compete in the full ESDA championship that will be starting, I think, just in a few weeks' time now. But we are going to be taking part here at Yas Marina. Yas Marina, this is a section that really is kind of different than what we're used to in the ESDA scope. Again, this is only our second event here on Assetto Corsa as a platform. So very similar, but also kind of different to what we have seen before, where we've seen going the opposite direction. But this is going to be a lot, very, very fast. Not fast in the sense of high speed, not fast in the sense of you're going to be seeing a lot of like speed differences. It's a lot of quick transitions, a lot of snappy transitions, and you have to have a lot of confidence at this track as well. A lot of outer zones, but it should be really, really exciting to watch. And a little bit of practice that I've done at this track so far, it looks like a lot of fun.
Absolutely, I've seen a lot of drivers taking practice time in order to be able to get around this track in a very consistent manner. I tried it out myself as well. This is a very fun track that happens to actually loop back on itself, which I think is a really fun gimmick, honestly. It starts going backwards from the traditional F1, track layout. It's going backwards, and then you go through the F1 chicane and then come right back where you started. That is, in my opinion, a very fun layout, and just the layout in general is just really fun. The outer clips, the inner clips, outer zones, all that stuff is a lot of fun to drive. So if you ever even have like the possibility of trying a layout like this out for drifting, I would highly recommend it. It is a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you could get that download for the section if you want to go ahead and try it out yourself over at Vosan. Vosan jumping on board and supporting ESDA as well as Big Duck Club and Next Level Racing, all joining the ESDA program. Well, thank you to all those guys to helping us out. But yeah, let's go take a look at the track map here. We could take a little bit of a better look. English is hard. But that starting line is on your left there at the top of your screen, going into the restart marker. As long as you show intent to stop before that restart marker, a run will be reset with no penalty. The finish line is that last white line. All pretty outer zone happy, very, very restrictive tire zones or tire drop zones. A lot of flow here. I think I'm going to see in that little power alley section, you'll be able to see a lot of closing. I think you're going to see a lot of contact as well going into that keyhole. And then a couple of more outer zones and that one last inner zone to bring over the line. It's very hard to not drop a tire as well coming over the line. So that's going to be something the drivers are going to have to look forward to. Basically, keep all the four wheels on or in the track. And if you're in the chase position, pick really, really smart places to be able to come off zones a little bit early and close gap if you need to. But this should be a super, super exciting track. Usually a lot of tracks like this, Road Atlanta comes to mind as well, where there's a lot of outer zones that really, really promote very close, very aggressive tandems. And again, quite a lot on the line today. This isn't a points-paying event for ESDA, but if you don't do well today and you don't make it to that top 16, you don't get your license. You don't get to compete for the rest of the year. So if anything, this to me is the most significant ESDA event of the year.
100%. And what we're going to be looking for throughout the track as well is going in through that F1 chicane area, going in through that keyhole. You're going to see, as you mentioned, a lot of proximity gained in that area, and that is going to be a very vital part for every chase driver, to be able to make up the time lost throughout the incredibly long outer zone, reaching in through the first turn of the Yas Marina drift circuit here, the drift layout here at ESDA. And beyond just that as well, that inner clip, that last inner clip there coming through where turn one would be on the outer zone, when you're coming back through it, you're going in on the inner clip. That is going to be very vital as well for the lead driver to be able to nail that perfectly and try and get away from the chase driver, but also it's going to be vital for them to make sure that they're not dropping any tires anywhere and make sure they just carry as much speed as they can through there across the start-finish line. This will be definitely a very interesting layout to watch with a lot of very fun driving ahead of us.
And as we have, a little bit of a change of lineup today, usually it's just me and Ian, but Ian is, his voice is You've heard of Strix. He sounds like the Crypt Keeper. I don't know how else to say it. He's can I get your coffee, sir? He's not. He's not at 100% today, and he's got a live stream set to focus on. It'll be twitch.tv/Savet later on tonight. But Ian, a little bit of a different format today, and I think you've done the most studying of that format to be able to tell us what the heck is going on today.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little different again, folks. You know, for those of you looking for the full top 30s. Oh, it's not good. Again, it's about we're not running down through a bracket like a typical drift tournament today. It's just the qualifier to get 16 people who are eligible from the 64 driver roster entering today to get their license. And how we're gonna work through that is everybody has been divided into 4 person groups throughout the entirety of that 64-man bracket. So when you look at it, you got 16 groups. 4 drivers a group, and what's going to end up happening is there's going to be 3 battles per group to determine who essentially advances from that group, and then they become the person who's going to uphold the license coming into the 2021 season. So really in this group, in your group, if you win 2 battles, single elimination, you're in for the season. Very high pressure stuff. It's going to be potentially 4 of like the most important runs you could have leading up to a season. I would imagine these drivers are going to be feeling a ton of pressure on a track like this as well, where there's a lot of really hard charge zones. And especially as you're saying, the keyhole, I could see drivers really reaching big today and giving it their absolute all. And we could see a lot of mistakes here in these cell zones, just due to the nature of this. Again, we're just going down to that 16 qualified, and after that, you know, that's going to be it for the day. We're not doing like a run all the way down to the finals today, but I mean, I did the math, and we have 48 battles to run through today, so it's gonna be a doozy. I hope all of you out in chat are big time drift fans, and if you're not, well, it's you picked a good day to see as many battles as possible and get your feet wet in what we call competitive esports drift. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take a little bit of a backseat role today, just gonna do some support stuff while my voice is you know, this. I want to thank
doing
Strix for
stuff.
jumping. It's just doing the thing. I want to thank Strix for jumping on board and filling in the shoes that we needed. Greatly appreciated as always, Bird. And yeah,
problem.
well, hope you all have fun today. Hopefully you Twitch, you see something special today. It's gonna be a good time.
And thank you, Ian. Thank you for giving us the little 4-1-1 there, my friend. And hopefully we will be hearing from you again later on today, at least. Maybe at least once. But yeah, that's going to be the theme for the day. Like Ian said, it's not a full bracket. It's just to see the people get their licenses. But there's something that people don't really talk about in drifting, at least as much as they should, is that a lot of it is not, you know, the actual driving. It's not like in a racing, because I know we're up in a racing. That's the dumbest thing I've ever said in my life. But because a lot of you guys on Podium are unfamiliar with how esports drifting works, let's just take a minute. Let's take a step back and just really quickly let you guys know what the deal is here. So obviously there's a lead run and a chase run. The better of those two is the winner that will be able to goes on. It's judged by 3 judges. If the judges can't decide, there is a one more time. But in a race, in a 10-minute, 25-minute race, you know, a couple 100 miles, it's you have time to be able to mentally reset. You make a mistake, you miss an apex, you know, you wear your tires out a little bit. You can a little bit more than you want to. You have time to like, all right, cool, I made a mistake. That's no problem. I can focus and kind of gather back up. You can't do that in drifting. There's no opportunity. You make one mistake, and I think that's where a lot of this whole skill set is really, I don't want to say ignored, but just overlooked. Because you make one little mistake and that's it. You're out for the day. And that kind of pressure is really what makes competitive drifting such a unique and fun sport to watch.
100%. I could not agree with you more there. Drifting is honestly, it's almost an art form, because you're taking control of a vehicle that is out of control, but managing it in such a way that you're navigating it through a course, through a strict regimen of, you know, outer clips, inner clips, whatnot. And in order to do that, keep your car within the limits of your control while still putting out a whole bunch of style and expression. It's really like a competition like no other. It's a motorsport like no other. And to be able to do commentary for this kind of thing, even virtually, it's a lot of fun. And for anybody who's new to drifting, like I was a couple years ago, like ESDA is cream of the crop. So you're going to be seeing a lot of very, very good drivers on the edge of control, throwing a whole bunch of style out on the track, and the battles are going to be fun to watch. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. And again, a lot of these guys have nothing to lose. You know, they have to. Oh my God, that's like they have to be able to do as best they can, and with basically no second chances. You know, you get first rounded here. This is not double elimination. This is not. This isn't already done. We've already done qualifying. This is make or break now. You have to be at your best, at your absolute 100%, and give everything you got. But what we've seen in driver search events before, I think this is kind of the smart play, is a lot of guys are going to know when to go 100, when to be like, all right, cool, I need to best this guy. I need to drive my ass off and bring everything I've got. But what's going to separate the men from the boys? What's going to separate the good drivers from the great drivers here is the guys that go, all right, cool. If I just go 80%, do what I know I can do consistently, yeah, I'm not going to be able to like put paint on someone's door, but I'll be able to at the very least, get close and be able to win my battles without making contact or making any major mistakes. Those guys are usually the ones that we see get those pro licenses. So we're gonna be seeing a balance of like safe, smart, cautious driving versus people who are like, all right, cool, I need to bring everything. And I think we're going to see a skill discrepancy there as well, with those guys too who maybe don't know how to turn it down. Because I know myself personally, I don't know how to drive anything other than flat out. That's one of my main weaknesses as a competitive drifter. I don't know how to back off and be smart. So brain full of marbles. But we're getting some practice runs here now. We have cars on the track. Apologize for the delay. It's been a fun 24 hours to say the least. But here we are. Finally get to be able to see cars on track here, as I believe they're just getting some warm-up runs in. But as we see here, again, thank you for all the follows as well. Welcome everybody to Podium Esports. A lot more going on here than just drifting, but we're trying to get this beautiful sport of ours to get a little bit more screen time here on Podium. We'll have some more news for you on that hopefully in the coming weeks. But Vosan followed us as well. One of the sponsors of or supporters rather, of this event. But we're getting our drivers loaded in. The ones you're seeing right now: Dylan Fink, Nico King, T&D Diogo. I'm just going to refer to them as Diogo. Luke Short. Just our first two groups. So we're going to be figuring out who's going to be getting 2 pro licenses here in this first group of 8 drivers. So pretty. Ian explained it, but pretty simple. Basically, we're just going to be going from a 64 to a 16. Those 16 drivers who make it all get pro licenses, and we're able to compete in round 1 when the time comes. Now that you've seen some cars on the track, we're seeing some guys line up here, get ready to go. But anything that you're worried about or you're concerned about in terms of points of interest on the track, Strix, maybe car choice, anything that you're thinking about right now going into this event? All right, cool. But taking a quick look at the bracket here as well, as we're going to have our first 8 guys coming up on the line here, just getting everybody loaded in. Again, apologies for the delay. Supposed to be starting here at about 1:15, but technical issues. You guys know how these things go. Nothing ever works right the first time. But getting everybody moving over to the server. Unfortunately, we don't have skins as well. Just due to some technical issues, but normally these guys would have all these custom skins, custom window banners, but we're going to be able to see a little bit more of that, and pro cars and personal cars going forward in the competition. This is basically just a skills competition. You win, you're in. You get to compete for that championship and all those wonderful wonderful accolades that come along with it. Again, Big Duck Club jumping on board. Big Duck Club, a fantastic sponsor for the series. Jumping into drifting esports, not just us, but they got their own team as well. So very excited to be working with those guys. You need any parts for your BMW, whether it's a BMW or Nissan, actually, whether it's bodywork, engine parts. Take a look at the website, bigduckclub.com. You'll find a lot more than what you're looking for, and at a very, very high quality. As well as Next Level Racing. Next Level Racing jumping on board as well to be giving away a GT Lite at the end of the season, one of their sim racing cockpits. If you want, you're looking for a better solution than clamping your wheel to your desk, because I know it annoys the heck out of me. Go over to Next Level Racing's website, nextlevelracing.com. Find a product that you're interested in. Find a retailer near you and pick up some of their stuff. They got flight simulator stuff, motion rigs, anything from mild to wild, I think was the best way of describing here in the pre-show. But as well as Vosan for graciously providing us for the servers that we're going to be competing on this afternoon, as well as hosting our tracks, our cars when the time comes. But Vosan jumping on board, very, very much the home of competitive drifting in Assetto Corsa. If you're looking for tracks, car downloads, anything that you need, Vosan is absolutely the home for it. But I think we're moving in here into the final stages of this warm-up. If we're looking at just cars on track, we're already seeing some of these issues not issues, but some of the things that were brought up in the pre-show, where it's, zones to charge in, places to close, where it's safe to get close to the driver in front, where it's not safe to do so. It's just not it's a very, very flowy track, but because of all the outer zones, you have to take smart risks. You can't just charge whenever you want to charge and move wherever you want to move. You have to be able to come offline, be able to adjust to your lead driver, adjust to what they're doing in that position. Another thing I'm noticing here as well is a lot of S chassis. We're using the WDT 2021 pack for this driver search, again, which you can find on Vosan's website, vosan.co, I believe. And a lot of S chassis. I've seen one car that is not an S15 so far, and that is Dylan Fink in the 180SX, a beautiful 180SX, I might add. VR powered, I believe. But a lot of S chassis. So I think maybe drivers just picking something that's safe, something that they can rely on, to where they won't have to worry about, maybe a car or a setup failing them, as these S chassis are very, very, very proven, even within the WDT pack, as one of the more consistent and strong cars in the field today.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a very wide variety of different cars within this event, but more importantly, I think than car selection here is just being comfortable in your car. I don't think one car has an advantage over another necessarily when it comes to this track. So what we're going to be seeing here is a lot of people picking the cars that they're really, really comfortable in, and then just ripping them to shreds out on the track, ripping the tires, pinging their cars right off the limiters. We're going to be seeing a lot of very aggressive driving here, no matter what the car, whether it's a BMW, a Chevy, or a Nissan, or a Toyota. So it remains to be seen what car will really come out on top. But, with the driver search here, everybody's goal is mostly just to get the license. So we might even see some drivers who get their license here who choose a different car because it allows them to be more aggressive or less or more consistent or something like that. But this might get them the style to get them the victory. So we'll have to see how that plays out here as well at Yas Marina.
Yeah, we're finally getting some battles on deck. Holy moly, only took all afternoon. But again, that's kind of the theme for ESDA. It's a little bit of a rocky start. But we do have our first battles on deck. Brandon Loudon versus Luke Short. Brandon actually going to be one of those guys in the BMW, with Luke, I believe, in the S15 lined up on the lead. Or on the chase in the S15, rather. I can read, I promise. But We're set to go here. Gotta go from our judges. Ladies and gentlemen, Luke Short representing I-Tandem, one of those teams that jumped over from Forza Motorsport 7. As we're hearing some engines, do we have a battle? Only 31 minutes into the broadcast. But winner of this still has 2 battles. I think 1 more battle to go before they earn the pro license. Win 2, you're in, is the theme of the day. Again, unfortunately, you're going to be seeing a lot of... I think it's almost apropos. It's kind of poetic that it's driver search. You don't get the chance to be able to run your colors and run your liveries yet. But
yeah, earn your stripes kind of thing.
Yeah, it's almost kind of fitting. It wasn't intentional. We did have a whole thing ready, but for those who were unaware, that we've over in ESDA have had a plethora of issues over the last 24 hours, to say the least. So dealing with that, I heard that judges were up till 7 a.m. this morning, Eastern time, getting battles or getting qualifying runs judged. Speaking of judging, here we go. First run of the day. Luke Short in the chase. Brandon Loudon in the BMW in the lead. A little bit of a safe entry. He was going to keep all tires on track. A little bit shallow from that S15 in chase as we go into the first time in this little power alley transition here. Again, big aggressive transitions, big aggressive flicks. Not as close as I'd like to see the chase driver of Luke Short, but Brandon Loudon, other than that entry, which was a little bit big correction from the S15 in chase of Luke Short. Good lead from Brandon, but need to see a little bit more from Luke in the chase.
Yeah, the chase was a little bit lazy, was kind of playing it almost way too safe, and we saw quite a few corrections in the back end as well, especially coming into the final corner. He's going to have to clean it up quite a lot going into this next run and do something to really impress the judges in order to make up a deficit here.
Okay, now we have the spots flipped. Luke Short going to be in the lead in that black S15. In the chase, Brandon Loudon. Both representing Great Britain, I believe. Going into the chase position, taking a lot of risks, is Brandon Loudon, but getting really close to the door right there and getting into contact with Luke Short. Luke looked like he just maybe hesitated a little bit in that lead position. We'll have to be able to see if we could see that again. And then coming in, Brandon's got nothing to lose now. Charging into that S15. But I was watching the chase angle. I wasn't using the replays that, or the outside cameras that you guys are watching from on the stream. But it looked like that lead car just didn't go. Maybe he missed a shift. It was caught in turbo lag or something. I'm not sure, but it looked like that lead car just didn't move.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Luke Short is having much of a fun time in that S15, struggling to try and keep it at angle and keep a consistent line as well. And you can see in that run 2 replay, a lot of contact, heavy contact from the back end in Brandon Loudon's BMW there, likely caused by Luke Short's big slowdown in that area. I do believe that is a strong decel zone, but that is quite a lot of decel for the lead to be making in that specific area, likely due to a late transition, I think it was. So we're gonna have to see how the judges really evaluate who was at fault for that contact, and keeping in mind what run 1 was like, we might see a pretty quick victory here.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if this was looked at a little bit more. Like I said, I'm looking at chat, and every second message is a different opinion. So a lot of these, it's pretty sketchy. It's a pretty rough call. Really tough judging call round 1, which is it wouldn't be ESDA if there wasn't a lot of tricky judgy calls. But yeah, just looking again on that replay, that car really not getting to angle. But Ian. Going into just waiting on a judging call here again. Nothing yet that I could see, but going back into just like, oh, just a little bit on that front. It looked like just around the door area, like maybe a little bit before the door. Super unfortunate that we have to have a battle be decided like that already. But yeah, the more I look at it, the more it just looks like that S15 just didn't go.
Yeah, it
Gotta be able
seems
to
like
compare it to the run 1 as well, but
Luke Short just not seeming to have much comfort in that S15 there. It seemed quite twitchy, not very settled in angle like you would hope to expect your drift car to be. But the judges are taking a little bit of extra time just to make sure they get things right, make sure they get all the angles they can possibly manage, and figure out who's won here. But yeah, it's just Braden Loudon and Luke Shore, definitely an interesting battle to watch, and you can tell like just how difficult this track really is, because it seems like a simple idea. You know, you just kind of loop through the keyhole and then come straight back to the start finish. But there's a lot of intricacies into getting the flow just right, because if you see, like, because of the way this track flows, if you mess up one section, you're probably messing up the rest of your run.
and that's gonna be a one more time. Even scores from the judges, 15-15. That is probably the right call. I mean, it's the call, but Brandon getting a second chance, can be able to close up a little bit on his chase, to be a little bit more consistent on his chase, while Luke gets kind of a breath, an extra breath of fresh air. Whatever issues was ailing that S15 in that lead run, gets a chance to clean him up here.
I can definitely see where the judges are coming from, too. They might have seen that Brandon Loudon might have been at fault for that contact, considering that is a decel zone. So they might want to run this again just to make sure that, you know, we have a contact-free run and both drivers are on their best, so we can really see who deserves that driver search spot, that pro license.
But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Again, first battle of the day, first one more time of the day. Isn't that fitting? And whoever wins here, gonna be one step closer to that pro license. Bad line from that S15 and Luke in chase. Brandon looking a lot smoother in the lead position, getting a little bit more aggressive with those outer zones. Once again, big angle in that final zone in the power alley. Transitioning now, maybe one tire over for Luke Short. Missing that inner zone a little bit. It's going to be able to let him close the gap. Better run from Brandon, but Luke just seems like didn't get the entry into the first outer zone and then just couldn't get it going after that.
Yeah, it's just like I said, it seems as though if you screw up kind of one part of your section with a big enough screw up, then you're going to end up hampering the rest of your run as well. So once again, Luke Short is at a deficit, but we'll see how this next run goes.
All right, we got Brandon in the chase now. Luke in the lead. Brandon, I don't think has to get... Oh, big correction from Luke. That's not something you want to see. And again, not really getting all the power coming off that outer zone. Brandon just needs to play it smart here, but trying to get an exclamation point as he closes in a little bit onto the lead car of Luke. Transitioning now into the inner zone. Luke making the same mistake Brandon did in his lead, just not quite getting the inner clip. Door wide open for Brandon, and no pun intended. I think this got to be an open and shut case now.
Yeah, that was a very clean couple of runs from Brandon Loudon and Luke Short, falling short, unfortunately. And you can definitely notice that in run 2 with Luke Short just completely missing the first outer zone.
And that is going to be Brandon Loudon. After a one more time battle, getting the win. Unfortunately, Luke is knocked out in the first round of competition. Unfortunate, because both these guys themselves probably have the skill to be ESDA pros. Luke, I've seen drive better than that, I believe, if Luke is who I think it is. A lot of these guys I know by gamer tags. You know, we've moved platforms here. We've ditched that form of communication, but I've seen Luke drive. You know, part of iTandem, just not really going his way today, and unfortunately knocked out. And as we move into second round of competition. Again, that is one win, one more required for Brandon before they are given a guaranteed pro license. Super, super unfortunate. Again, the field today, super strong. As if I just take a look at the qualifying scores, I want to say that props to ESDA staff. Apparently, we're awake till 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning getting runs done because of all the technical issues we were having last night. But the cutoff score was a 71. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, that's not the highest score I've ever heard. That's for 64 drivers. If this was a top 32, Brandon Loudon would have been your last driver with an 82. This isn't. You know, ESDA just usually have really, really high qualifying scores. As we move on here, Mikhail Mordverov versus German. I'll get another chance at those names in a minute. But Mikhail in the lead. Pretty solid lead there on that white S15 as German just playing it safe, not really getting all of the chase that they're looking for. Oh, as I say that, maybe a bit too safe. Big correction, huge correction. Unfortunately, that's going to be, I got to imagine, if not a 0, a huge deduction in that chase car, in that 180SX.
Yeah, from what I saw, that was a complete straighten from German Bukaltsev. Very unfortunate event there in the chase. He's going to have to hope for Mikhail to make a humongous mistake, just like he did, in order to be able to advance or have another shot at it. But as it stands right now, I think Mikhail has pretty much got it sealed up. He just needs to throw in a safe run here.
Yeah, Mikhail in chase in that white S15. German in the lead in the black 180SX VR powered. One tire over. Again, a huge mistake from German. Unfortunate. Got to imagine Mikhail just got to play it safe, and he is getting a little bit of that outer zone, but not grabbing all of it, giving German all the room in the world to maneuver right now. Right in the pocket, not on the door, but as close as he needs to be consistently, giving him just enough room to transition. Actually, a great chase one right now for Mikhail. Knowing he can get close now, right on the door, run over. Ladies and gentlemen, Mikhail making a statement there with that chase run, especially in the second half of that run. Got to imagine we're going to have a call here in a minute, but not a bad run from German, just too many mistakes.
Mikhail Mordanov with an incredible back half of that chase run. He was starting it off very safe, just kind of like, I'm gonna let him kind of get his nerves all out on track and see how he plays out. And then later on, he's like, actually, why don't I just go for it? Gets right up to the door, real nice and close, throwing huge angle into the last turn, just as to match German Bukaltsev's. But unfortunately, I think it's too little too late. We might see a Mikhail Mordanov win here. Just waiting on the...
I want to say apologies to all of our friends from Eastern Europe. Our brains are small. My brain's small particularly, so I'm having troubles with the pronunciation. You can all punch me in the jaw, especially Mikhail Mordavinov?
Oh, I got it wrong. Mordvinov. Yeah.
Hey, vowels are hard. But Mikhail getting the win, 27-3, going to be moving on, I believe, to face Brandon. We'll be facing Brandon in the next round of competition in that, well, I'm probably gonna call it a top 16 like 100 times. It's not a top 16. It's technically a top 32. So if you hear me say move on to the 16, that's what I mean. I'm an idiot. I apologize. Our next battle should be Nico King versus Diogo. Diogo, the only name on this list that is not a first and last name. So Spankies. Gonna give him two of those real quick, but Nico, I believe, going up against Diogo. It's the next one on the list. Diogo, yep, Diogo pulling the line. Nope. Okay, nope. Of course not. Of course I say something and I'm wrong. Okay, cool. I'm gonna find out right now who gets their pro license. Mikhail versus Brandon.
This is going to be a very interesting battle between Mikhail Mordvinov and Brandon Loudon, because both of these drivers we've seen, they are very talented, very skilled drivers. We saw both drivers pull off very good chase runs and very good lead runs. So this one is probably going to pop off if both drivers are able to focus up and put their best onto the table. This is for the license.
Yeah, apologies to those two drivers that were just called to the line. That was my mistake. That wasn't the staff's mistake. I looked over at the bracket, saw whose names were next, and just said it. And then 2 seconds later, they called this battle. But Brandon chasing, Mikhail leading. Should be pretty close. We saw a good chase out of Mikhail. Gonna have to bring a little bit more in the lead. Brandon knowing that too, but right there in the chase, right on that rear quarter panel of Mikhail, giving him a little bit of room to maneuver here. Big entry there into that outer zone, coming into the second half of the keyhole. Brandon right there with proximity, closing the door on the one inner clip. Oh, a little bit wide, cuts in a little bit shallow, going to cause a little bit of a gap to open there. Good run from both. Not the most consistent chase from Brandon, but he got close in the places he needed to.
100%. That was kind of the run we were expecting here. You know, this is the driver search, so you're not going to see top-level ESDA competition necessarily, but this is very promising to see these drivers be able to qualify for pro events in the future. This is entertaining.
All right, Mikhail on the chase now. Shout out to Ukraine in the Twitch chat. Mikhail, one tire over for Brandon, unfortunately. Transitioning now into the second half of the course. Mikhail, a lot more consistent with proximity in the chase. Little bit of too much angle there, it looked like, but gathering it up, making it not look like a mistake at all. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Going into the one inner clip. Brandon with a tire over, and Mikhail with it looked like a little bit more of a consistent chase. It's tough, but I think I know who maybe got that one.
That was a very close one. That was a very entertaining battle to watch, but very close indeed. And we do actually have a winner here. The judge is making a very quick decision of it.
Unfortunately, not close. 21-9. Mikhail Mordvinov is your first ESDA Pro of the day. Mikhail going to be getting the win and be earning their ESDA Pro license. It is an honor and a privilege, my friend, to be able to watch you and mispronounce your name for a whole season of ESDA competition. Welcome, my friend, to ESDA Pro license. Before I say who's up next, I'm going to wait until we get the go-ahead so I don't sound stupid. But for those who are watching the chat, we're going to see if we can get you a little bit better. It was briefly explained, I believe, in the chat, but judges are also using what you're watching, and there is one specific replay camera that just doesn't show anything. It looks real cool, but it doesn't really show anything. Okay, now we have Nico versus Diogo. Thank you, very cool. So we're going to be able to see if we can get a rotating chase cam, so it just looks a little bit better, but for now, for at least this first lobby, this is what we've got. This is what we're working with. So Diogo, both S15s. Again, S15 is super popular choice here, as Diogo will be chasing in the black car with Nico King in the lead car in the blue. Here they go. Nico in the lead. Diogo giving chase. Good entry from both. Nico filling all of that outer zone. Just playing fast and loose with that white line. Diogo coming off a little bit early. Missing that outer zone entirely. Going into the second half of the course now. That big transition. Nico looking like playing it real safe, but gets all the opportunity to do that because Diogo just not getting these outer zones in chase. Good angle, good proximity, but really have to sacrificing on line to stay there.
And across the line there, Diogo during that chase just seemed like he was looking too much at Nico King and what he was doing rather than keeping track of the line he had to take. We saw Diogo miss quite a few zones there that he needed to be hitting, quite a few clips that he needed to be hitting as well. So he's going to have to clean it up through leads and see if he can make up that deficit maybe.
A little bit of a jump from Nico, but that is allowed. As Diogo in the lead now, Nico giving chase. Really good lead so far from Diogo. Nice and fluid on that first outer zone. Good transition again. Nico getting a little bit too close to that power alley. Going to cost him, but he gains all that ground back up almost instantly. Is not getting all of that outer zone. Is Diogo in the lead. Big flick there. Nice and big angle from that lead position, but the proximity from Nico will not be denied. I got to imagine just the consistency of that chase, being able to get to all the zones. Nico's got an advantage here, I would believe.
I would believe that as well. Yeah, Diogo seemed to be a lot more comfortable in the car, going and hitting the zones, missing that one outer zone just by a little bit, not feeling it out entirely, but it seemed as though when he has clean air, he was able to really nail the lines. And we do have a winner here.
So with a score of 22-8, that is going to be Nico King taking out Diogo. Diogo, unfortunately, getting knocked out in the 64, but Nico King moving into the 32, one step closer to earning their ESDA Pro license. Nico actually qualifying second place with a 92, and Mikhail was actually your number one qualifier with a 97. So excellent job from them. Unfortunately, Diogo was our last place qualifier. So I mean that battle kind of went how it went. But we'll see if we can get you cross-reference those qualifying scores to be able to guys give you a little bit more information. But we've got Dylan Fink going up against Balrupe Pural. It's actually out of names that I have a difficult time pronouncing. That is like a C tier. It's not that hard. Still way too many vowels for my tiny little brain, but Balrupe currently not in the session. So unless we hear from Balrupe, they're not here to correct me, so that's on them. Dylan might be getting a easy breezy, beautiful buy run here. We'll keep you guys up on that.
And for those viewers watching who aren't sure, essentially what would happen is if there is a no-show, we're going to run a buy run, so they have to make at least one run through the course, and as long as they don't completely zero out the run, they'll be able to advance to the next stage of competition. But if they do zero out, then whoops, too bad. You wasted your opportunity. But it does seem like we are going to be giving Dylan Fink a chance to give it a buy run, and as long as he keeps it on track and doesn't zero out his run, he's advancing to the next stage.
Yeah, just a formality here. For those who are unfamiliar with buy runs, again, we're pretty familiar with drifting over here. We're new to the Assetto Corsa platform in terms of broadcasting, but if anyone's got questions who is coming from the sim racing world, please at me or Podium Esports in the chat. We'll see if we can get to your questions when we have some downtime like this. But Dylan Fink, one step closer to their license. Nice entry. Love those faint entries here. They look so nice. Filling all of that outer zone is beautiful. Dylan Fink. Looking so good so far. Nice and fluid. Actually, probably one of the better lead runs to watch of the day so far. Getting all of that outer zone. All of that outer zone. 2 more to go.
Wow.
Again, this is kind of where that camera is not great. But pretty textbook from Dylan. Pretty textbook. Thing about a buy run 2 Strix is that really helps calm the nerves. That's your first run. As a first win is a gimme. As soon as you get that first win, you see a lot of drivers drive very, very different. So having that changed and having that run in the bag could be a very, very good start to Dylan Fink's day.
100%. It generates a lot of momentum behind you and allows you to really take control of your nerves. But that was a fantastic run to lay down as a buy run, because the thing is, buy runs are still kind of scary because if you still have a chance of screwing up big time, and a lot of people end up choking even in the pro section of ESDA. But to see Dylan Fink lay down such a confident textbook run there, it just shows that Dylan is probably pro material. He just laid down a fantastic run, like a buy run, like no big deal. No choking, no nothing. It was just beautiful.
All right, so we're good to go here. Again, winner of this battle will get their license. Nico King in the blue S15, Dylan Fink in the VR-powered 180SX. Beautiful car. Again, thank you again to World Drift Tour for these models and cars. Nico getting all of the outer zone, maybe getting a tire over. That was real close. But Dylan showing their chase chops for the first time of the day, charging in from downtown was Dylan getting maybe a little bit too close, affecting their line, going into the outer zone, coming out of the power alley, coming back into the inner clip there now, grabbing a little bit of that inner rumble strip. Dylan just looked like they went into close and just didn't quite get the lockstep and chase that they were looking for, and it really threw them off for a second.
I am incredibly surprised we didn't see contact there, because that was like inches from the bumper, if that. It was incredibly close, and the fact that there was no contact there certainly helps at least Dylan think a little bit, so he's not at an incredible deficit for causing contact.
Yeah, that was spooky. Dylan going for that flick entry here. Nico giving him the room, being really, really patient. Good job from them. Great job of that outer zone from Dylan. We just saw a lead run from Dylan for the buy run, which was one of the more fluid runs of the day. I hate using that word, but that's all I can really say. Nico right there in chase, but not really blowing me away here. Pretty close, but this track's pretty slow speed, so you really, really have a chance to get close here as well. Charging in there. As good as that lead that was from Dylan, a little bit more angle from Nico, but no major mistakes. Again, my jaw's not on the floor, but Nico, I think, did everything they had to do. Nice and consistent, nice and smooth. No real major mistakes. I would have liked to see maybe a little bit more angle. I think that's my only real complaint as a viewer, but that's not really a mistake.
Yeah, judges are probably looking more towards the line and just being able to make sure you got those outer zones and clips rather than pure angle, but it does help a lot. The more angle you can pour on, the more style points you're probably going to end up getting in the end of both runs. But Dylan, kind of a little bit disappointing almost in this run, like still putting down a fairly strong lead compared to what I can do, that's for sure. But after seeing what he was capable of in the lead run, it was, I don't know, it just seemed like even from the feint initiation, like whipping the car into the corner, he seemed to hesitate a little bit. So, you know, it's kind of interesting to see him not be able to choke through the buy run, put off a perfect run, and now all of a sudden with another competitor behind him, it just seems like he's preoccupied. But that said, though, the judges are still considering things, so we'll have to see what they determine about who wins or loses here. But yeah, both drivers, very talented individuals, capable of doing some great things, as we saw. But now it's just down to which one gets their pro license.
Yeah, it's make or break for these two guys right now. You know, yeah, you both got to win. And, you know, buy runs, a win's a win. So, yeah, you both got to win, but, you know, we won't know. It doesn't really mean anything if you don't get your pro license. Judge is still looking it over here.
I have a feeling they're just trying to make sure they're tallying up all the mistakes between each driver, lead for lead, chase for chase. Just trying to see where the discrepancies are and trying to weigh them against each other to see which one made bigger mistakes than the other. And it is a hard job trying to be a judge, you know. There's a lot of things you got to be looking out for, so they want to make sure they get everything that they could possibly notice within the run. Our judges, of course, having done this for a very, very long time, so they're very experienced in trying to look for these minor mistakes and trying to tally up how big one is against the other. And thank you all viewers for watching, by the way. We really do appreciate it here at Podium Esports. You know, ESDA is a fantastic little competition, and all these drivers are trying to make their way into it. And as you can see, like, they are making little mistakes here and there, but there is quite a lot of quality driving in here. So you can only imagine just how stacked the field is throughout the pro field. So if you want more of that, stay tuned. You know, give us that follow. Click that follow button, and we'll be able to bring you even more ESDA content in the future.
Yeah, again, this is just a driver search. This is just to compete to see who gets their licenses, gets the right to compete and the privilege to compete in the full ESDA season. But this is just the start of what we're going to be able to bring to you guys through the season. So again, drop that follow. If you really want to support Podium Esports, hit that subscribe button. You'll be able to get some emotes to use throughout our broadcast and all over the platform of twitch.tv. It really helps us out and helps us get bigger and better productions for you guys over here at Assetto Corsa and Podium Esports. So again, thank you very much for supporting us. Thank you very much for supporting competitive esports drifting. This is a wonderful, wonderful platform. And we are so happy to be able to come over here from our humble beginnings over on another platform for the Xbox. That shall not be. I'm just kidding. And be able to and be able to really show you guys our strengths here when we have a little bit more creativity, a little bit more muscles here on Assetto Corsa. Still waiting for a call here from the judges. Seen some armchair judges in chat. We always love to see that. You know, the best way to judge is being covered in Dorito dust and having Mountain Dew spills on your shirt. I know from experience. But you know, it is a tough one. It is a little bit of a tough one. I mean, the only thing I'm seeing that would be in detriment to Dylan, which I think is just not consistent really in the chase position. You know, that big charge, not really getting out outer zone. And the judges, you know, when it usually goes this long, when it usually takes this long for a call, I think it's pretty obvious what's going to happen. One more time.
Yeah,
so
this
we've
makes a
had
lot of
4
sense.
battles today, 2 OMTs. Sorry to cut you off there, Strix, but
Nah, you're good. You're good. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You know, both drivers made some mistakes, and I guess the judges kind of weighed them against each other and just said, nah, they can do better. Give them another chance. But this is, once again, for the ESDA Pro license, so they can then take their skill, their talent, and put it on the big stage for the ESDA Pro events in the near future for this next season.
all right, lining it up here. Nico in the lead. Nico King in the blue S15. They've been holding that joke in for a good 10 minutes now. Dylan Fink chasing in the white. I love the look of this 180. Beautiful car. One of my favorite looking cars in the pack. But we are ready to go. Nico leading. Dylan giving chase. Need a little bit more from both these guys. One more time battle. Winner gets a license. Good entry from Nico using the rumble strip to be able to use all of that outer zone. Really, really unique entry. Dylan in that chase position. Gone but not forgotten. Really there but not doing anything exciting. Doing everything they need to do to get a good chase. A lot of foot brakes to be able to get to that outer zone. Transitioning into the keyhole. Right on the door of that lead car. That lead S15 is Dylan Fink. But a great lead run from Nico as well. That's what we like to see from one more times. Cleaned up on both ends.
Absolutely cleaned up on both ends. We saw Dylan Fink transition across the bumper twice, once going into the keyhole and once again coming into the final corner. That was an incredible run from both drivers. Let's see what happens here. This will be exciting. And this is, once again, for those pro licenses, so they're fighting for a chance to fight once more.
Yeah, this is probably the most stress these dudes have ever had in a top 32 battle in their entire lives, man. Because again, if you don't win, there's no second place. There's no hey, we can run on the consolation prizes. You don't win this battle, you don't get to compete this year. This is not for prize. This is not for prize money. This is not for bragging rights. This is for the right and the privilege to compete in the ESDA series. Again, our first season here on Assetto Corsa coming to you in the next coming weeks. Cannot wait till we have more news on that for y'all. But Dylan in the lead. almost the same thing that Nico did, using all of that rumble strip to be able to get all of that outer zone, painting that white line with the right or the left rear tire. But Nico will not be denied in the chase position. As I say that, commentator's curse, missing the outside zone, but using that missed outside zone to be able to gain a ton of proximity. A little bit of foot brake, allowing that lead car to transition. Very, very smooth from both. Getting all the proximity is Nico, but was that kind of shaky? Ooh, little Keith. Was that kind of shaky middle zone in that power alley going to be the nail in Nico's coffin?
Wow. The amount of proximity that Nico was able to make up in that final corner, just digging the front right tire into that door of Dylan Fink. It was just like that was incredible finish to that run. It was a little bit shaky throughout the first part of run 2, but this is going to be another tough one. I think we're gonna have to look at what the judges say in a bit. They're still looking at the replays, trying to gather which one wins here and gets their pro license. But that was an entertaining watch. Both drivers able to clean it up compared to their previous run and their previous matchup. And wow, they're really fighting for it.
I say battle of the day so far, but we haven't really had a lot of battles to be able to compare it to. So take that for what you will. But again, great lead from Nico, but a very consistent chase from Dylan Fink. It wasn't like my draw is on the floor, he's on the door, but definitely in proximity, definitely right there. Definitely what we want to see, but almost missed that outer zone that unfortunately Nico missed in their chase. But I think that was the difference. We saw moments of brilliance from Nico, but definitely saw them kind of just falter off a little bit and not quite get the chase they were looking for. Really consistent from Dylan in both lead and chase. So judges still deliberating here. As I say it out loud too, you're comparing like on off to like 5 out of 10. Not 5 out of 10, but you guys know what I mean. Words are hard. But
I feel you on that.
Nice and smooth. But by the skin of his teeth, and it was close. 18-12, the winner, and your second ESDA Pro will be Dylan Fink in the white 180SX. I forgot numbers there. That's the level I'm at today. But Dylan, congratulations. Welcome to the pro season, my friend. We'll be seeing you for the rest of the year in pro competition. Unfortunately for Nico, not to take anything away from Nico, Nico looked real good throughout this whole competition so far. But unfortunately, I think the consistency of Dylan Fink just was too much for Nico, and maybe that one missed zone. Again, that's just what drifting is. You make one little mistake, you miss one apex, you miss one zone. That's the difference between you being able to compete for a season and you watching from the sidelines. So that is our first group complete. We have 2 ESDA pros. We still need another 14 to be able to figure out who will be filling out your pro season. But we're going to take a quick break here at Podium Esports. Don't go anywhere. But again, I want to give a very big shout out to our sponsors and our supporters. This is very, very new for us, but being able to have support from beautiful, wonderful people such as Next Level Racing. From Mild to Wild, Next Level Racing has a simulator cockpit solution for you. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more information. Big Duck Club, again, one of our main title sponsors. I want to big shout out to them for jumping on board this season, whether you use their parts on your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street car. Big Dub Club will satisfy your needs and meet your expectations. Check them out at bigduckclub.com. Vosan, again, one other big supporter of the ESDA this season. Basically the home of competitive esports drift, proud server provider for Esports Drift Association. Go check them out at vosan.co. Again, we'll be right back for the second part of the driver search here at Yas Marina for Esports Drift Association on Podium Esports. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back, everybody. Little bit of a. Oh my God. Oh my God. So nobody but me just saw what happened, but yeah, we're resetting the server really quick. I guess there wasn't enough of one specific car, so they're changing everything up a little bit. So it'll be like a very minor delay, but the guy who was watching just launched at 300 miles an hour into turn one. I was like, how he go that fast? How did he do that? But welcome back, everybody. I just saw a Doomtree Wolf's joke. That's ancient. But welcome back, everybody, to ESDA Driver Search Riaz Marina. We are loading back in here now. Going to be having see our next two pros are moving on into competition here, but eventful so far is the best way of describing it. Hoot, or Strix. I'm an idiot. I don't know how words. I don't know how words, but we got in this lobby, in this group, I should say. This is group 3 and 4. Wonka Perez. If I'm saying your name wrong, I apologize. Please yell at me in any appropriate way you feel. Stefan Amalini. That's definitely not right. It just says Ash. Oh my God, guys!
Jeez.
Kevin. What about Kevin? Like Doug? I apologize again. I apologize for mispronunciations, but let's. Austin Zwolenski Zalowet. Oh my God! Yeah, I give up. Austin's here, and Jack Cliff. Thank you. Jack. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Thank God. But
we appreciate all our drivers here at ESDA.
yeah, it's a me problem. Words are hard.
Nah, I feel you on that. But we've seen a lot of talent here today, and it comes from all different corners of the globe. And honestly, it's a good thing to see because, you know, it's a unique experience in, esports to be able to bring people together from all parts of the planet to just do one thing and compete against each other to see who's the best. Although here today at the Driver Search, we're just seeing who is able to compete against the best in the world here at ESDA. And so far, we've already crowned 2 people who are moving on from this with pro licenses. We have, I believe it was, oh shoot, I already forgot their names.
I got it.
You got me.
Oh God, his name's too long, doesn't fit. So, Mordvinov and Fink were our 2 drivers who qualified so far. I believe it was. I gotta print this out next time. Yeah, Mikhail. I just didn't want to assume it was Mikhail,
right.
representing Portlava, Ukraine. So shout out to all the Ukrainians in chat. I did see quite a bit there. But yeah, we got some Saudi drivers in here. I'm not used to seeing this many different locales represented in ESDA. ESDA has always been kind of a UK, US, with some Canadians thrown in, and then maybe someone from a different country or Australia. But I'm just going through our entry list here. We've got quite a few drivers from Saudi Arabia, some Russians. Hello to all of our Russian friends. Of course, drivers from the U.S. South Africa. We got some South African drivers as well.
Wow.
We have UK as well. Someone from Newcastle, Manchester. Dwight, I think one of our lone Canadians, so I'm a Dwight fan today. Actually, I say that. We got Gordon Illick, who's from Regina, from Team OTM. But Norway, Barbados, really is a all over the place here in terms of who is represented from where. But so far, we've got Stefan versus... Oh my God, their names. Wonka Perez. So Perez versus Stefan, whose name I'm going to work on pronouncing in a minute. But Wonka dropping a tire off in the blue S15. Stefan giving chase, not getting all that outer zone. Oh, big flip! That's going to be a lot of speed loss. kept the car going, but that's definitely a checkup from Wonka in the lead position. Stefan not getting the best chase, but not much to follow as he throws in backwards. This is a run. This is interesting.
That was quite a bit of a mess, if I'm going to be honest. You know, we saw both drivers making a lot of mistakes. We saw right in the first corner, we saw Wonka in the lead, or Juwanka in the lead, going too deep, and then Stefan in the chase going way too shallow. And then from there, it just kind of cascaded. Whew.
All right, we got Wonka from Spain giving chase. Stefan from the U.S. in the lead. Good run from that S15 so far. Maybe a little bit of a drop from that lead Supra from Stefan. Really having to sacrifice on that one outer zone to gain the proximity, but he's got it now. Is Perez right on the door of Stefan, not letting him get away. Cleaner run from both these guys. Maybe missing a little bit of the outer zone with Stefan. Really seeing a little bit of washout from the front end there.
Yeah.
Better run from both, but I mean, still mistakes from both.
Yeah, you'd like to. Well, it's good to see that they're cleaning it up after that, honestly, tragic first run. But you know, after seeing that second run there, it's obvious like they're getting a lot closer to what their normal talent is. It just seemed like they had, a little bit of nerves coming into the first run there. You see a lot of mistakes made in that first run, run two. But we do have a winner decided here by the judges.
All right, so that's going to be a Perez win. Wonka Perez going to be getting the win there barely over Stefan. Stefan from Germany, by the way. I decided to look at our little cheat sheet here. Apologies for that. Representing KNC or KKNC, one of the two. But unfortunately, that is going to be Stefan knocked out. I got to imagine it's down to that big mistake in the chase, where I mean, we saw some mistakes from Wonka. Don't get me wrong, but Stefan just whipped that bad boy way too hard, and unfortunately, came back to bite him. So our next battle, looking like it's going to be again another great name to pronounce. Who's not even here, actually. So we might actually be seeing another buy run. Why people qualify for tournaments and then don't show up, I can't tell you. I would understand, but actually both drivers in the next battle are not here. Very cool. So we might be moving on. I'll let you guys know as we know. But
I will say also, just to the drivers, sorry for interrupting, but if we do make a mistake with the pronunciation of your name, please let us know. We really want to make sure we get your name right. It'd be massively disrespectful on our part to say it incorrectly and continue to do so. So please let us know if we're mispronouncing your name, and we'll get it fixed as soon as possible.
yeah, absolutely. It's what I think we're gonna do moving forward with the pro series is sit every driver down and go, hey, listen, a lot of vowels in that name, man. A lot of A's and E's. How do? But you know, we had unfortunately, we had, from what I'm seeing here, almost 100 drivers qualify for this, and that's not including the pros that are already have their license. But I think we're getting word now. Michal Aloteby. I've got confidence that that's somewhat correct. Is going to be getting a buy run here because the person they were supposed to battle against at Aloteby, unfortunately, is not here.
Must be present to win.
Yeah, Abdulrahman, I think, from Saudi Arabia is not here. So that is going to be Michal, actually both from Saudi, both Saudi drivers from Riyadh. So it's going to be Michal Aloteby going to be getting the win here. Moving on, if we don't see any zeros. Tire drop, not ideal, but, you know, it's a minor deduction. So as long as it's not a zero, as long as we don't see a zero from Michal here, they will be moving on and representing Saudi Arabia going into the top 32. One more win required for this driver to be able to move on into that 16, which get them that pro license. Again, almost another tire drop. Like I said, really, really hard to not drop tire there. It just feels so much more natural to bring that rear, that if you come out a little bit too early to bring that right rear onto that outside curb, but that is a tire drop, I do believe. So congrats to Michelle. Going to be moving on against Wonka Perez. That is going to be a Saudi versus Spain battle. A lot of S's. But we're going to be moving on into our other group of Austin. Oh, no, we're going to be doing this battle right now, of course. Yeah, math. Yeah, object permanence. I remember things.
So we're going to be doing an S13 versus S15, old versus new, classic versus modern kind of battle here between Perez and Aloteby. I mean, my personal favorite's the S13, so I have no choice. I have to support my boy in the S13 chassis. But
yeah, I'm a big like I said, I'm a big fan of how this 180 looks. A great job.
Yeah.
World Drift Tour always does really great on all their packs and all their models. But this 180 in specific looks fantastic.
Yeah.
But
Just
Wonka
making
gonna
sure I
be in
get
the lead.
just making sure I get my biases out of there.
Yeah, no kidding. But Wonka in the lead in the blue S15, giving chase is Michelle. Big dive there. Really having a sacrifice on the outer zone. But Wonka, lots of angle, but not really going anywhere in terms of pace. Going to really open the door up to the chase car of Michelle in the 180 right there on the door. Closing into the second half of the course, getting a little bit of that outer zone. Wonka taking their sweet time getting into that inner zone and going to be pushing out and across the line. Michelle took some calculated risks there in the chase, but Perez in the lead. Again, a couple of mistakes here and there, but nothing really huge. Maybe just, we'll see in the chase, but maybe just a little bit slow in the lead position.
Yeah, that is possible, but I also saw that Aloteby was not necessarily matching the angle of Perez, kind of taking a more shallow angle, and as a result, they had a lot of speed carried through a lot of that section, so we'll have to see how that transfers into this lead run here for Aloteby.
All right, Michelle in the lead position. Aloteby in the lead. Giving chase is Perez. Very, very consistent from both so far. Michelle doing a little bit of the same that the S15 did in the lead. Big flicks in that power alley, able to cut off some speed. Perez, though, not having any of it. Right on the chase, right on the door. Really closing in now in the hairpin. Coming across the line. Maybe a little bit early off that inner zone was Aloteby, but another close battle. And again, this one has some stake to it. This one is, whoever wins this is going to be moving on into our ESDA Pro. And I think, I hate to keep bringing up nationalities because that's not really what it's about, but I don't think we've had a Spanish or a Saudi driver in ESDA Pro either in a long time or ever. So it would be cool to see either one of these guys be able to move on. But Strix, what are we looking at here?
Man, it's hard to really say. You know, run two, both drivers really cleaned it up. And in run one, I noticed that Michelle, as I mentioned before, just didn't seem to be getting to the angle he should be, almost cutting through part of the first outer zone, going too shallow just to try and make up some of that proximity. Almost as if it's just like he wasn't like super comfortable behind the car. But, you know, as you mentioned as well, Perez was just like kind of throwing a lot of angle and going nowhere fast. And with Michelle in the lead there, it seemed like he was also throwing a lot of angle, and Perez was able to keep up as well. So it'll just be interesting to see where the judges line up their priorities and say, well, this mistake is bigger than that one and whatnot. But you know, I already made my mind up before the run even started. You know, I've got my heart set on the S13.
I gotta tell you, something that really is surprising me, and something that I'm not used to in terms of, this is only our second Assetto event that we've ever commentated. You know, we were cut our teeth here in Podium Esports and Forza, and we're very grateful to ESDA for letting us do that. Was very excited to be partnered with them going forward for the rest of the ESDA season when it eventually does get underway. But fortunately, you know, we were doing Assetto now. We've done VDS Car X. You know, we've got a lot more drifting content coming for you. We've done obviously everything under the sun when it comes to iRacing. But for drifting, I'm not used to seeing cars being able to pull that much angle and like not die, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
but like going into that power alley, I'm seeing these flicks, and I'm like, how are they holding it? Like they're just going to lose so much speed. Like, what are they doing? But the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, that's not an issue with the cars. Like they're fine. It's just, you know, not something that I'm used to seeing from this platform, from this game, especially with these pro cars that just can pull all the angle in the world. So amazing job from these two guys as they're just doing some donuts. Another thing too that I've noticed really since we've moved into Assetto Corsa with the ESDA is a lot of sportsmanship so far. You know, again, this is a very, very important day. This is a very, very significant day to a lot of these guys. But I mean, one of these guys is going home not getting anything. One of these guys is gonna be able to compete for the rest of the year, and they're doing, you know, tandem donuts. They're hanging out. So shout out to the drivers as well today. Has to be nerve-wracking, and it's going to be a long day for a lot of those who are waiting in those later groups. But
yeah, and we also appreciate
tie score.
The drivers,
We're going one more time.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, but I just saw it pop up. 15-15. So the way these are going is each judge is giving it basically like old school D1. If that makes any sense, where they're giving out points to either lead or chase, and then adding them up with the three of them at the end, and whoever gets the most points wins. So 15-15, dead even. We're going one more time. We do have a camera fix. The camera should be a little bit better now, but we're good to go. Hopefully you guys in the chat are good to go. Aloteby going to be giving chase. Perez going to be leading one more time. Battle winner gets an ESDA license. Perez looking real good on that outer zone. Aloteby, unfortunately, not really getting all of that outer zone, but moving to it towards the end of the zone. Zone's a fun word. Going into the second half of the run now. Big tire drop from Perez in the lead position. Aloteby doing everything they can just to kind of stay there and get a consistent chase. Maybe grabbing a little bit of rumble strip, but keeping the car off it and across the line. That was a sneaky tire drop. I didn't see it until like the end of the corner, but one of those tires on this blue strip, this painted area, is a no-go. That is a deduction.
And we did see as well Aloteby going into the first corner, doing the same mistake he made before, just going way too shallow. It just seems like he's not very comfortable following cars into that area. That's something he's going to want to work on before he gets his pro license.
Oh, big dive from the chase position of Perez. Perez, I think, trying to make up for that drop. Either the spotter told them in the ear, hey, man, we're going to need to see something fantastic from you if you got any hope of participating in the rest of the season. But unfortunately, not getting all the outer zone now. Maybe a little bit nervous as Aloteby putting down a very, very smooth, very consistent lead run. This proximity is jaw-dropping. It is fantastic, but is it enough to make up for that deficit when Aloteby, I don't think, made any major mistakes, maybe a little bit slowing coming across the line there, but both cars had crossed before that contact.
This is going to be hard to decide because, as I said before, Michal, once again in the first run, almost missing that first half of the outer zone and not being able to match that angle. But in the second run, once again, super clean from both drivers. We saw the lead and the chase very close together, pulling off really good angle, really good consistent angle as well. So they were able to set the car at angle and keep it there. And it was really good work on both drivers to clean up in the second run, but it does seem as though Michal is going to have to work on their chase runs in order to be able to really stack up against some of the pros in ESDA, because ESDA is incredibly stacked, and after this pro driver search, it's going to be stacked even higher. So
if you want to see some profiles on those pro drivers, you can head over to our Instagram page, which I believe is official ESDA on Instagram. I'll make sure to be able to get that for you to make sure it's not wrong. But doing a couple little driver profiles on people who are already confirmed pros, going up on stories over there, so drop us a follow. You can drop us a follow too at Podium Esports over on Instagram. It is esports_drift_association. That is the account that you'll be looking for. It might be 2 underscores after drift. It wouldn't be ESDA if the URL to the social media account wasn't incredibly complicated. It wouldn't make sense. It would not be us. So drop both of us a follow over there. Would really appreciate it. But seeing some pros in chat. Again, speaking of professionals, shout out to TUS Speed. Our boy Tony fixing the cameras for us, lightning quick. DM'd me in the middle of the broadcast saying, "Hey man, if you need those cameras fixed, I got you right now." And all done and dusted. So shout out to Tony and the whole TUS crew. Seeing Alexander in there. What up, Alex? Seeing Instalivian over from the VDS side. Again, you can check those guys out at the Virtual Drift Series for all your CarX competitive needs. A lot of support today. A lot of support. Glad to see all you guys here. Josh Fied in there as well on his 17th name change and 5th retirement. Nice to see you out there, Josh. But still waiting on a judge call. He knows what he did. Yeah. He's mad at me. But still waiting on a judge call here again. Judges want to make sure they get this one right. You know, we maybe had not the most exciting chase from Aloteby, but again, big tire drop in a very, very significant zone on that outer zone leading back on the return trip.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed too on run 2 as well, as Perez is heading into the keyhole, it seems like he almost hesitates, just kind of shallows up his ankle a little bit, and you know, you when you set your car to angle, you kind of want to keep it there. If you hesitate, the judges are going to notice that and mark it against you. So that's probably something that they're going to be looking at as well, looking at that hesitation, that kind of like just not being able to commit 100% to your line. And the judges are probably looking at that, as well as many of the other mistakes, like not being able to fill out the entire outer or inner zones. And
well,
wow, we got a judgment.
Well, hey guys, did you like that battle? Everybody in chat, you guys like that battle? Cool, because you're gonna watch it for the third time. Going OMT again. Aloteby and Perez. There has to be a winner, I believe, now. For those who want to check out the rulebook, you can head over to esportsdrift.com. I only have 2 monitors, so that is not a thing I have access to. But it's going to be going one more time again. Perez leading. Aloteby giving chase. These guys have had 2 battles now to know how each other's drives. There needs to be a winner now. Perez leaving nothing on the table. Big flashy entry.
Wow.
All of that outer zone, painting that white line, but Aloteby will not be denied. Right there in chase, getting all of the blue door of that S15. You know, sacrificing maybe a little bit of angle, but being able to keep that proximity right in lockstep with Perez. But Perez with a very, very clean lead run. Nice and smooth, fluid, big angle. That's what we needed to see 2 battles ago.
100%. And another thing to notice as well, Michelle must have been hearing me criticize when they were going into turn 1, because they were a lot more committed, a lot more angle heading into turn 1. So that was honestly my personal biggest gripe. So this might be a bigger, this might be bigger than last one was.
OMTs can do that, as Michelle gets a lot of that outer zone as well. That left rear tire flirting with that white line of a tire drop, but not quite going over. Again, Perez just kind of there, but very, very close in proximity. Let's not take that away from this chase position. But Michelle doing a great job right now up in the lead. But Perez going to have to take this dive right here. Big angle from both drivers.
Wow.
I saw it in chat. At this point, let's just give them both a license. Let's just give them both a license.
Right?
This is. I tell you, I've watched a lot of drifting, whether real or esports drifting, whatever. This might be one of the closest matched battles I've watched in a very, very long time, if ever. These when one makes a mistake, anything you could do, I could do better. It's like watching the same battle over and over.
Is that a thing we can do? Can we petition the judges to just pick both of them? Like,
I mean, after the night they had last night, I feel like I wouldn't be surprised with it. It's like, whatever. After the last 48 hours they've had, I would not be surprised.
That was a fantastic battle from both drivers. We saw even throughout this third, OMT, we've seen both drivers improve and just make things even harder for the judges than they were before. And, Perez and Aloteby are leaving nothing on the table. Whoever it is that happens to earn their pro license here has really worked for it, and whoever ends up getting eliminated, they know for a fact that when they come back for next season's driver search, they're going to get a pro license. Like, there is no way you can put a performance down like that from both drivers and not walk away with a pro license in one way or another. So, whatever happens, one driver's going to get a pro license this season, and then the other one's going to get a pro license next season. 100%, I guarantee it.
Yeah, gonna be another close one. And both guys kind of shallowed a little bit in their chases, so that lead car didn't take off. But super evenly matched. Where one maybe went offline a little bit, one maybe made a mistake, the other car maybe making a mistake later on in the run. Again, not the greatest beginning of the chase there for Perez, but really cleaning it up in the second half. Again, not quite getting all the outer zone as Aloteby did, and a little bit of a wacky transition, but then immediately cleaning it up. But Perez's lead just the best lead run they've put down today, I think, from what I've seen. Just nice and smooth, being everywhere they needed to be. But not surprised. Not surprised that it's not a immediate call, but here comes the judging decision. Pulling the classic ESDA judge of typing and then going, I've actually changed my mind, and I will not be typing anymore. Yeah. My man hitting his $200 mechanical keyboard like click. But yeah, this is tight. This is real tight.
He just wants to make sure we got it right.
Using all these replays to be able to make sure the right decision is made. Again, a lot of these judges have been around, whether it's competitive drift or ESDA themselves, for a long time. But yeah, a little bit, watching it back again, a little bit of a charge from the 180 on their chase coming into the last inner zone. So this is what the judges are discussing right now. Again, it's not really like, oh man, one guy dropped the tire and one guy straightened out. We've had a couple of those battles today. It's gonna go on to little mistakes. Stuff that if one of these guys had made a major mistake, we probably wouldn't even be talking about. We wouldn't even notice. That is the least fun part about being a judge is sitting down and really processing who gets a win on like little tiny. And we do have a winner, and it is very close. 7-3, 4-6, and 6-4. So I think that's a 2-1 decision after the math for Michal Aloteby, who's going to be moving on in the tightest battle of the day.
S13, baby.
And earning their pro license. Michal, we're going to really have to get used to how to pronounce your name, my friend, because we're going to be seeing it a whole lot more, representing Saudi Arabia. Moving on and joining the elite ranks of the ESDA pro drivers, joining Mikhail Mordvin. I said his name 5 times fine, and now I can't. Mordvinov and Dylan Fink on that pro list. So congratulations, my friend. You earned it. Again, not taking anything from Perez. Perez had to work so hard. 3 battles, 2 OMTs. And it's unfortunate to see them go out like this, but hopefully we will see them back again in various other forms of Assetto Corsa Drift competition. We are moving on to the second half of this group of Austin Zaleski. That's close we're going to get. Jack Cliff, Danelius Pargnosik, and Adam Lake going to be your next 4 that you'll be seeing in competition. I'm looking it up. I want to see where the origin is. I feel like a kid at a spelling bee.
I feel you
country-
on that.
Country of origin, please. Can I get the definitions? There is so many S chassis in here today. Woo-wee. But yes,
What I like to
from Lithuania, I think. I wasn't sure if it was Greek or Lithuanian, so you get 2 drivers pulling up right now. It's going to be Austin and Jack. This is the most vanilla names we've had so far pull up, but
Yeah.
Jack going to be in the chase in that both S13s, but in the black S13, blue S13 going to be Austin in the lead. But Austin leading. Nice aggressive entry, but in the chase is Jack right there, not giving him an inch, getting most of that outer zone. Like to see him a little bit farther back, but right there in proximity as a result. A little bit of a late transition from Jack, but being able to use that to his advantage right on the door of Austin, giving him room to transition just barely, but coming right back in proximity. Maybe grabbing a little bit of curb there on the inside. Great lead run from Austin Zaleski, but great chase run, all things considered, from Jack Cliff as well.
And that is one thing that, all the new viewers who aren't familiar with drifting have to keep in mind is that, when you're getting that close to the door, when you're sideways, you really need to be able to let the other car transition lest you make contact. And that is very hard to do.
It is one of the trickier parts of chase driving, especially in cars with this much grip. But Jack in the lead position now, looking a little bit wavery was Austin, but he's got a chance to fix it up in the second half of this run. Jack almost mirroring. If that wasn't a black car, I'd say who is Austin's driving that lead car, almost doing the exact same thing Austin did in the lead. But Austin in the chase, a little bit more consistent in proximity. As I say that, right on the rear quarter panel of Jack, almost shoving him. Maybe a little bit of net code there across the line. Nope. No, I'm just seeing things. But looked a little bit at the beginning, but then really cleaned it up in the second half of Austin's chase. But great lead runs from both.
Yeah, Austin's first part of run 2 in the chase was a little bit shaky coming into the keyhole, but after transitioning into that right-hander, it really seemed like he got his nerves about him, felt comfortable, and just stuck his car where it needed to be and kept it there. Stuck to angle, and, it just did what needed to be done. Same thing with Jack Cliff as well, doing a fantastic job on his part.
So that is going to be a 7-3 all across the board. Austin Zaleski representing On the Mountain. One of the, I don't want to say more popular, but one of the stronger teams here on the Assetto Corsa world, representing in the competitive scene, getting their, I believe, their first win of the day as a team. We'll be seeing Austin again going up against the winner of this battle. Danilius I had it before! Again! Danilius Paragnostic. Probably not right, but the one I'm going with, going up against Adam Lake. Danilius is going to be in the S15. Adam Lake in the S13. Hope you like Nissans, because we're seeing a lot of those today. As I believe Lake will be chasing. And Danielis will be leading. So we got Danielis representing Lithuania. I believe the home of Odi Bakshis. So another Lithuanian in a S chassis. Could be dangerous. Big entry from Danilius, looking really good, but both cars with tires off now, left rears. Going through the power alley section here at Yas Marina, moving into this big slowdown zone. A little bit of an E-grade grab from that lead car. Really being able to close the gap was Adam Lake in chase. Coming into the inner zone now. Both cars, lead car actually getting a little bit of rumble strip, going to straighten out just a little bit, but big gap forming in the second half of the run. Lots to talk about there, actually.
Yeah, as we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, or as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, we're seeing a lot of drivers be able to close the gap through that keyhole, but we saw the lead driver going out of the final corner, able to just increase that gap to such an incredible length that it practically just zeroes out the gap that Adam had closed.
Cornelius going to give chase. Adam in the lead. This battle can still go either way, but getting that far off the outer zone is not going to help Cornelius whatsoever. Adam looking pretty good in the lead so far. Coming into the second half of the course, Cornelius really closing up that proximity. This is where we saw Adam really fall off in chase. And Cornelius will not be phased by that. Not super close, but consistent. Not really having pulling away, catching up, but maintaining a really consistent proximity. But let's not take away from Adam, who put down a really, really good lead run as a result. And as we go to judging here.
Yeah, what we saw there was on run 2, basically the same thing that happened in run 1. We saw the lead driver be able to escape from the chase driver, both with Danielius in the chase run, I believe, in the first run, and then Adam Lake in the second run. But, you know, both of these drivers are showing that they have a lot of talent. And, you know, they worked really hard to get here in order to qualify for the driver search and then put some really good runs down. We've seen a lot of really good runs here as well. So I guess we'll have to see how the judges react, whether that's an OMT or one side or the other.
Well, we got a judge call coming in. Got some typing happening in our chat here. Yeah, he could ghost again. That is possible. I think the judge that is communicating with us right now with the scores is Lil Scar. Lil Scar is like every woman I've ever talked to, where shows a lot of interest and then just disappears out of nowhere. But that was tight. This is tight. So a 6-4 across the board. Your winner and moving on, Adam Lake. Adam Lake will be getting in the win, moving on into the 32, and coming from judges, saying it came down to Parangakis dropping tires on lead. Adam followed him wherever he went. So again, ladies and gentlemen, just because both drivers drop tire, if you're chasing and someone drops tire in the lead and you follow them, that's actually not a fault to you. That's not viewed as an independent mistake. Your job as a chase driver is to follow the lead driver wherever they go. So judges viewing Adam Lake as not having a drop, viewing Parangakis. I'm upset that I finally got his name pronounced right and he lost. But hopefully we'll be seeing that name once again, in future competitions. Thank you for participating. But we got Adam Lake, Austin Zaleski. Austin, again, representing On the Mountain. Adam Lake not being picked up by a team. So any of you guys watching who looking to put your name or your team name on the side of a car, now's the time. I will continue saying it the way I want because Zaleski doesn't sound right. I'm sure I know who this is, so I'm hoping they can take my words in jest. But Adam will be chasing the outer zone Adam was looking for as they transition into the second half of this course. Austin looking very good in the lead position. Adam starting to lose ground now. Is his ESDA Pro license running away from him, and is it in the form of a blue 180SX? There is just no proximity in comparison to what we've seen today from Adam. And it all stemmed, Strix, from that missed first outer zone. He never recovered.
Yeah, we saw him, first of all, miss that first outer zone, but I also saw a little bit of contact on my end here between Austin and Adam, I think caused by Adam trying his best to try and catch up and just not allowing the space for the lead driver to transition.
All right, moving into the second half of this battle, Adam Lake in the lead, Austin giving chase. Austin going to be sitting on an advantage here. Doesn't need to get super aggressive, but as we've seen today, that doesn't mean a damn thing if you're a chase driver. You see the red mist as we see from Austin right there behind Adam. Adam doing everything he needs to do right now to ensure that he moves on, but unfortunately, Austin will not be denied. Right in the chase position. I was going to say it almost looks like the same car, but because it is the same car. But Austin, great job in the chase. Great job in the lead as well from Adam, but unfortunately sitting on that mistake, I think it might be just a little bit too late.
Yeah, unfortunately, just Adam Lake just not being able to get a completely clean run through that first run there, and through the second, improved a lot, but with Austin Zaleski following him so close behind, I don't think there's much doubt where the judges are going to be going here.
Yeah, it's just kind of unfortunate that you see something like that close, but as again, we're seeing the sportsmanship as we're watching the replays. At least he's just doing donuts. Long day we're gonna have here, and we're getting through it slowly, but Yes, OTM guys are always great, but it's nice to see them out and competing. You've seen a lot of them doing track building, really helping out in the community, doing a lot of social media stuff, promo stuff. If you're running in any sort of streetcar server worth a dang, then you'll probably see one of these guys in here. To see them compete is really, really fun to watch. So, but not taking it away from Adam Lake. Adam, earned his spot here. Really, really good lead run, but.
You can see like a puff of smoke just behind the start-finish line as Adam and Austin are both.
Yeah, the vape cloud over there. That's not Subarus. That's our two competitors.
Cisco, the man in the booth here, saying, "Watch it." He drives a Subaru. He knows.
Cisco Subaru owner Scarmuzza. But back to the replays here again. Just another big thank you to Cisco, is the producer here at Podium Esports. Me and Strix just get to show up and talk. Cisco's the one that has to do all the hard work, and he did PCA this morning for iRacing. So my man, I want to see some shout outs to Cisco in the chat. Anyone who's near their keyboard. But 7-3, 6-4, 6-4. Austin is going to be getting the win. OTM is now officially represented in esports drift, but Zaleski going to be getting the win in the blue 180 SX. Moving on as the ESDA pro, unfortunately, Adam Lake will be knocked out. Adam qualifying 36th as well, earning his spot, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to take down the juggernauts, or the juggernaut that was Austin Zaleski. Will be moving on into pro competition, so get used to seeing those cars. We'll be seeing them again. Believe we're going to be resetting the server now to grab our next 8 drivers. I'm going to wait on word on that officially before I tell you guys to go to break. But again, shout out to those who are supporting us. Again, the coverage of the 2021 ESDA season, ESDA driver search, is brought to you by Vosan, proud server provider for Esports Drift Association and the home of competitive Assetto Corsa Drift. Go to vosan.co, and basically any mod worth its weight will be located on that website. Go check them out. Big Duck Club, again, jumping on board as one of our major sponsors this season. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack, monster, drag machine, or street car, Big Duck Club will satisfy your needs and meet your expectations. Check them out at bigduckclub.com. If you got a BMW or a Nissan, they will have the hookups for you for sure. And as well as Next Level Racing, giving away a GT Light racing stand at some point through this season. From Mild to Wild, Next Level Racing has a simulator cockpit solution for you, as well as some flight sim stuff that's pretty cool. So go check them out, nextlevelracing.com, and be able to find a local retailer near you. And again, thank you guys for watching so far. We have a lot more drifting action coming for you in the next group. But so far, so good. Been a good day so far. Those battles are getting a lot closer the farther we go, which is normally what happens. But we still got a lot of drifting left to go. We only have 4 pros out of 16, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Esports Drift Association Driver Search. It's basically like a talent show for drifting. If you win, you're in. 2 wins and you're in. We're on to Group 5 and 6. And these are who will be participating right now. So Ethan Pichuku representing England in the Supra. We got Nick Harrington as well, coming to you from York, or Maine. Maine, York is what it says. I don't know if he's from Maine, New York, whatever. The U.S. We also have Troy Morris from Toronto, represent. Shout out to all my Canadians out there. As well as Connor Christensen from on the mountain. They're going to be from SLC in the U.S. as well, an OTM. But we're going to be moving on right now. That is our first group. Right now, we got Harrington versus Ethan. Harrington giving chase in the black Supra. Ethan leading in the white Supra. Good job from these guys so far. Getting nice and consistent. Nice to see a car that isn't a Nissan on track for once. Oh, big charge and chase from Harrington. Harrington, man, must have heard there was some free Klondike bars in the passenger seat of Ethan's car because he went in there and tried to grab him. Big angle from both these guys going into that. That's the most angle I've seen all day in that horseshoe. It wasn't an exciting run. Like, they were just going through the motions. And then Nick was like, oh, no. Or Nathan, I believe, sorry. Was like, oh, no, I'm going to go do some stuff. That was sick.
I did see Ethan drop a tire in through the back end of the keyhole. But yeah, on the final corner, we saw both drivers put in some sick angle. We've seen that angle before, but we've seen drivers back out of it and twitch out of it as well. But these drivers hooked onto that angle and stayed there. That's what we want to see.
All right, Nick Harrington in the lead position. Ethan getting the rear core. That's okay, cool. Can't wait to watch that camera angle 17 times. That's going to be very important. Ethan cutting the first outer zone in the power alley, but to keep that proximity on Nick. Again, that little bit of contact is going to be the make or break of this battle, I believe. Going into the final zone, really close is Ethan to the lead car of Nick Harrington, but is it going to matter? Strix, you maybe had a little bit better of a look at it than I did. You know, I'm calling it on the fly here. You normally, when I'm in the back seat, I get a little bit of an extra chance to look at it. From your eyes, what'd you see there?
That looked like a significant amount of contact from my end. We saw Harrington get a lot of distance after that contact as well, and it seemed like after that, Ethan didn't really quite gather up his nerves later on because, I don't know, it just seemed like Harrington was kind of driving away, staying consistent, and Ethan was just kind of a little bit shaky on the wheel, not quite getting to angle and staying there, almost like twitching just a little bit throughout the rest of the course. But that is very, very heavy contact through what is essentially a decel zone. So it's very likely that the judges are going to push that in favor of Harrington. But, the judges, it's really up to them. They're the professionals. They know what they're doing. And they are still deciding. They're likely talking amongst themselves, trying to figure out who is really at fault there and trying to measure the mistakes against each other and see who came out the better through this. Because keep in mind as well.
Sorry.
I just wanted to point out, keep in mind as well, that Ethan had a pretty significant tire drop in the first run as well. Throughout that back keyhole, it was very close to being 2 tires off there. So the judges are probably looking at that as well and trying to weigh the contact up against that significant tire drop in the first run.
Yeah, to me, it's all coming down to the contact. I mean, a tire drop's a tire drop. It is a mistake, but if you can get kind of a boop on the door, normally, like, that's not even a bad thing. That's a good thing. If you can get a little bit of brush of contact, it's almost exciting to watch. But what happened there was Ethan either as a reaction to the contact or a result of the contact, really checked up on that outer zone and really didn't get all of it, and then spent the next, I want to say, 10%, 20% of his run trying to get right back to Nick Harrington in the lead black Supra. So having watched it back, Judge coming in right now, having watched it back a couple of times, it is a slowdown zone, and it looked like maybe Ethan got a little bit too aggressive, and it's not like Nick was going to miss the outer zone, and the judges are going to agree with me because I know what I'm talking about. Twitch chat. But Nick Harrington is going to be getting the win and moving on into the top 32 competition. That is one of his 2 necessary wins to be able to move on into ESDA Pro competition. Not to say that Ethan Pichuku didn't, earn some praise there. It was really fun to watch. Again, in that white Supra, just unfortunately, one mistake again. That is the unfortunate mistress of drifting. You make one mistake, one false move, and that's it for you in the afternoon. So unfortunately for Ethan, but fortunately for Nick, going to be moving on into the next round of competition. Next up, we've got Troy Morris. Troy, again, battling out of Toronto, Canada in the S15, if he's even here. Oh, he's here. I just can't see. Going up against, I believe next is Christensen. Connor Christensen's, rather. It's a long name, doesn't fit on the screen. Also in the S15 from On the Mountain from SLC United States. I'm not an American, so I don't know what that SLC is. I'm sure somebody in chat will be like, it stands for Super
City.
Lane, California. Idiot.
Salt Lake City. I'm pretty sure it's Salt
Maybe,
Lake.
probably. That actually makes sense. But Christensen going to be chasing in the blue car. Troy Morris leading in the black S15. Good job from both so far. Connor doing a really good job of throttle control. I don't know if you can hear that on the stream, but very, very aggressive in chase is Connor and what his whole team on the mountain is known for. But Troy giving him a lot to follow here. Very, very smooth and consistent and buttery lead position going across the line here. Great chase from Christensen, but great lead from Troy. It's almost robotic, but when we get to that level, the better the lead is, the better the chase is. But really good throttle control from Connor, and great job from both.
Yeah, that was a very entertaining, clean race to watch there. Clean drive from both drivers. But I did notice that Connor in the final corner kind of shallowed up on his angle a little bit. And typically, as a chase driver, you want to match the angle that the lead driver has in order to impress the judges and also be right up against the door. So we'll have to see how the judges evaluate that as well as this run here.
Troy Morris, rep from Toronto, Canada. I'm a little bit as much as I do love the OTM boys, I do love maple syrup a little bit more. Troy Morris going to be giving chase. Connor Christensen from On the Mountain in the lead position. Looking good so far. A little bit of a wavery entry from Connor, but Troy not getting any of that outer zone, really having to rotate the car. And speaking of not getting outer zones, my man's in another area code right now. Unfortunately, missing the first one and not getting any of the second one, and didn't get any of the proximity leading to it. And unfortunately for Troy, Connor is just setting sail in that lead position, not giving Troy anything to be able to fall back on. That was not a mistake that he needed in the chase.
That is one thing you got to keep in mind. You're not supposed to be just mindlessly following the driver in front of you. You have to be at least hitting all of the outer zones, all the inner clips and whatnot. And Troy missed a significant number of them in round two, in run two of this battle. And the judges are not going to be happy with that.
And they're not. 8-2 across the board. Connor Christensen getting the win. It's just unfortunate. It's just unfortunate where I think it was a snowball where it missed the inner zone, so didn't have the right line going in outer zone 2. Because they were in the middle of the track, they couldn't surge to catch Connor. They couldn't go any more forward because they would have made contact, so they had to basically stay in the middle of the track. So that one, what looked like kind of minor mistake, led into 3 major mistakes. And again, 8-2, going to be Connor Christensen getting the win and going to be going up against Nick Harrington. Your winner will be earning a ESDA Pro license. So we're going to have both these guys change virtual tires. Get some new shrubber on those bad boys.
Some new shrubber.
But again, Harrington in the Super, also known as Froze, from the old Forza days. If I can remember your gamer tag, I'll say it. But we've got, again, Connor, and again, another big shout out to OTM for all they do for the Assetto Corsa community and at large. Great bunch of dudes. But so, I don't know if this is going to be funny without context, but in our we have a Discord channel specifically so media could communicate with staff, and someone just said, "Where's Dale?" And I don't know why that was funny to me with no context. Just where's Dale?
Know,
man, I got a story for you. Starts Daytona 2001.
You beat me to it. I was gonna be like, I think he's still somewhere around turn 3 of Daytona.
No, stop. All right. So if you would like to apply to be co-commentator at Podium Esports, at Cisco at Podium. All right, Nick Harrington in the chase position in that Supra. Connor Christensen coming off a big win, going to be in the lead. Winner, this gets their pro license. A little bit of a gap, but both filling the outers. Oh, no, as I say that, Nick Harrington, a little bit too much angle coming off a bit early. That gap is going to be wide open. He's going to have to cut an outer zone, maybe two, and he cuts one for sure to be able to try to close the gap, but it did not work. He's still way far behind. So much sacrifice having to go on from Nick from just a little bit too much angle. And unfortunately, I think Connor's strongest suit is those leads. Again, nothing super aggressive. I'm not dropping my draw. He's not throwing it in backwards, but nice, smooth, consistent. We'll let him to get here in this position anyway. Unfortunately for Nick, again, we're seeing the theme of the day. One small mistake just snowballs.
We also saw Connor make a humongous gap heading into turn 1 in the first place, and Nick likely saw that and was like, oh, I'm going to have to catch up, aren't I? And focusing too hard on that, he just lost even more proximity.
All right, Harrington in the lead position. Connor giving chase, both of these 2J-powered vehicles. Good job from Harrington. Foot hard on the floor. A little bit of left foot braking from Connor. He's giving him room, but staying close, which is kind of what he needs to do in this situation. Don't want to have an inactive chase or leave anything in the judge's hands. Again, Nick doing everything he can right now. Very, very good lead run, but as I say that, maybe a little bit of that inner rumble strip, but too little too late. Connor was right there. Again, not door to door, not jaw dropping, but just everything he needs to do to tick all the boxes, get all the approval from the judges. Strix.
Yeah, Nick is going to be kicking himself after the first run there because already considered by the judges, Christensen getting the win here. And I think if Nick had in the first run just tried to go for the restart, if after you leave the starting line, if you stop at a certain point, it'll just rerun the whole thing. Nick chose to keep going despite the fact that a gap had already formed, and then this happens. It's really unfortunate to see, but that is what the judges have decided.
I mean, there was already a gap in the chase, but I think the gap, like it was closable, but I think the gap really opened to a point of where it was a detriment. Coming off of that first outer zone, if you watch the replay at all, that Super just kind of you should be straightening up a little bit coming out of there, and the Super over rotates just a little bit, and that could be tire pressure settings, that could just be throttle control. There's so much that could have led up to that, but unfortunately, that will be Nick's undoing. And apologies for that, but coffee is not water. Everybody, drink your water at home. We're going to be getting a buy run here really quick as Connor Christensen going to be earning their pro license. Welcome to ESDA Pro competition. But Andrei Krayanov from Russia, unless he's just running a Russian flag to mess with me, going to be getting a buy run here. This is your first battle of Group 6. Unfortunately, Dale was not... Oh, okay, so that's 2 rear tires off. That might be... We'll see here in a second. That's 2 rear tires off. Not something you want to see in a buy run. I believe it's like anything major. No spins, no 4 tires off. Obviously, 2 tires isn't good, but other than that, great run from Andre. But Dale Hayden, unfortunately, not with us today. Not the other Dale. Dale is always with us, but Dale Hayden's not here. So just gonna make sure I just ask the judges if that's all cool. That's all copacetic. We've seen it before in real life competition where someone's had a buy run and go, how about that wall over there? That wall looks real cool. So, but yeah, judges saying it's all good. So I guess because there was no like huge mistakes or zeros. 2 tires off, obviously not great, but that is going to be Andrei Kranov advancing into, wow, if I say it like someone who doesn't know how to pronounce anything in Russian, it sounds so Andrei Kranov. It sounds so bad, but no. Going to be moving on. But we got JP Vanderspoy, both I believe is from South Africa, against Rayan Aldina. Oh my god.
Aldina's a nice
Rayan,
last name. I like that.
From Jordan. Jordan's technically Asia, right? Or is it Europe? Or it might be Africa. Middle East. Geography with twitch.tv/Podium Esports. But Rayan's going to be chasing in the Supra. I say chasing. He's trying to take the lead from that R34 of JP.
Wow.
But the wackiest entry from both guys that I've seen in forever. Both of them cleaning it up a little bit here as you move into the second half of the course. Rayan close, but not, again, as I say that, close, but charging right in, getting a little bit of left foot brake to be able to give that R34 room to maneuver. Very, very fluid and very fun is that R34 JP to watch. But I think the main point of contention is going to be that entry, because that Supra, you can jump the start as a chase car, but you need to let the lead car, lead at some point.
We also saw through the final corner, Rayan Aldina going through the final corner there. Very inconsistent proximity heading out of that corner.
All right, Rayan going to be leading. JP Vanderspoy going to be giving chase.
Ooh.
Oh, bye-bye, Rayan. See you later. Night-night.
That was contact.
Unfortunate.
I saw
There was no contact on my screen. So we'll have to watch that back.
We will have to see the replay there, but of course JP doing what has to be done and finishing out the run. But from what I saw, it did look like contact in my eyes, and it didn't allow Rayan to get over to the angle he wanted. Of course, over speeding into that corner and then overshooting entirely. That was a lot of speed to be throwing into that corner, so it did look like a lot of contact.
But checking out the replay here. But on my screen is chasing. I did not see any contact at all. It looked like the Supra had just initiated late and drove off the track, but
yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think, the contact happened before the replay had started.
Yeah, we're
but
trying
you
on
can
our
see,
end. But
like,
judges have a better view. So before everyone's
yeah.
like, oh.
But from what I saw on my end, we saw a pretty decent tap, at least on what I saw, between the R34 and the Supra. And of course, that extra momentum getting thrown into the back bumper of the Supra meant you have one place to go. And at Yas Marina at this corner, the wall was just right there.
I mean, worst case scenario, we can get one of us to back out and physically check the replay. I do believe the judges have more access to proper cameras than we do, and they'll have the same option where they can back out and check the replay. Just unfortunate where our replay started.
It's really unfortunate.
Right after the point of contention. Super cool.
Yeah.
But
it's unfortunate, but that is how it kind of goes sometimes, you know. We do at least know that Rayan kind of, hit a dual, but unfortunately, we kind of have to be able to tell who was the one who caused that, if it was just Rayan making a mistake on their own, or if it was JP Vanderspoy getting into the back bumper. And I believe the judges might have found who was at fault here.
Yeah, so they're
they're just letting us know they're
check
checking the replay. Okay.
So for those who are moving over from Forza or another platform, or again, if you're joining us from the sim racing world and you have questions, whether it's like, how do I get involved? Where do I download things? Or something super basic like, what am I looking for? Please at me or Strix or just Podium Esports in the Twitch chat. And if we have moments like this, I'd love to answer some of your questions. I'm very passionate about this sport, and everyone who works behind the scenes here is. So to be able to help you guys out would be super cool. But in Assetto Corsa, what if you just back out of the session of the server, you can just look at the replay. You can move your camera around in free cam. So I think the judges want to make sure that they're making the right call here. And from our end, again, where we grabbed our replay on Podium, it was just a little bit too late. These things happen. It's we didn't expect someone Alt F4, someone going into T1. So it really comes. I think it's really going to come down to that. Logan, how do you win your battle? Do a kickflip.
100%.
A heel flip's also acceptable.
Yeah. If you really want to impress the judges, you do a tray flip into a board slide.
All right. Yeah. Cool. Good talk, nerd.
Also, hey, shout out to the fellow name friend in the chat, Strixie. Hi, my name is Strix. How you doing?
All right. So judges, our judges come back, and someone's typing. So I'm assuming there's gonna be a little bit of schmutz coming after the call, which would be nice. That is gonna be JP at fault, and a clean 10-0 sweep to Aldina. That is gonna be Ryan Aldina getting the win over JP Vanderspoot. What we can do is we can bring up either one of the judges or grab our own replay, but that's going to be a little bit of a, what do you call, just 1 second. But yeah, Strix, that was you were right on the call. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an owl. I have to have these good eyes in order to see. But yeah, we're just going to try and get a judge up to explain the call, just so we know for certain from the judges' mouths themselves instead of making assumptions. So CJ Walker, one of the judges for ESDA, we heard that the call for Ryan Aldina, I would assume that means JP was found at fault?
Yes, so we did end up looking at the replay. All three of us looked at one camera view that did show that JP did charge too hard and did hit Aldina off, basically into the wall.
All right. Was there anything else that you put into consideration for the call, or was that basically just the prime thing? Was just
that was it because no one else. That was only 0 of the run. That would have basically mean that since he hit him offline, he wasn't able to finish his line, putting JP at a 0 for his run.
All right, thank you very much, CJ. We really do appreciate it here at Podium and at ESDA as well. You can head on down to the judging stand. But yeah, for all the viewers watching at home, unfortunately, your job as a chase driver is to follow the driver ahead of you safely. You can make light contact with the driver ahead of you, but you cannot hit the driver offline like that. It's unfortunate to see, but Rubbin's Racing is just here. You can't really get away with it nearly as much as you might be able to in NASCAR.
Yeah, I thought they said Dale wasn't here. What's going on? What's going on?
But yeah, typically, another rule as well that I really like. Another rule that I really like is with drifting, you can also pass the driver ahead, but only if they're like really, really offline. And you're probably not going to see it here at Yas Marina, which is a fairly narrow circuit, and it's kind of like a one-line sort of thing. But if somebody happens to screw up that big, and you as a chase driver are able to pass them without going offline to do so, then that's going to be like a win for you. So, drifting is just really fun to watch. And I hope everybody in the audience really agrees because, I mean, where else would you be but watching drifting?
I was going to say, yeah. I guess Rayon Aldina is so excited about his win, he just is doing backflips in his room.
Here he is.
Oh, yeah, no. Emergency P. I understand. Real life has 5-minute competition timeouts, but I don't think I've ever seen one for a tinkle before. But coming to the line is Rayon in the Supra. Again, going up against Andrei Krenov from, I believe, Russia. I'm going to double check.
That is, in fact, from Russia.
Yeah, that is very rude if someone puts their flag and it's not where they're actually from. Everybody with the Italian flag in their username. But Rayon in the Super giving Trace. Andre getting the lead here. First battle for Andre for the day. But Rayon not getting the entry that they were looking for whatsoever. Andre looking very nice and smooth in that lead position. Rayon getting aggressive, but a little bit too late. Kind of offline a little bit, but catching right back up to that lead car of the S15. Looking really on the not getting the angle at all that they were looking for. Almost completely straightening out was Rayon. I don't know if you could hear it on the stream, but that 2J in that Supra was almost silent. That man was trying to get that car at an angle but without losing proximity. And unfortunately, it was almost completely straight.
Yeah, that car hard bogged, the front end washing out, and unfortunately not being able to get angle in the last bit of that final corner here. He's got a deficit to work up.
Yep, chasing now is Andre in the white S15 coming off the outer zone completely. Is that going to even out with them? Oh, no! Rayon! Oh, wow. Oh, that was okay. Interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. So we'll talk about that in a minute, but big gap now open from Rayon and Andre going across the line. One of these dudes is in Russia. One of these guys is in South Africa. A little bit of lag, and fortunately, I think for both, we're going to have a redo.
Yeah, we're going to redo that second run.
Yeah, just the second run. I do believe this is just or an ESDA thing. It used to be a big problem in Forza, so I believe it's written in the rule book where if there's significant lag or technical issues, there is a rerun. But Rayon is blinking everywhere. But yeah, what you guys saw on stream is exactly what Andre and we saw, which was Rayon not getting the transition they were looking for and basically just coming to a halt. But then Magic Man, just disappeared into the distance. So spooky. Indeed. But thank you, Skybrew, for the Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Podium team. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you for supporting what we do at Podium Esports. And by supporting us, you support ESDA and all the other wonderful organizations that we have to deal with. No tires. No nothing. Both these guys going at it again. It's like run 2 never happened. Chance for Andre to clean up that outer zone and for Rayon to clean up their connection, I suppose. Oh, Andre just not, same exact thing happening. Just the car just did not track out. It's almost like they were missing speed. And unfortunately for Andre, Rayon looking really good in the lead position right now. But because that lead is nice and smooth, Andre able to get right on the door of that Supra. Transitioning into the last clipping point, the only clipping point really on the track. Andre right on the door of that Supra. Is that able to cancel out the mistake from earlier in the run, considering Rayon sitting on a deficit from their lead or from their chase run?
Yeah, this will be an interesting run to judge, an interesting couple of runs to judge, because as you see in run 1 and run 2 replays, the entrance is almost exactly the same. If it wasn't for the fact that both these cars are like different manufacturers, they are both white, they would look almost exactly identical, considering the chase driver just almost completely missing the outer zone through first turn on both runs. But this will have to be a very interesting one to look through. The judges are probably looking through how the difference between proximity we can see in run 2, the proximity between the drivers there is much closer than run 1, so we're probably going to see Krenov get a little bit extra advantage through there. But what would really matter is through the keyhole and coming back through the final corner to see which driver really was best here, but overall, it was a little sloppy on both ends here.
Yeah, I think it might come down to that straightening from Rayon in their chase coming across the line. If we take a look at the replay again, if you looked at the S15, just he was on the right line, but it's like the car, like obviously there wouldn't be a technical issue with the vehicle, but it's just like the car didn't get going. Either he didn't get on the power or just killed too much speed coming into that hairpin, because as soon as he got on the gas, he like straight lined for a second or two, which is why he didn't get all of that outer zone. But for me, I think the biggest talking point, and then for Rayon as well, missing the outer zone, but in contrast, missed all of it and missed it under different circumstances. Like that was just the entry, just took a shallow entry. Andre, sorry, I kind of say it like a French. Just it's like he was there on the right line, and just the car like hooked up in a way that they weren't expecting. So, interesting is this judge call, and it would not, again, it wouldn't be ESDA, if there wasn't some wacky judge calls, and it's not on the judges. But and again, let's not devalue the significance of this battle. The winner is going to be getting an ESDA license. They'll be allowed to compete for the rest of the season. The loser, unfortunately, will not be moving on and will be having to, either come back next year or anything else that that will be happening in the ESDA ecosystem. My brain literally stopped working there for a second, but
I noticed. I could smell the smoke.
it's yup, correct. But we are gonna have a judge call here. Okay, that's interesting.
Wow.
That's really interesting, actually. 5-5 across the board. One more time.
I would not doubt if the judges looked at both runs and decided, you know what, that's, y'all can do better than that. Both drivers missed, drivers in their chase missed the outer zone completely. Both made quite a few mistakes through the keyhole and out through the last corner, so makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, both made too many mistakes. Chase lead runs were similar. That's the word we got from the judges. So, gonna see them go again. I think this is a godsend again from them both. But Andre gonna be leading, big flick entry. Gonna keep all on the track? No, one tire off, but Rayon right there with him, not phased by that entry. Transitioning into the second half of the course, going through the power alley. We're on the return road now. A little bit shallow from angles, Rayon, but for a result of it, really, really close proximity. Really good lead from Andre this time. And the same thing happens again to Rayon. Just charges a little bit too early. That car is almost straight. The same mistake for a much better run leading up to that point. Got to be kicking himself for switching into the lead position.
Yeah, what we saw transitioning into that final corner was Rayon barely gave enough room to Krynov in that final corner, and that required him to lose a lot of speed and, of course, shallowing up the angle to try and catch back up, and that's not going to look good to the judges.
All right, guys, the same thing happening again. Andre coming off that outer zone way too soon. This time it was way worse than the last run, but making up for it with really good proximity, going a little bit shallow on that outer zone, moving into the second outer zone of the return trip, grabbing a little bit too much. Can you just play my commentary from the last battle again on this one? Because it's like the same thing over again.
One thing I will note, though, I will note that in run two, Krynov did actually get there with proximity into the final corner. But whoa, we already have a judge decision.
Yeah. Ugh, that sucks. That's rough. 6-4 across the board. Rayon Alidna is going to be getting the win in that Supra. Man.
You have to think that in the first run when when Kranov was leading, that tire drop might have just sent the judges into that thing into that decision. Again, it was very close because with Aldenia shallowing up so much in the chase, you have to think that like that would also be a significant mistake. But lots of mistakes by both drivers, but they have an opportunity to clean it up at least, or at least Aldenia does heading into the next Pro ESDA event, as he is the next driver to join Connor Christensen, Austin Zaleski, Mikhail. Shit, let me grab my paper here real quick. Mikhail, Michal Aloteby, Dylan Fink, and Mikhail Mordvanov. That's the word, Mordvanov. Joining those drivers in gaining a pro license.
But getting ready with our next group here, ladies and gentlemen. But we have a little tradition. Little tradition here with Podium Esports, and that's it. Do you see a duck anywhere, Strix? Do you see a
bird.
Duck? Look, a little bird has hat.
I see a bird.
But that's our boy Chuck. The Chuck has been cute. Cute the Chuck. I didn't want to yell. I'm trying to save. We have like half a day left. I wanted to just save my voice. But it's a little trivia question here that is relevant to what we got going on today, and that is obviously we're at Yas Marina. So, ladies and gentlemen, question for you: there was actually a Formula Drift event that happened on this track, not the same layout, but it was the same track. Who won? Who was the big winner? Who caught the fat dub? I mean, it could be the Big Duck Club Q the Chuck, but I'm gonna have to see. He's gonna have to see a little conversation from our boy. Do I give it to him because he spelled it wrong? Do I? Oh.
By the way, we are forcing correct spelling on this, so if you spell it incorrectly, we're not going to give you. We want the first and last name of the driver who won the 2011 Invitational at Yas Marina. First and last name.
Up. Johan with the copy and paste.
There we go. Joshified with the answer. Frederick Osbo. Frederick Osbo is the one who won the 2011 Formula Drift event at Yas Marina Abu Dhabi Invitational. Congratulations. You won a cookie. Yeah, he did. He spelled it right. Yeah. Yeah, he spelled it right. Frederick Osbo.
He didn't do the hoo-ha with the O, but I feel like that's acceptable.
Yeah. Cisco getting pissed off at Joshified for not using the hoo-ha and the O. But Frederick Osbo...
Cisco's mad because he had to find that on copy and paste.
But Frederick Osbo...
I'm referring to that as the Norwegian umlaut because I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, I can't remember either. But Frederick Osbo is, of course, currently one of the most dominant drivers in Formula Drift, if not the most dominant. So the fact that he won the 2011 Invitational in Formula Drift when he was much younger and before he had really proven himself is really interesting trivia to know, especially because, Formula Drift, I don't think has ever come to Abu Dhabi before or since. So congratulations to Joshified for getting that right. Although, Cisco's still mad at you for not getting the O proper. But in any case, congratulations. And to everybody else who also got it right, congratulations to y'all too. Y'all are smart. You just need to spell correctly.
But yeah, I'm actually surprised at how many people knew that right away. Because we were talking about doing that on the last break. And I was like, I know that event happened, but who won? And Cisco, bless his heart, is not as I guess thoroughly knowledgeable. Like, it hasn't been a drifting fan as long as some of us. So he went, I don't know, that skinny dude in the white racing suit. I'm like, did he have a big chin or not? He goes, definitely big chin. I'm like, okay, it was Ospo then. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Love big
uh,
chins. I didn't say anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
But yeah, we're moving into the second, not the second battles, but the next group here, 7 and 8. So this will be 32 out of your 64 done. In terms of who's gone, and this will be 8 drivers with their license. We'll be halfway done. At the end of this lobby, we have Artem Shulkov out of Ukraine. So another Ukrainian driver. I saw a lot of Ukraine support in chat against Christopher Long, who's from South Africa. Sandro Chanturia, I feel like that was close. Are driving out of Georgia, not the U.S. Georgia, out of the country Georgia. Man, when I said this was a real international affair, I had no idea what I was saying, because holy moly. Again, Igor Rozhov, another Russian driver. Welcome to ESDA, my friend. Joachim Hogue from Norway, going to be driving for Trevally Squad against Jakob Zawiska, again, from Poland. Eric Hayes is going to be driving out of Manchester, the UK, against Peter Tudor. Hold on. I see their first names, and I got to find them on this list. Out of Slovakia, Peter Terefenko. Isn't that the guy from Call of Duty World at War? It's a joke. I'm kidding. But I think our only Slovakian driver in attendance today. Yeah, really didn't expect. We normally have some drivers that are from. This has always been a North American run series, but obviously we're taking part in the afternoon, so guys from the UK and wherever they're from can participate. But I'm not used to seeing these names. And
just to remind the drivers, if we do mispronounce your name, please let us know through chat or through the Discord so we can correct ourselves. We do want to be able to pronounce your name correctly, because even though this is the driver search, y'all are still very important to the ecosystem of ESDA, so we want to make sure we get everything right.
Yeah, I think that's, you know how we said earlier in the broadcast, like, hey, you're working for your license, you don't get any skins, which is not what we intended to do, but it's kind of what worked out. I'm going to throw that down with name pronunciation as well. So a lot of you guys that are grabbing your pro licenses, we're going to probably have to be like, hey, how do I say your name if I'm stupid? But I think we're getting some help as well from our new staff member, Wes, who's part of VDS, who is actually in the battle chats with the drivers. So if they're pronouncing their names wrong, I'm sure they're in there like, excuse me, little idiot boy, that's not how you say my name. But judges are ready. Our first battle on this list is going to be Artem Shulkov against Christopher Long. And Artem, again, out of the Ukraine, I believe, and Christopher out of South Africa. That's the second South African we've seen today. But thank you guys for all showing up. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. Bit of a long day here today, but driver searches are always take a little bit. But we're almost halfway done here. As we have ready to go, we have Christopher against Artem. Artem in the lead in that 180 SX. Christopher giving chase in the Supra. Artem, big entry, but at what cost? Because he does drop a tire. Christopher giving him a little bit of room maneuver, getting off that outer zone just a little bit. Christopher now knowing Artem is sitting on a mistake, so not getting super close, but charging in right here in the faster part of the course. Moving into the last clipping point, the only clipping point, as again, just really consistent in chase. Artem had a great second half of the run, but unfortunately, not what we're looking for.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting run there. I think I saw Artem get very, very close to dropping 2 tires there. Very, very, very close indeed. Thankfully, able to just keep it barely on the other side of the line. So, saved by the skin of his teeth right there. Still a deficit, though.
Christopher not getting the entry he was looking for. Artem charged in, a little bit of contact. Luckily, both cars able to continue. Moving on into the power alley. Christopher not getting the look what they're looking for again.
Oh, no.
Artem monster trucking Christopher Long. Nowhere for Artem Chilkov to go, though. So, again, we're going to have to see what the judges think of that. But both drivers putting on a show, finishing out the run. The St. Clutch Kickers, we're going to finish off the run here across the line. But Christopher throwing on the hazards basically immediately after finishing the run. From what I saw, Strix, that was just two unfortunate mistakes from that lead Supra.
Yeah, it seemed like the lead Supra coming into the keyhole just didn't get the transition they wanted, didn't get to the car to angle, and it just started washing out. And unfortunately, Artem Cholkov trying to follow also washed out. But that would be considered a mistake on the lead driver because as a follower, as a chaser, you are supposed to be, following what the lead driver does to a certain extent. And so if the lead driver makes a significant mistake, it could be considered causing the chase driver to make a mistake as well if one does occur in the chase driver. So the judges are probably going to take a quick look just to make sure no contact was actually caused through run 2 heading into that keyhole. But there was also, keep in mind, contact in run 1 as well that might have also affected the lead run. But we do already have a call here, and it goes right about where you would expect.
Yeah, that's going to be Artem Cholkov getting the win. There was a little bit of lag from what I'm seeing pointed out in chat. But from what I saw, it almost looks like there's just a little bit too much rear grip in that Supra. Just didn't get the transition. And then as soon as the Supra started to straighten up, that's when I saw some jittering from both sides. So yes, there was lag, but I think that the mistake was already happening before that became a factor. So maybe the contact could be disputed, but I mean, at that point, it was basically almost a zero. Unfortunately, from Christopher Long, looked real good in the first half of their run, but that'll be the end of their ESDA dreams. Artem Cholkov going to be getting the win, moving on, representing Ukraine in the top 32. Next up, Sandra Chaturia against Igor Rozkov. Igor out of, I almost said Ontario. That's Russia. Two very different things. But Sandro, again, driving out of Georgia. I have never met a human being from Georgia, so good to see them represented here today in ESDA. And again, we have Igor giving chase in the white, or silvery-ish 180SX, and Sandra in the lead in the silver Supra. Oh my God, that entry was sick.
Wow,
Sandra with the entry of the day so far. Big flick, but Igor not going to be phased. Igor right there with him, creating just a little bit of that first outer zone, then getting all of the second one. Going right out there. Sandra, a little bit of a straight and a little bit of a tap from Igor. It's okay. No harm, no foul. Going to be able to continue the rest of the one, maybe dropping a tire a little bit. Was that super? But Big L's going to cost him. Big L's going to cost him coming across the line. Commentators curse. Sandra with the best run of the day, but perhaps the worst mistake.
That was significant. Sandro practically had a pretty decent advantage coming into the final corner, considering just how shallow Igor was through the keyhole. But after making that significant mistake, there's going to have to be a similar significant mistake from Igor in order to be able to actually get an OMT, which is the best result you can probably ask for in a big mistake.
Well, I was waiting. I guess we have our answer now. We'll have to watch that back again. That contact, thankfully, going to be on the replay. Judges already typing. We've got, what we got here, Strix.
What do we got here?
We got a nice, comforting, warm, refreshing bowl of soup.
Soup.
That's an inside joke, what we refer to as a 00. But Sandra, unfortunately, I can't really blame him. Sitting on I don't know if that was a 0, but a massive mistake. Yeah, he killed a man. He gone.
That man is dead. And of course, judges making the decision very easy, very quickly. Igor getting the win here, and had been moving on to take on Artem Chilkov.
Yeah, that was a big death. That was a large death. But yeah, going back, watch this. Just nowhere for him to go. Coming in real hot. And then Igor is now part of the tire wall. He's lined up on the line, but he's still in the tire wall, believe you me. But all 180SX battle here now. Artem Chilkov versus Igor Rozgov. Winner will be getting an ESDA license. Drivers are ready. Judges are ready. Production's ready. Yeah, just unfortunate. It was such a good run in the lead run for Sandro. But Igor going to hopefully do him proud, get his pro license. But Artem would like to put a stop to it. Good entry from... Oh, I keep jinxing the boys. Good entry from Artem, but he does have a tire over on the first part of that outer zone. We're going to let Igor close right in, and he does. Moving into... Oh, my God, that flick was nasty. Is Artem going to get the outer zone? He does, carrying just the right amount of speed, but because he's so fluid with that angle, Igor right there on the door. Moving into the last clipping point. Both these guys, you know, real... Oh, Igor again, seeing a little bit more of that issue. Maybe a little bit of straightening there coming across the line. Mistakes from both should make for an exciting second run.
Can we talk about that transition into the keyhole from Artem Chilkov? Oh my God, that was aggressive. And he made it stick. That was amazing.
Flick of the wrist for sure. Artem going to be giving chase now. Igor, see what he can do in the lead position. Again, using that curb to his advantage, getting all of that first outer zone. Very, very smart driving from Igor. But Artem right there in the chase. Not getting super aggressive until now, right on the door. Maybe charging a little bit too late. Going to open up the gap, but close it because Igor is staying way out wide. Maybe one tire on the rumble strip. Moving into the last part of the course. But Artem, if this is the end of Artem, he is not going down without a fight. This is the end of Igor. Igor did everything they... Oh, well. Poof, Magic Man. But
I gotta say,
think just warping to the
wow.
pits, yeah, that's exactly what it did. Just force a habit. But wow.
Artem Chilkov has to have the most aggressive flick I have seen today. That is violent. That is a significant amount of G's you're pulling if this is happening in real life. And he just flicks it in sim, no big deal. I don't care if the driver in my car just kind of disintegrates into dust. I'm going to flick the car as hard as I can, get to angle, and just flippin' rip it. That was violent, to say the least.
8-2, 7-3, 7-3. That's going to be Artem Chilkov getting the win. And ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed that run, you're going to be seeing a whole lot more from Artem as he moves on as an ESDA Pro. Welcome, Artem Chilkov, to the ESDA Pro driver roster. After that, I'm really excited to see what they have, you know, when they get to run their own car and their own setup and put a little bit more work, because there's a ton of grip in that 180SX. But moving on now into the second half of this group, Joachim Hogg against Jakob Zawaza is what I'm going to go with. But, you know, funnily enough, oh no, Joachim's here, but Jakob is not. So either they're joining or we might be seeing another bye run here. We'll let you know when we know. Next run after that again is going to be Eric Hayes versus Peter Terefenko, who are both here. So we might be getting another bye run. If you're watching, ladies and gentlemen, okay? If you're watching, oh, there's Jakob, perfect. I'm gonna say this anyway. If you're watching and you're like, I'm gonna qualify for this big event. I got 100 drivers. I'm gonna qualify. But if I make it in, I got work tomorrow. I'm not going. Don't qualify. Don't do that. Don't be bad man. If you can't make it the next day, don't. Things come up for sure, but you know, don't put that evil on us. But what's up? What's up, production? I am looking at the stream production. What am I looking at? All right. Oh, that is. There's a lot going on there.
Oh my God.
That's Freshbrook Audro with the worst soul patch I've ever seen.
Do you want to try that again?
Looks like a general infant. And is that Tanner Faust looking like a generic creative character?
That is, in fact, Tanner Faust looking like a GTA 5 base character or something. He looks like he has
like
a
the first person you pick in F1 2020 or something. Yeah. If you look up white guy in the dictionary, that is who's next to the definition.
Doing
right
my man Faust dirty. Holy.
That's what he gets for not driving anymore. But Joachim in the lead position from Norway. Jakob in the chase in that R34. Whoa. Big entry from both, but it's going to cause a little bit of discrepancy in the chase from Jakob. Jakob right there on the... Oh my God, talk about flicks, both of them. but Jacob not really. Oh, he just gets that outer zone. Joaquin putting down a banger of a lead run right now, but Jacob is not letting him go anywhere. Like Scorpion out of Mortal Kombat, reaching his chain through the door. Get over here, sir. How many times did he surge on the door in that run? But not take anything away from Joaquin, because that was a, I want to say banger again, but that's the only word I got, but banger of a lead run.
That was a really good lead run, but in the chase there, the drivers are going to be looking at the inconsistency in proximity, especially through the first corner. It was very inconsistent, the distance between the chase and the lead driver, and that's going to fall on the chase driver's fault there, so we'll have to see how the judges weigh that against this run here.
Ooh, Joaquin looking for a flick entry, but just a little bit too close to Jacob. Had to kind of adjust on the fly. Great job from Joaquin. Jacob looking really good in the lead position, representing Poland. Going into the second half here, a little bit of a late transition from Joaquin. Not quite getting what they were looking for, or Joachim, sorry. I'm sure one of those is right. Moving into the last part of the course. A little bit of a gap, but going to be closed at the end. Strix, what are we looking at?
Man, this is hard to really call, but that really strange inconsistency in proximity caused by Jacob Sawiza in the chase there. I'm not sure. You know, I see that inconsistency and I think hesitation. You know, I think like nervousness and not really much of a desire to commit. And I feel like in order to be in the ESDA as a professional, you really have to be able to commit every single time you're on track. But we did see some errors as well from Joachim Hogg, both in the lead and chase. Not the ideal run for both drivers, but we'll have to see how the judges react to both runs and weigh the mistakes against each other.
I love you, Kitchen Gun. Thank you, Cisco. Very cool. I heard it as soon as I read it. But I mean, this could go OMT, I think. I think that there is probably more little mistakes from Jakob and then probably more significant visual ones from that S15 of Joachim. But I'd love to see them run again because that first run was, once it got cleaned up there after the first corner, was very, very fun to watch. You know, we talked about Artem having the flicks, but both those guys in that first run just, like, there's so much grip in those cars. But the setup just perfectly. Apparently, where they're arguing about the start, and you know what the beauty of not having to read their chat is I don't have to read drivers arguing anymore. So thank you, ESDA, for ascending. You know, we figured, especially in that second, I think it was the second run, that probably would be the point of contention. I believe I mentioned it. I think where he thought that the lead car was going to be a lot farther along. Yeah, you can see it. You see it here in the replay. Where, but I mean, that's kind of on the chase. You know, like if you're going to have that line, you're going to jump the start, which is a smart thing to do. Don't get me wrong. You kind of have to adjust for the lead car, and I don't even think that's a problem. I don't even think I don't think that initiation is going to come down to who wins and who loses here. It might, but that's not really something that I saw as significant. I saw Joachim looking for an entry. The R34 was there. He waited a second and then kind of e-braked in, got that outer zone, did a really good job of fixing the mistake. But
and keep in mind as well, you know, it is in the rule book that you are allowed to stop before the restart line if you're not happy with the launch. So, you know, ultimately in the grand scheme of things, if you go past that restart line, then you kind of accept the start, whether it was good or bad for you or for them. But in any case, you know, the start isn't nearly as important as the rest of the run here at ESDA.
Keenan, Big Brain Kuzin bringing the heat in once again because they are going OMT. One more time, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what they were arguing about, but they get a chance to settle it now. Maybe there'll be some skin in the game now. Maybe have some heated words, some heated exchange. We're gonna see a little bit more aggressive driving. That'd be pretty cool. So Got Jakob in the chase in that R34. Joaquim in the lead. Again, winner of this still needs to win one more battle, but you got to get past the 64 to get to the 32. Joaquim leading now. Big, stylish flick entry. Going to get all that outer zone. Oh, I say that again. One tire off for that lead car of Joaquim in the S15. Jakob. Oh, the rotation.
Oh, no.
Man, I knew we were going to see that at some point today because it's just so easy to pull just a little bit too much angle there, but you could see it pretty clearly. Just a little bit too much flick. Nowhere for poor Jakob to go. Jakob, I'm sorry.
And it's unfortunate to see as well because at that point I was giving Joaquim the advantage because it seemed like Jakob just really hesitated really hard going into turn 1, but after seeing that over angle, I kind of decided round 1 for us, so it's all up to this run here. If Jakob makes a similar mistake, we might be going another OMT.
Yeah. All Jakob has to do is basically run a buy run. Forget that Joaquim's behind you. Just get a run in. Don't really worry about doing anything super stylish. Don't worry about getting too aggressive. Joaquim right now putting as much pressure on Jakob as possible. If he's going to go down, he's going down with a fight. But unfortunately, again, a little bit of a gap opening, a little bit too close in the wrong places. Maybe a little bit of an over-rotation there from Jakob, but apparently he's very, very angry while he's driving. That's what I'm reading, but I got to imagine that's got to be all R34. Just, again, if we take a look at the replay on run, just nowhere for him to go.
Massive respect to a driver who is like yelling his complaints and getting his excuses out of the way while he's driving. Like, unironically, massive respect for that because I cannot drive at this level of competition and also be man at the same time.
That's a new way of throwing a distraction to the guy you're competing against. Oh, maybe I'm sitting on a 0. All right. Don't spin, Stinky. Don't drop tire, doo-doo head. But
yeah, you hate to see it, but when you're driving at this level of competition, you're really dancing on a fine line of control, especially when you're sliding cars around. These cars are very heavy. Even in sim, they are very heavy. These are not toys. So trying to be able to not only flick the cars as aggressively as these drivers have been flicking them, but also to keep it from going over the angle upon which there is no return. It just takes a lot of effort, a lot of skill to be able to do it, and it's not surprising that even at this level, we're seeing drivers make those kinds of mistakes. So, of course, the drivers are going to be very frustrated by those mistakes as well because they know, and we all know, they probably know better than that. But, nobody is perfect. Nobody is really inhuman enough to be able to never make a mistake. And, of course, the judges have made a decision.
That's going to be Jakob Zawisa from Poland. Going to be getting the win, and unfortunately for Joaquim, that will be him bowing out of competition with fanfare, allegedly. But Joaquim, thank you for showing up. Thank you for driving. It was not for naught, but hopefully we'll see you in the future competition. But last battle of the left side of the bracket, finally, of the 64 at least. Eric
Second
Hayes.
to last.
Yeah, it's no. This is the last battle
he
of the
corrected himself.
64.
He said 64. He said no. He said 64. Last battle of the left half of the 64.
Yeah, production. Why don't you get on a mic and correct me if you're so sure yourself? You
no, to be fair, I was also going to correct you, and then you also added on at the end. Cisco, our producer, is saying I can mute you if I want.
Yeah, he probably could, but he probably could. Anyway,
come up there with like undisclosed objects to make sure you don't talk ever again.
Apparently, the driver's booth is not the only place where people are getting mad at each other, but Peter Tefrenko from Slovakia going to be leading Eric Hayes from the UK, both in S chassis. Oh, Peter just banging off the... Oh, Eric.
Oh, no.
2 off. Peter following him off. Let's see if there's any other mistakes from either drivers here, but that's going to be a significant mistake for Eric. Peter nowhere to go. Nice and smooth in lead position so far from Eric. The gear... Oh, but Peter a big drop as well. Not quite sure if that was 2, but definitely 1. Peter's gearing on that car is like on or off. Like the car, the noise of the car just goes, or nothing. I don't know if it's his gearing, if I'm having an audio issue or what, but...
Yeah, that was a quite messy run from both drivers. Hoping they kind of clean it up a little bit. It doesn't seem like either car really has a whole lot of grip either. It just seems like they're just kind of almost like they're crabbing.
All right. Oh my God.
Oh, boy.
My good Lord. Okay, Peter, we'll have to go back and look at that. But Peter, I think, having a tire off there on the exit. That entry was something. As we go into the second half of the run here, Eric trying to gain all that ground back. Not a whole lot of places for him to do it as Peter going to transition, opening up quite a bit of a gap here as well, even after that mistake. And it crossed the line. We've seen this before. We've seen it literally like 10 minutes ago. If you're going to be on the door of the lead car going into T1, that is a risk you take. The lead car has a reasonable amount of room to be able to initiate. And I don't know how the judges are going to view that, whether they're going to say that's a fault on Peter. Unlikely, but possible. Or if it's Eric just not giving enough room to lead car. But thank you, by the way, Johan Garcia, for this subscription. Welcome to the Podium Esports family. Appreciate it.
And if everybody here watching also has access to Amazon Prime, if you link it with your Twitch account, you can also subscribe to our channel for free. So if you have Twitch Prime, Twitch Gaming, or Amazon Game, whatever it's called, you have the ability to subscribe for free. Consider doing it. It's basically like ad block on Twitch. You don't get any advertisements, and you get some of our emotes too. And it supports the channel as well, so we can put on more high-quality broadcasting like this. So thank you for your subscriptions and your follows, and of course your very keen eyes here on Twitch.
If you don't use your Prime subscription, what you're saying is you want to give $2.50 a month to Jeff Bezos. Do you really want to do that? I mean, if you do, that's your opinion. You do what you want. But you are given free money. Look at Chevette. Look at one of our background workers in the background today, because his voice is all jiggity janked, hitting that sub for the 2 months. Twitch.tv/Chevette. Checking him out for his DJ set he'll be playing later. But that is a fat dub for our boy Peter Tefrenko. Going to be getting the win there. So I think they're going to be viewing that initiation on Eric Hayes. That's got to be a tough way to take a loss. But that is the completion of the left side of our 64 bracket. One more battle, and we'll be halfway through the event today. Thanks for sticking with us if you're still here. But Jakob against Peter. Poland versus, I believe, Russia.
That is not Russia. I believe that is
Slovakia. Slovakia. Yes. I made a point about that too.
Or
I just saw the
Slovakia.
flag and
That too.
Yeah. Same colors, different flag. That's still me being a moron. But Peter going to be leading here, it looks like, with a Jakob in the R34 giving chase. Saw great things from Jakob, just a lot of little mistakes here and there. Same thing from Peter, but they both put down really smooth runs when they had the chance to. So they should. Oh, okay. A little bit of lag there. Looking like they're going to take it. Peter, what the hell is Peter doing? My man just burned the tires off of it right from the start of the line. Didn't help him because he got a tire drop anyway. Going into the power alley here, Jakob doing, again, a great job of kind of adjusting and getting used to it. But Peter going off, but Jakob going off by even more. What is going on here? Moving into the second half of this run, going into the inner clip. I keep saying second half, it's not even close. Peter going really wide, opening the door for Jakob, but Jakob also going wide. That was, in the terms of my voiceless co-commentator, that was a lot of slop.
What I saw, like, man, I wish I had the rule book link somewhere around here, because I'm not even sure if Peter Tefrenko is allowed to make that violent of an initiation from that far back.
And just right-footed it.
I'll take a look at it while you call this around here.
But Jakob going to be leading now. Jakob throwing some shade right back at Peter, and he's going to drop 2 tires because of it. Unfortunate. Again, it's still pretty open. We don't know what's going to happen with that initiation on... Oh, bye, Jakob. See you later. Peter, if he would have been a little bit more heads up there, maybe been able to go for an overtake, but the comment... I don't know if Jakob was trying to throw some shade back at Peter, but it did not pay off. Peter not really doing... he's there, and Jakob just driving it completely off the course now. That's so unfortunate. But it may have been close, but I think with that second 2-tire drop, it might be a little bit more definite here now. Yeah, I don't know if Jakob got the word, but he ran the wall. Looked real cool, but it's not where the line is. Unfortunately, it looked dope, it looked sick, but it just wasn't the line we were looking for.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the rule here, and I'm not sure if I'm able to really find it, but
well, I don't think you're gonna need to. Yeah, I was gonna say the rule. I think the rule would have played a little bit more of a role if Jakob didn't go off in the last corner. But that is gonna be 10-0. That is gonna be a Peter win, 30-0. Peter Taravenko from... I gotta look it up again. Peter Taravenko from Slovakia. I feel like I shouldn't like Slovakia because the whole Canadian-Slovakian hockey rivalry. But hey, man drove his heart out today. Going to be getting ESDA Pro license. I'm very excited to make World Juniors hockey jokes at your expense, Peter, for the rest of the season. Congratulations. Welcome to ESDA Pro. That is the left side of the bracket complete. We now have 8 ESDA Pros. Me, Kyle, Mordavinov, Dylan Fink, Michal Aloteby, Austin Zaleski, Connor Christensen, Rayon Eldina, Artem Chulkov, and Peter Taravenko. Who are going to be the next 8? You're going to have to stay tuned and find out. Thank you very much for watching so far. And again, thank you for the to our supporters, the people who are supporting ESDA this season. But so far, Next Level Racing from Wild to Wild. Next Level Racing has a simulator cockpit solution for you. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. Big Duck Club, again, stepping up really big in the esports drifting world as a whole, and is one of our main sponsors here for ESDA. Big Duck Club, where you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street car. Big Duck Club will satisfy your needs and meet your expectations. So check them out at bigduckclub.com. Vosan as well, the proud server provider of ESDA, and I've seen them in chat as well. So shout out to whoever's running the Vosan account. Nice to see you. Home of the competitive Setup Corsa drift. If you're looking for tracks, car packs, anything you need to get into Setup Corsa competitive, that's basically the place you go to find it. So check them out at vosan.co. We are going to be resetting our lobby here as we do, grabbing our next 8 drivers. Strix at the halfway point. Seen a lot of there's been some great close battles, there's been some jank. We've basically gotten a whole drift round in one go here.
100%. We've seen a lot of eventful matchups here, especially I believe, which battle was it? We saw just an absolute slugfest. 2 or a maximum of 2 OMTs here that we saw earlier on. And a lot of these drivers are really, really punching each other, trying to get into the ESDA Pro Series. And in order to be able to get in here, keep in mind, moving forward through the pro events, you also have to qualify for each event as well. So this just gives them the opportunity to qualify into future ESDA events. So the battle doesn't just end here and then they can just kind of laze their way through it. They have to battle front to back to get into ESDA and then all the way through to the end of the season.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a quick little break here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We're getting our next 8 drivers lined up for you. You're going to find out who your next 2 ESDA pros are. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned right here, twitch.tv/Podium Esports. All right, everybody, welcome back to our ongoing coverage of the 2021 Drivers Search here at Podium Esports with ESDA. Again, joining me. But it's me, Keenan Kuzin, joining the booth with Strict Pulse of Tricks. Again, Ian, our normal co-commentator. Voice no work, he's so good. So he's helping us a little bit behind the scenes. Always love to have Strix up here, though. And then, as always, the rock that is Cisco Scarmoza, helping us out behind the scenes as well, pushing all the buttons, doing a lot of the production. Again, I want to see some shout outs to Cisco in the chat. Cisco works so gosh darn hard and gets this much recognition. So 98% of what you're seeing today is all Cisco's work and all stuff that he's responsible for. So thank you very much, Cisco. All your hard work's so appreciated in trying to progress this sport that we call competitive drift. We got two cars on the line, though. Maxime Vicente versus Hugo Black, both in black vehicles. Hugo in the Supra, Maxime in the S15. Hugo going to be giving chase. Maxime with a great initiation, but Hugo right there. The proximity was right there. The angle is there, but not really anywhere for Hugo to go. Looks like a little bit of lag in chase. As Maxime moving on into the second half of the course, this higher speed of the course, right foot power down so fast. Hugo giving them a little bit of room to breathe, but he would close a little bit more on the second half of that inner clip horseshoe and across the line.
Yeah, that was a very interesting run there with lag from Hugo Black's end, but Maxime Vicente putting out a pretty decent lead, although kind of getting away from the inner clip, still managing to hit it, but not where you really want to be on the final corner there.
Maxime going to be giving chase now. Hugo representing Brazil, going to be dropping a tire, unfortunately. Not a mistake that can't be made up, but definitely a deficit that Hugo's going to have in the back of his mind for the rest of the run. But Maxime going in for the kill, dropping a tire again is Hugo. Maxime wants this done and over with, pushing in the chase position right on the door of Hugo. And is that one and done for Hugo Black? Or is that enough to force an OMT?
Oh, I'm not sure, because Maxime, although he kind of missed the inner clip on the final corner, Hugo just completely and entirely missed it. So Hugo almost listened to what I was saying, and it's just like, oh, you think that's missing it? Here's missing it. But throughout the rest of the run, we saw, Maxime definitely do a very good job maintaining proximity and also matching the angle very well in the chase. And it's from my personal opinion, from my personal perspective, I think Maxime might be at an advantage here. If not, we might be going OMT.
And we'll see. Thanks for everybody who followed us today. Again, if this is your first time here at Podium Esports, click that heart button. This is not just a one and done channel. This is your home of automotive esports, whether that's in Assetto Corsa, CarX, iRacing, any platform you want, we got it. We broadcast it. Head over to twitch.tv/Podium Esports, drop the follow button. Would really appreciate that. If you want to really support us, hit that subscribe button. You support everything we do over here at Podium. Helps us out. And if you got Twitch Prime, you can subscribe for absolutely no cost to you. If you're interested in having us broadcast one of your events, head over to podiumesports.com. Hit that inquiries button. We'd love to hear from you. But yeah, just another wacky one for the judges. A lot of mistakes were equalized or had individual mistakes that kind of evened up to them. I'd love to see this go again. This was kind of a wishy-washy battle. And normally what we've seen from the judges today, if it takes them this long, I'm wrong. Good, great. Maxime Vicente going to be getting the win. Unfortunately for Hugo Black, just not enough to make up for their own mistakes. But Hugo, again, driving out of what I believe is Brazil, unless he's just messing with me and having a Brazilian flag. Yep, absolutely is. Driving out of California from Art of Motion. So unfortunately for Hugo, but Maxime Vicente going to be moving on into your top 32 from Canada is Maxime. I believe Quebec. I'm not sure. It doesn't say specifically where, but Maxime Vicente is.
Say the line, Keenan. Say the line.
Tabernacle.
There you go.
Next up, we've got. If I can click on the right button, we've got Gregor Cord versus Dmitry Volk. Dmitry is going to be chasing in the R34. Gregor is going to be leading in the BMW, which you've only seen once today, and who drove it got their pro license. So leading is Gregor. Right in the chase is Dmitry Volk, not giving him anywhere to go in that R34, taking a little bit of a shallower line through the power alley, but that is going to be able to stay real close in proximity. Transitioning now into the only inner clip on the course. Right in the pocket is Dmitry Volk. Had the proximity, but didn't really quite the line. So does that even out? And that doesn't really negate the mistakes that Gregor made in the lead as well.
Yeah, we saw some lazy transitions from both ends as well. We saw Dmitry Volk have a bit of a lazy transition coming out of the keyhole, but going into it, Gregor Cord making another mistake with that very, very sluggish transition into the keyhole.
All right, Cord in the chase now. Dmitry going to be in the lead. A lot of TUS support for Gregor Cord in the chat. Dmitry looking real. Oh, a little bit of an over transition, but Dmitry over transitions as well. Two big flicks going to kind of even each other out. See if Gregor could close the gap here. Moving into the last corner on the course. Dmitry, oh, maybe a little bit too much angle from that BMW. And across the line. That was a good one from both. Both had a mistake, one after the other, but I think it's going to come down to that lead run to see who moves on here.
Yeah, for lead, chase for chase, this is going to have to be what it comes down to here. Run 1 and run 2, similar kind of vibes here, just kind of making mistakes here and there. Both drivers making mistakes, but it'll have to come down to the judges what they decide is a bigger mistake compared to between these two drivers. But if I had it, I don't know. Even if you put a gun to my head, I wouldn't be able to tell who wins over one or the other. I feel like this might be an OMT.
But waiting for the call here as our liaison to the judge booth, Scar, 8-2, 7-3, 7-3. Dmitry going to be moving on in competition, moving on into that top 32. Unfortunately for Gregor Cord, that will be the end of their day. And another of one of the two BMWs we've seen so far, unfortunately, going to get knocked out. But we'll have our first pro license battle of the right side of the bracket. Maxime Vincente. I'm trying to say it French and I keep trying to say it Italian. That's the two sides of me fighting each other. Versus Dmitry Volk. Canada versus Ukraine. I think. Damn it. Now I have to check. I was so sure. Yes. Okay, cool.
I like a big pizza pie that's amore.
Get out. Get out. I don't talk to you anymore. Dmitry getting back on the line in that R34. Again, these are just for the driver search to keep things simple for our side. No custom cars, no custom skins. But when you see these pros compete, they could be in a completely different car, complete manufacturer, different build, different everything. So this is just the tease here as we have our first pro battle of the right side of the bracket. Who will be the 9th ESDA pro of the day? Maxime with a big entry, but unfortunately way too late. Dmitry Sate coming from a mile away. Great job heads up driving from the chase car. Nice driving so far from Dmitry right there on the door. Not a whole lot of place for him to go. Maxime just going through the motions now. Very good lead, but Dmitry not letting them get anything. Right on the door and across the line. That was one of the most disciplined chase runs I've seen in a long time. Just close, but knew not to get over aggressive.
Yeah, and we saw Maxime trying to impress the judges with an incredibly aggressive entry into first corner, but unfortunately not being able to make it stick. That's going to be a huge mistake.
All right, Dmitry going to be in the lead position. Oh, Maxime with another mistake in that first corner. Just seems to be their kryptonite. Maxime just not quite getting that initiation they were looking for. Dmitry, unfortunately, just looks, maybe a little bit of a tire off there. We'll have to go back and take a look, but for Dmitry, rather. Maxime cutting the course just a little bit, doing it smart, being able to try to close that gap, but I mean, 2 mistakes in turn 1. I got to imagine that's winner turkey dinner for our Ukrainian friend Dmitry Volk.
Yeah, we're just gonna wait for the official call from the judges, but I would have to agree with you here. The mistakes into turn 1 are just so significant from Maxim's end that I don't see a way that this would even be an OMT, let alone a win on the other side of the field.
And we do have a judging call coming through, which is going to make me think. Anytime you're ready, Scar. Anytime you're ready, my friend. There we go. 8-2 across the board. Dmitry Volk is your newest ESDA Pro driver. Welcome to the Pro field, my friend. We will see you at round number 1. Congratulations. Unfortunately, to Maxime Vincent, that will be the end of their night in the 2JG S15. Hopefully, we will get to see them again in some sort of competition, but unfortunately, in ESDA, that is the end for them. Next up, Logan Daniels versus TJ Roush. Logan is going to be, I believe, in a Corvette. Representing TSC. I might be wrong. Nope, they're in an S15. I got ahead of myself.
You're just thinking of Mark.
Illinois. Yeah, that was a joke for. That was absolutely a joke for Cisco, who's from Illinois, and Ian, I guess. Against TJ Roush, who's going to be the first V8 BRZ of the competition. TJ driving for SCS. Haven't seen that name in a long time, from Panama City Beach. Shout out to the SCS. Shout out to the SCS faithful out there, old school drift team. Good to see you guys out here. Shout out to TSC as well. It's going to be a hard call for me to see who I want to win, but we're going to see who's going to win. Logan leading, TJ chasing, all-American battle. Oh, and contact already.
Contact.
Shadow Realm is Logan. Check that man for some broken bones. But TJ just getting a little bit too excited in the chase.
It's
Unfortunately,
all that
just
V8
had
power, baby.
Yeah, just unfortunate for TJ. We'll watch that run again when we do go over the replays, but just looked like maybe a combination of TJ going too deep and Logan not going as wide as TJ anticipated, and just a little boop. This isn't Forza, you know, these contacts of these cars, you get a little bit of contact, it'll launch you. So unfortunately for TJ, it's not over yet, but they're gonna need a lead run of a lifetime.
That is a welcome change, by the way, that there isn't like a coating of glue on the cars here on AC.
All right, TJ leading now. Not the best entry, but keeping all 4 tires on the track. Logan just needs to put a run in right now, I believe, to be able to secure that win and be one step closer to becoming an ESDA Pro. TJ looking really good in the lead position. Going to be so unfortunate if this is the last we see of him. A little bit shallow on the entry there, and that is going to be more contact. Now it's interesting. That was a voice crack. Now it's interesting. Because that caused a 0 from the follow car. So we could perhaps see an OMT here. Perhaps.
I'm not too sure here, Keenan, because through the first corner, TJ was the one to cause contact that resulted in a complete 0 in the lead driver after that contact, which would mean that that would swing entirely within Logan Daniels' favor. But out here, I'm not so sure if this was purely TJ's fault here in the second run. But that said, TJ, I don't think zeroed out the run. He was still able to complete the run. It's just he had significant contact heading out of the final corner. So I think the judges are probably going to rule this in favor of Logan Daniels.
That was... I think you got them backwards.
I don't think I do.
Oh, yeah, okay. I messed that up.
TJ's in the 8-6, my dude.
Yeah, Logan finished the run. Yeah, okay. But 10-0-8-2-9-1, that is going to be Logan. You know, both it's just the way it is with the driver search right now. Both these guys, I think, on their at their prime are definitely, you know, ESDA pros for sure, but even like top 8, top 16, top 4 quality level drivers. But we have a saying here in Canada. It's the way she goes, man. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, Strix, you're Canadian too. You're actually probably a little bit more in tune with that kind of slang than I am, but away she goes. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out.
You just give her, and that's just the way she goes, bud. You kind of give her down. You put your foot down to the floor, and then afterwards you have yourself a dart and be proud of what you did.
All right, looking like Bogdan Shellest in the S15 against the first Corvette we've seen all day, and Mark O'Rourke. Get a little bit more info on those drivers in a minute, but right now, they got a battle. Mark leading. Bogdan giving chase. Bogdan right on the door of Mark. Mark with not the entry they were looking for. Transitioning into the power alley of the course. And that Corvette looking real good in the lead position now. But Bogdan is not letting him get anywhere. He has nowhere to go as Mark trying to run away as best he can. But Bogdan right there with one of the most fluid chases we've seen in a while. And across the line. So great run from both, but that first section is going to be a problem for both.
One thing I have noticed as well from the previous runs we've seen today is that a lot of drivers seem to charge up a little too close to the lead driver in leading up to that final corner. And what we saw there was Bogdan just bide his time, just lose a little bit of speed to give enough transition room for Mark, and it looked beautiful, transitioning right across the bumper.
Mark driving out of Ireland, Bogdan driving out of Ukraine. A lot of Ukrainian support today. Bogdan looking real good in the lead. Shout out to see some hype from the Ukrainians in chat. Mark not quite getting the chase they're looking for through the power alley, but then right there now on Bogdan saying, anything you can do, I can do better, fella. Right there on the door. Maybe putting some gray paint on the door of that S15. Great run from both. Again, it's going to come down to the first couple of corners.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting battle to kind of rule over and judge. But, looking at round one, Mark O'Rourke seeming to drop a tire pretty significantly heading into turn one. But that was a really interesting battle to watch, especially on the transitions into the final corner, because as I mentioned before, we've been seeing a lot of drivers hesitate through there and lose a lot of ground, but both drivers were able to set themselves up for that final corner to not be able to lose a whole lot of distance. And also their transitions were snappy as well. There was no sense of hesitation in either driver, giving each other enough space to transition. And that's the kind of talent that you expect to see in ESDA. So wherever the pendulum swings, I think both of them earned their pro license right here. That was fantastic driving from both drivers.
Man, I really wish I knew enough Linkin Park lyrics off the top of my head to take the pendulum swings thing and then just go into the Indian lyrics, but I not as emo as I thought. Apparently, that transition from Bogdan was unreal. Who I'm now realizing their name is reversed, so it's Shelsit Bogdan, I believe, which is why I couldn't find them on my list. Yeah, there they are, driving out of Ukraine in that S15. This is going to be close because it looks like both of them kind of schmutzed the first corner, and then it was great from then on. There was not a whole lot in terms of mistakes to talk about from both of them. And Mark, if you're watching this and heard my poor attempt at an Irish accent, I'm very sorry. I will buy extra Harp beer and Jameson whiskey tonight to help make up for it.
Not even Guinness.
Guinness is milk in a can, man. Some people like it, but I don't. I don't like the Milky because the Milky doesn't like me.
But yeah, this is going to be a hard run, a hard couple of runs to manage between the drivers because
he didn't hear me.
Yeah,
we're good.
It's just like similar mistakes made, and just similar mistakes being made here in the lead and the chase. So I could see a possible argument for maybe an OMT here as well.
That's a strong argument.
I know I said that. I know I said that 2 times before, saying like, "Oh, yeah, OMT," and then it was actually quite decisive one way or over the other. But I think I don't know. It looks like an OMT to me.
I commentated with Jared DeAnda once, and the one piece of advice that he gave me was, if you make a mistake, just own it. And every time I'm like, nah, this is definitive. This is it. And the judges make me sound dumb. The only thing I think I can think of here, which would push it to one driver winning, is I apologize for your name, Shelsit, came off the zone and it looked kind of crummy, and then dropped an inner tire on the inner clip, but Mark went off, like dropped the tire on the outside. So it's up to the judges whether they he did it both runs. So it's going to be up to the judges whether they like are willing to forgive maybe a tire drop and having more of a consistent run throughout, versus kind of coming off the outer zone and not looking as crisp as it could have.
Hey,
Definitely a lot. Oh, you were right, Strix.
Yay!
And it was I haven't seen this today. It was a completely split decision. So one judge went 5-5, one went 6-4, one went 4-6. So Mark gonna get another shot there, laddie. He didn't hear that one, I hope. Just gonna keep taking shots while he can't hear me. Mark gonna be leading here in that Corvette. Shellist at Bogdan gonna be giving chase. Shellist. I can't read. Reading's hard. But here we go. Both of them have mistakes to clean up. They have a battle against each other. Let's see if they can get it a little bit cleaner. Mark with the saucy entry, trying not to leave anything left on the table, but Shellist really having heads-up driving. No tires dropped there. Going into the power alley, a little bit of foot brake to keep those cars at angle. That Corvette looking good, but right on the door is Shellist, not letting Mark get anywhere. One of the most aggressive chases we've seen so far today. Just right there on the door of Mark with a little bit of a correction, but Shellist was right there. Can't even talk. I was so exciting. Just a little bit of angle correction, but excuse me, sir, I'm here. You can't do that.
It almost looked like Shellist made that intentional kind of almost over angle into the first turn, looking at Mark O'Rourke kind of shallowing up and just said, "Nah, get your booty back out there."
Yeah, I mean, like helping a boy out. I mean, that's definitely not a major mistake, but something we might be talking about going to this next run. Mark in the chase position in that Corvette, getting the outer zone, using a little bit of foot brake to grab a little bit more, learning from the last run, seeing what the judges were voting against. Not a bad run from Shellist in the lead right now in the S15, but Mark with a little bit of a hiccup coming out of the power alley into the return trip. Coming into the inner zone here right now. Good angle from both. Little bit wide was Shellist. That is a tire drop on that outer rumble strip. My man just can't keep all four tires on the track today, but is it going to equal out or cancel out the mistake from the lead?
Well, we did see Shellist go wide, and I think a significant reason for that was because he'd also gone wide through the inner clip and hadn't gotten all of it that he might have wanted. It's almost like going through the final corner, you almost want to be too narrow rather than too wide, because if you're too wide going through the last corner, then you're going to be too wide coming out of it as well.
That is going to be a Bogdan win. I actually looked at the bracket to see how far we were through and spoiled it for myself. But my boy Mark, I apologize. We bonded over the 3 messages that you sent and the 2 replies that I gave. But Mark is unfortunately going to be knocked out in the 64. That'll be the end of his ESDA run. But my man went out swinging. And Shellist Bogdan going to be getting the win, going up against Logan Daniels. And the winner of that will be your 10th ESDA Pro, adding to the list of 9 that we have already. And Logan is going to be an all S15 battle. Sorry, continue.
No, I just wanted to say, giving a big shout out to Mark O'Rourke for picking a. Sorry, did I say his name wrong? Did I get him mixed up with someone? No, I didn't.
No, you got it.
Okay. I was worried that I just said O'Rourke because it was Irish, and I was just like, that's an Irish name. But no, so Mark picking the most unique car that we've seen so far. Nobody else has really picked that Corvette, so respect for that. Trying to be unique, trying to throw people off maybe with a different wheelbase, kind of different track width kind of thing. But unfortunately, it didn't quite pay off in the way that he might have liked. Of course, the S15 being the most popular chassis we've seen so far, and no difference here either with the battle between Shellist and Logan Daniels going to be both in S15s as well.
And we have some drivers joining, getting ready for the next pair of groups. And again, Logan Daniels and Shellist Bogdan. It only took me 45 minutes to be able to pronounce that person's name right. Very cool.
Congratulations. You can give yourself a pat on the back. Everybody in chat, give Keenan a pat on the back for getting it right.
I did it. I did the thing that I'm here to do. But yeah, again, we only have 9 pros so far. Still have 7 left to determine. But yeah, I have no idea. I caught a wind of it, but again, we maybe want to thank to our supporters of ESDA this year. Pretty big. We've got 3 really great organizations on board. Big Duck Club, whether you use their parts in your next drift car, Time Attack Monster, Drag Machine, or Street Car, Big Duck Club will satisfy your needs and meet your expectations. Check them out at BigDuckClub.com. Again, big supporter of esports drifting in general, and I cannot wait to see Team Big Duck Club in ESDA. Most of their pros participating. Next Level Racing going to be giving away a GT Lite at the end of the season from Mild to Wild. Next Level Racing has a simulator cockpit solution for you. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. And Vosan. Vosan's been a proud server provider for Esports Drift Association and is the home of the Assetto Corsa competitive drifting. If you want to download this track or any other competitive cars, tracks, car packs, you want to check them out at vosan.co. That's VOSAN.co. We got Logan on the line. We're just waiting for Shellist, who's taking a nap, perhaps a slight beverage, maybe a piddle. Not quite sure what they're doing. They're just chilling in the pits, but Logan ready to go. This do be a lot of S15s, and I can't say I blame them because out of all the cars I've driven, I'm an R34 guy. But the S15 is a very balanced car. So if you have your whole season riding on one event, which a lot of these guys do, I cannot say I blame them for picking the safe choice. But we're ready. Hopefully the staff's ready. Here we go. Oh, Bogdan was not quite ready.
Oh, false start.
Bogdan was not quite finished his hot drink because I forgot what the Ukrainian food item I was going to say off the top of my head.
Amazing.
But pierogies? Pierogies Ukrainian?
Pierogi. I feel like that's more Polish, but I guess it's Ukrainian too.
All right, off to Google when we have a minute. Logan in the lead. Shellist giving chase. Let's try this again. Wake up, Mr. Shellist.
Borscht. That's the food. Borscht.
Here we go. This
Whoa, another false start.
All right, Shellist coming to us from another time zone, apparently. Quite literally. Just snoozing. That is the second restart. And got to imagine.
Cisco from the background saying, double clutch it, not granny shifting like you should.
Yeah. He reset now? And he's now stopped. You know, it would be very ESDA if somebody got their pro license because the other dude just didn't know what to do. They would be very on brand. Yeah. Now Logan's grabbing tires because Logan's done like 2 initiations. Not quite sure if he's going to or not, but it is an option to him. But
Joshified, I noticed that you also looked up famous Ukrainian foods like I did, but I chose borscht because I know what that is. My nana used to make that.
We trust the chat full-heartedly. Maybe that's why he keeps hearing me like, that's not Ukrainian food, jerk. Oh. Interesting. One second. I'm gonna double check this. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is run 2 or run 1 now. Yeah. Can we get the going in the background here? Yeah. Welcome everybody to ESDA driver search. It's just par for the course today. It's okay. I didn't have anything to do after, like eat or breathe. Okay, now they're switching around, I think.
To be fair, this is the nature of having, like, this
Yeah.
is like the top level.
And I mean, one of these dudes doesn't speak English, and I don't say that to be to insult him. It's just I would have a hard time jumping into the European series when nobody spoke English and being the only one speaking English, going, "Excuse me."
Yeah.
So I mean, let's give him a little bit of credit. We're a little bit of jokes here and there, but it's all in good fun. But we have them in the right order now. I wasn't sure if they were just going to DQ him from the one run, but it looks like we're good to go. Another not the best launch from Shellist.
Looks like he's just going with it.
Yeah, props to him to sticking with it, but Logan, good outer zone. Shellist really having to sacrifice to be able to close. Transitioning into the second half of the course, hitting that keynote and the keyhole, going down the second version of the power alley. Into the last inner clip, a little bit of a tire drop from Shellist. And shutting down across the line.
Oh, no.
What is going on right now?
Oh, no. That was a tremendous
He's
tragic
typing or
mistake
something. There's
on
no way.
Shellist
He's typing or
Bogdan.
something.
That is nuts. You have to come all the way across the line in order to finish out your run. You can't be finishing it sooner. The judges have to be looking at that and thinking, oh, boy.
I mean, if I was a judge, I would just give it to him because he's already like, and he left the voice call. Apparently, that's good. I'd give him that, because he already had a mistake and he already didn't have the start in time. So I wouldn't even that was on the line. I feel like that's debatable. We'll see how it plays through with the rest of the run here. But Logan is going to be chasing in the white S15, and Shellist Bogdan going to be leading whenever he's ready. Anytime. There we go. And
now Logan Daniels taking his sweet time here.
I don't know if this is going to count.
Shellist Bogdan giving him some time.
Yeah, sure, why not? I props to both on the sportsmanship there, especially with the language communication, but not the best start we're looking for, but they're going to make something of it. Shellist in the lead position now, again, sitting on perhaps a 0. Logan doing everything he can after the start. Right in on the door of Shellist. And I don't know how you judge that. I really don't.
Yeah, that is a strange turn of events there.
I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll see in a minute, but I don't know. This is hard to call because it's less about the driving and more about what the hell is going on at the starts.
Yeah, and I will give props to Shellist for, just kind of holding back and being like, yeah, okay, we jumped, but
yeah,
you can catch back up. But, yeah. And that is a very interesting one to judge indeed, certainly here for ESDA. We aren't necessarily unfamiliar with, strange events like this where, but it's just like, it's always so confusing when these kinds of things happen where it's just like, you say go and then they don't go.
Yeah,
unfortunate, but
so we have a track staff. So how it's working behind the scenes is everybody who's not competing is in one chat, one Discord channel. And then whoever is currently battling is pulled in with a staff member, so that staff member can be like, "Hey, go, you win, OMT." Basically, how a track staff would work in real life. And I mean, there is a language barrier for sure, but this is wacky. I really don't know how this. I feel like it's not going to come down to the driving at all. It's kind of a shame, especially when there's a license on the line. But we can focus on what we could see, and again, it's going to come down to Shellist just shutting down, coming over the line.
Yeah.
But Logan is going to be getting the win there. So I guess that one judge saying 10-0, so going to be viewing that as a 0 on Shellis's run, and then 2 7-3. So that will be Logan Daniels getting the win under strange circumstances, but not taking anything away from Logan and Team Slide Culture. Man drove his heart out, working his way up, grabbing that ESDA Pro license. Congrats to you, Logan, and I hope to see you for the rest of the season. Now, our next battle on deck, Emilio Orleana and Ian Koenig. I'm not sure. Is that how you spell the wheel brand? Is that the same spelling?
Without the E.
Without the E? Okay, so that's more like Koenigsegg, right? From San Francisco is Ian.
Yep.
Not that Ian, other Ian. And Emilio from Chile. Pretty cool to see them out here. You got Chuck. We got another Chuck. He's back in the New York groove. But I don't know what the second question is, though, is the thing. The producer has a second trivia question that I don't even know the answer to. Oh, this is cute. I like this. This is adorable. So
I'll read it off. So
I'm staying out
Keenan
of
was
this. I know the answer.
actually once good at drifting. In fact, he won a round of SSR here in Forza Motorsport 7. What car was he driving? I know the answer for this because I watched it
looking for the
live and I went
full-
absolutely nuts.
I remember that video, yeah. Wow. No, I want the whole name. That doesn't count. Even the staff's jumping in on this. This is cute. Make me feel like an old man. Like a relic. You shut up, no mic. A lot of people saying Jags. That's a good guess, but no. We've seen the ansur, but it wasn't the correct answer.
We
We're
want
gonna-
the
if we're
trim level 2.
Yeah.
1986 Darude Sandstorm. I respect it.
Yeah. Literally, Josh is the only other person out of the two people that shouldn't have answered that question. Yeah, Rousey's here. The guy that I cheesed for the win. But, you know, Rousey's won a bunch of things. Keenan's won one thing. So I'm glad he just let me have that. And then Josh, also known as twitch.tv/funsucker. But
For
getting
what
the
it's
correct
worth,
answer, it was a
Josh.
Ford Falcon.
For what it's worth, Josh, Cisco is very, very upset with you. But yeah, that was a 1973 Ford XB Falcon GT. I remember it was yellow with black stripes, and it even had the "Kill Them All" sticker on the back trunk. And it was a really nice event to watch.
It was a good day. I'm a
Yeah,
little
it
bit
was.
biased, but it was a good day. So I just heard word that Ian, my man, I could not sympathize with anybody more, had a blue screen. That's been I spent $400 on a motherboard to make sure I'd be here with you this weekend. Because I was going through all those issues. So, Ian, if you can hear me, which I doubt you can because you're blue screen, but I feel you, brother. So we're going to be skipping that battle, moving on to the next one, which is also a 32 battle with Jared DeVore, representing Team Slide Culture once again, against... Oh, boy. This was a good one. This is,
Vyacheslav Muscovoy.
Actually, that's not too bad.
Vyacheslav Muscovoy.
From Russia.
Just say Muscovoy if if that's a struggle for you.
No. When you like pronunciate it slowly, it makes sense. I just don't like to sound... It sounds like I got glue in my mouth. But we're almost ready to go. Again, we just had to skip a battle, so just changing some stuff over. But Jared going to be another one of those BMW compatriots in the black BMW with Vyacheslav Moscovoy in the surprise S15. The S15 is like the Mustang of the day. All right, Jared in the lead. Moscovoy in the chase. Jared, just not getting the entry they were looking for at all. Going through the rest of the run here now, but unfortunately just a wacky entry from Jared. Still almost on the line, but Moscovoy going to be sliding up to the door. A little bit of a loss of angle there. Definitely a lack of angle from Moscovoy. Very, very surgy, a very surgy chase. And unfortunately, not a bad lead after the mistake had been cleaned up, but nothing Jared could really do after that. A lot of hard work for them to do.
Jared DeVore being the one to be posting bonk in chat every now and again. Probably bonking himself on the head for completely missing turn 1 outer zone. I hate to see it.
Yeah, just unfortunately, that entry just not what they were looking for. And what we've seen today is if you don't get that entry at least somewhat right, it really throws off your rhythm for the whole. Wow. Okay, good entry from Moscovoy, but a little bit shallow. Jared doing a great job not make contact there. Really, really heads up driving. Heading into the power alley. Tire drop from Jared and a straighten. Little correction there. As Moscovoy looking pretty solid so far in the chase. Perhaps a tire drop going into the final inner clip. Little bit of a waiver. This is going to be the tale of individual mistakes. You know, we saw it's definitely not perfect from either of them, but like I said, just when your rhythm gets broken like that, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Yeah, it did look like Jared was very inconsistent in chase. Just didn't seem very comfortable following Vyacheslav. But that blue S15, you know, we've been seeing this car time and time again, and every time it seems like a very stable, very reliable car, whereas the BMW might have a little bit more opportunity to, you know, catch up through the power alley and be able to, you know, react very quickly to sudden situations, as we saw Jared in, I believe, round 2 or run 2 of this battle, being able to barely miss contact on that passenger side door of the S15. But both these drivers are doing what they absolutely can and throwing it down on the line here, and we're seeing a lot of individual mistakes kind of come up, and those mistakes are going to have to be ironed out if they want to expect to be on the top of the ESDA pro events moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be close because, again, there was quite a few individual mistakes, but there's something you have to keep in mind too is how much stress these drivers are under. Again, we talked about it at the top of the broadcast, where drifting is a very unique motorsport in terms of you don't get a chance to make a mistake. If you're doing road racing, you know, you got even at the like lowest level, like 8 laps, 10 laps, you know, you lose a couple of tenths. It's not great, but you have a chance to kind of make up for it if you just drive really well after. You make a mistake in drifting, that is almost run over, depending on how significant the mistake is. And add to that we've been going for just over 4 hours now. Well, actually, we did a half-hour pre-show. But that is going to be a Moscovoy win. Vyacheslav Moscovoy going to be getting the win. Again, if I mispronounce your name, I do apologize. But that is one step closer to ESDA Pro status. And unfortunately for Jared, TSC Kitten going to be knocked out. And we still do not have Ian with us. We'll see if we can get an update on that. We still don't have Ian with us, so unfortunate for that. We'll get you guys an update when we can. But that's basically what we're waiting on at the moment. But again, just to finish the thought, we had a half-hour pre-show, and the stream's going for 4 hours, 15 minutes. So not only are you sitting there nervous, but you're sitting there nervous for 4 hours, and you know full well, like, hey, if I screw up here, so the nerves here. It's going to be today is basically less about driving and more about mental focus. But we do have Emilio from Chile on the line. Apparently, Ian has rebooted his PC and is on the way back. Just waiting for that car to appear on the line. as our boy Emilio is doing the Harlem Shake on my screen right now. He's bopping around, lights are on and off. But,
He's just having fun.
He's just happy to be here. Looking to see if again, yeah, one of our production help today, because Ian normally is up in the booth with me, but Strix is up here today. Ian's voice is all jiggity janked is the best way of explaining it, and he is just kind of helping out with communication behind the scenes. It's actually really, really helpful. But he's going to be playing his first DJ set tonight. It'll be at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, twitch.tv/Chevette. Go drop him a follow. I'll be there. So if you want to make fun of me for smelling bad, you can do that to my face. But I'll be stoked to hopefully see some of you guys there, as he's opening a whole night of music. So go support our friend, Mr. Plash, even though his vocal cords do not support him. But we have an Ian. Ian Koenig is in the chat. Or not in the chat, but in the server. So we'll see him pull up to the line shortly. But Ian Koenig is here from the Sujigiri Collective. If you got nothing to do on a Friday night and want to compete, you can look up Sujigiri. They have a Discord, they have a Twitch channel, a YouTube channel. Go check those guys out for every Friday night running competitions. Might even see me over there in a couple of weeks. But
does anybody
Emilio...
else see Ian on track? Because I don't see Ian on track.
Nah, he's still loading in. He just joined the server. So he's here. He's alive. But Emilio Orellana from Chile, I think our only Chilean driver today that I've seen so far, at least, from Mad Vibes Drift, all one word. So I don't know if I just have to say it real quick or what. Mad Vibes Drift, like, is that, but and Diligence. I think that's all Diligence. I think I know who that is. With the subscription, with the tier 1. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Podium Esports family. Enjoy your emotes, your ad-free viewing. And thank you for supporting the home of automotive esports. And whenever Ian's mentally prepared, oh, there he is. I see his name now. He is in the session. He just loaded in. You just got to get him to the line, and we're good to go. I hear engine. Oh, no. Engine go... And there he goes again. Oh, my God. I really don't want to see it happen, but this is, I have to cross-reference the rule book, but there is a 5-minute rule, I believe, in terms of ESDA, but I mean, he's getting close to 5 minutes now with that unfortunate blue screen. And you don't want to see someone get a bye with technical issues. That's just a bummer. But for what I'm hearing is his wheel isn't working. So he might just be quitting out. His PC just blue screen. So he probably has to quit out, plug the wheel back in, and join back in. But it's something that you don't, Strix, that's not really talked about is when you're waiting for that driver who's taking, like, say, let's just, for example, a 5-minute timeout. What's going in Emilio's head right now? What kind of stress is going on with that guy? Like, I would not want to be in that position.
Yeah, you'd be sitting up against the line, just waiting for the competition to go and get started. And, you're just kind of sat there, ready to go. You got yourself amped up. You got adrenaline running through your system. And then all of a sudden, nothing happens. And when that kind of happens, you kind of have that... When you get yourself ready for it and nothing happens... It's really hard to get back into that mindset to be able to do it again. So, I guess they're just going to pull Emilio back to the pits, and they're going to be driving forward a couple other cars into the next battle. And then if Ian isn't ready after this battle, then this will be a bye run.
Yeah, Ian just joined, so I don't know if they're gonna go back on that. So when we see cars on the line, we'll let you guys know. But that is the plan. If Ian's not ready, like, he's in the server now, but if he's not ready in the next, like, probably minute or two, they'll probably skip to Artem and Alec Baron. But yeah, no, it's looking like that's what they're gonna do. Artem is now pulling the line in that Corvette, and Alec Baron coming out of Houston, Texas. Going to be in a Toyota AE86. Artem in the Corvette from another Ukrainian drive. Ukraine showed up today. I think that's the most of one country other than the U.S. that I've seen, which, I mean, I would expect North American because ESDA has always been traditionally a North American series. So shout out to all the Ukrainians in chat if you're still here. From all the vowels and V's I've been seeing, there's a lot more to come. But Artem Mashushenko on the line right now as Alec Barron going to be pulling up in the chase position in the V8 powered GT86. Here they go. Artem going to be leading all V8 battle for the first time today, I believe. But Artem in the lead. Alec giving chase. Artem just doing a great job of, I think, keeping all four tires on the track there. Alec giving Artem a little bit of room to maneuver, but it's going to cost him as the gap does begin to form. But this is the best place to be able to close that gap with just grabbing a little bit of the outside zones. We saw that from Alec on the first one. The second one, he's not closing that gap. He needs something big right now if he wants to be able to stay in the picture. Oh, man. You know, that wasn't necessarily an active chase, but for the theme of the day, we've seen a lot of people get a lot closer. You know, this track isn't super fast, so a gap like that is really going to stand out.
Absolutely, 100%. You know, that is a significant gap. We have seen, you know, some lead drivers manage to go to Gapplebee's, you know, take their chase drivers to Gapplebee's on the final corner, but that was starting right at the keyhole and just got worse and worse as the run went on.
Yeah, Artem now in the chase position in that Corvette. Alec with a good entry. I mean, that gap could be determined because of a mistake from the lead car. We'll have to look back at it, but looking really good right now as Artem starts to surge in the chase position. Alec doing everything he can in the lead position while maintaining good line speed and angle, but unfortunately, at least in terms of proximity, nothing he can really do as Artem leaving a little kiss coming across the line. But it's all going to be determined now, I think, by what caused that gap. Was that Alec dropping the ball? Was that Artem maybe not having a predictable entry into line number one? Run two is almost a moot point at this point. It's all going to come down to run number one.
Absolutely. You know, depending on whose fault it was that gap was created, it was just a very significant gap. And that judging decision was incredibly quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a whole lot to comment on. When you have a gap that big in a track, this track's not super fast where you're not seeing like 120 mile an hour entries. There is a lot of grip to be had and a lot of speed to be had, but unfortunate for Alec Barron, going to be knocked out. You know, looked really good in that lead. We looked decent in chase, but unfortunately, due to the gap being open, we just really couldn't see what they're about. Speaking of seeing, look who's here, ladies and gentlemen. Ian Koenig, deciding to join us in the realm of the living, representing the Sujigiti Collective against Emilio Orellana from Chile in that R34. All right, Emilio in the lead. Ian giving chase. Emilio going a one tire over. Ian kind of, you know, not really getting the entry they were looking for, but that could be the result of the lead. A little bit of lag from both these guys. Not sure if showing up on the broadcast. Emilio taking a snooze in that transition. My man took a little daytime nap. And that really caused Ian to like kind of whoa up there. Speaking of whoa up, no idea where Ian was going. Really late transition there. A lot to talk about in run number one.
That was incredibly sloppy, to say the least. We saw a lot of inconsistency, both in the lead and the chase. A lot of faltering and hesitating. It's going to come down to run two to see who is the cleaner driver here, and lead for lead, run for run. We're going to have to see who comes out on top here.
All right, we have Ian leading now, Emilio giving chase. Both these guys leaving some points on the table. We'll have to see what transpires here now. Ian, good angle in the lead, getting a little bit of gap on Emilio, but we can see... Oh, Ian Koenig, not... Man, I got to imagine that whole technical issue got in the man's head because he's straightened right out there. I'm not sure if it happened on broadcast side, but it did for me. And going a little bit wide there now, as well as Emilio, I think, just got handed an ESDA license, or at least one step closer to one.
Yeah, it looks like Emilio might have won this one, specifically because just Ian, I just think he got frazzled by his technical difficulties. And Emilio, sitting on that line, I did say, like getting that adrenaline fed into your veins and then walking back from that and having to get ready again. Like sometimes that can mess with your head, but Emilio stayed relatively calm. The first run was a bit sloppy, but he cleaned it up in the second run. And I'm pretty sure we know where this judging call is going to go.
Yeah, it's again kind of a bummer, but it's gonna be basically 29-1 Emilio going to be getting the win. And I don't think we saw the best of Ian today. And I don't really want to make excuses for people when they lose, because everyone usually goes out swinging. But those guys at the Tsujigiri Collective know what they're doing. They're a very, very strong team. So I'm thinking that maybe the technical issues kind of just played with Ian's consistency, because I don't think we saw the best from him today. So go check them out on Friday nights over at, I think it's twitch.tv/Tsujigiri Collective. They have their own mod packs. They run friendly competitions every Friday night. Or afternoon, I should say. So go check the guys out, because you'll be able to see Ian and all the other boys over there. But this is for a license, ladies and gentlemen. We got Vyacheslav Moskovoy in the S15, surprise, against Emilio Orellana in the R34. Winner gets a ESDA Pro license. Here we go. Vyacheslav in the chase. Emilio leading. Emilio looking real saucy heading to that first corner.
Oh.
Very, very stylish initiation, and probably one of the best to pay off. As I say that, not getting all of that first outer zone. Second outer zone, much better. But Moskovoy is right there in tow, not letting Emilio go anywhere. Unfortunately, going to miss all of that outer zone. Getting a little bit of that second one as we transition into the final clip. I think some areas to talk about for both, but Emilio looking real good in the lead.
That was a very saucy initiation from Emilio, but let's not dismiss Moskovoy either. That was a very competent chase following that very, very interesting initiation. When someone's swinging back and forth like that, sometimes it's kind of hard to figure out where you want to initiate, where you want to join into the and charge forward, but he picked the right spot, and I think it paid off.
Oh, Moskovoy looking for a big entry, but not quite getting it. Really good heads-up driving from Emilio to not make contact there and get a really good entry as well. Emilio driving out of his mind right now as Moskovoy trying to pick up from that mistake. Again, not to take anything from Moskovoy, doing really great in the lead position too. Emilio close, but could get much closer. Door open for Moskovoy as he makes a mistake. Moskovoy not getting the initiation into that last corner they were looking for. And I'm not sure if there was a lag or a little hiccup in the apex of that turn. But Emilio was carrying so much more speed on the proper line. I don't know if he just didn't check up or there was a mistake from the lead car.
Yeah, that's contact doesn't always lead to blaming the chase driver. I know we've seen a few instances where the chase driver has charged a little too hard and caused the contact, but it is also possible that the lead driver makes a mistake and they would be the one at fault for that contact. We're going to have to take a look at these replays here as they run on the screen and see really where we're going here. We can see run one. Run one, we saw some incredible driving from both drivers, both painting the outer zone perfectly, but that second run was definitely a little bit more eventful than just that.
Yeah, it could be another tough call from the judges. We expect to kind of have this whole thing wrapped up today, but or wrapped by now. But a lot of very tough calls, a lot of very split decisions. We had the first half of the bracket was basically the OMT bracket. I wish we knew. I wish someone was keeping track of how many OMTs we had. So if and when we get a winner here, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more spots open for ESDA Pro licenses. Again, going through who has gotten wins today. Apologies if I mess up your name. Mikhail Mordavinov, Dylan Fink, Michelle Aloteby, Austin Zaleski, Connor Christensen, Raiden Eldina, Artem Chilkov, Peter Terefenko, Dmitry Volk, and Logan Daniels are all confirmed ESDA Pro drivers at the moment. the winner of this battle going to be joining that list. As we do not have a call from the judges yet, this is going to be a tight one. I believe one backed out to grab a better replay. Again, it's all going to come down to that contact, I think, in run number 2 coming into the horseshoe. Was it the chase car getting maybe a little bit over-aggressive? I don't think he was over-aggressive. I think he just was on the right line, had a better... the car had a better attitude going into the corner, so he just was naturally faster and then just didn't compensate for it. But at the same time, that lead car was offline, not by much, but was offline, and perhaps maybe grabbed a little bit of e-brake or a little bit of foot brake to try to nose into that inner clip. Judges being able to back out, look at the replay, check the telemetry, check the speed in terms of like miles per hour or kilometers an hour, even for a little bit more precise measurement. Yes, I'm Canadian, that's the joke. There's a lot they can look into here now. But I think it's going to definitely come down to that contact in the last corner in run number 2 from Emilio in the chase position in that R34.
I'm going to have to agree with you there as well, because beyond just that contact there, it just seemed like the runs were both very similar, making similarly valued mistakes, in my opinion. Looking back through the replays a couple times, I just noticed that the mistakes each driver make is different, but ultimately in my head, I don't think there's really much of a deficit between those mistakes. So this contact is really going to come down to the wire and really determine who gets that pro license, which is never how you want to see these things end. You always want to see them end in a way where, you're deciding who's honestly the better driver. But I guess you could also interpret it as, avoiding contact and being able to, interpret what the other driver is doing and react to it quickly enough. That is also a skill you do need for pro drifting, especially at this level.
Yeah, exactly. Again, still no call yet, so I'm thinking that we're just waiting on a judge to maybe just get a better look. We don't quite have anything at the moment, but hopefully in the next minute or two, or hopefully sooner than that, we'll be able to have a call for you. Thank you everyone for hanging out today. Again, drop that follow if you have not already. This is just a driver search. This is basically the tryout for ESDA. You do well today, you get your license. You don't do well today, that's unfortunate. But thank you to everybody who's been supporting us in the chat so far. All the new subscriptions, all the new follows. It's been really cool to have you guys kind of sticking with us. It's been a long day so far. We guys still got a little bit more to go. But again, these are guys that are working real hard for their pro licenses to put on a show for you in the future in ESDA Pro competition. Again, thank you to our sponsors and supporters so far for the season. Big Duck Club stepping up in a big way. Shout out to all those guys, whether they're on the esports team or working behind the scenes. Whether you need parts on your next drift car, time attack, monster drag machine, or street car, Big Duck Club will satisfy your needs and meet your expectations. You go to bigduckclub.com. You got a BMW of basically any kind. They've got something for you, and a couple Nissan parts there as well. Shout out to BDC for supporting us at ESDA. Next Level Racing, again, giving away a GT Light cockpit at the end of the season. Next Level Racing, thank you very much for supporting us from Mile to Wild. Next Level Racing, a simulator cockpit solution for you. Visit nextlevelracing.com for more. Proud server provider for Esports Drift Association is Vosan. Vosan is the home of competitive Assetto Corsa Drift. Anything you're looking for on that website, you're going to find it, especially if you're looking for competitive car packs, competitive tracks. Go check them out at vosan.co. As we have a winner under scrutiny, under further review, is going to be 7-3, 6-4, 6-4. Emilio Orellana, the Chilean driver, going to be punching their ticket into ESDA Pro. Welcome, Emilio. Glad to have you. Cannot wait to see you in the rest of the season. But unfortunately for Moscovoy, that one mistake, I think they probably viewed Moscovoy being a little bit offline, maybe dropping a little bit of speed. As the proprietor of that contact, and unfortunately for Moscovoy, hopefully we get to see them again in some capacity, but that will be them knocked out for the day. Next up, I believe Valdez. Oh my goodness, is there an I there? Yeah, see Pala. versus William Gray. Yep. Going to be representing another Lithuanian driver from Eskuko Drift. Shout out to those guys over at Eskuko. A long time, a set, of course, of community members. But I think we're going to have Dai, our fearless leader here of Herald, initial Dai McKinney. What was going on with that call, Dai?
So what happened was we looked at going into the last turn of the lead run of the S15.
Mhm.
So what we was more looking at was that you're allowed to decel right there, but it was way past the slight decel area. So the S15 got on the brakes way after the decel, which caused that contact for the R34 to hit the lead car. So we gave fault to the lead car.
All right, man. Thank you. You're doing a good job over there. And hopefully we don't have to hear from you again. Hopefully it's smooth sailing for the rest of the day.
Alrighty, appreciate it.
All right. Initial Dai or Harold McKinney, the head honcho, also judge today in ESDA. As we got two cars on the line. Will Gray from Australia. I will do Australians a respect by not doing the accent. In this Supra with Vidas Sapala. Again, I'm guaranteeing I'm screwing your name up, but I hope it's at least close. In that 2JZ S15, representing the Eskuko Drift family. Going into turn number 1 here. Good entry from Sapala. Will not quite getting the entry they were looking for. We're going to have a chance to close this gap here. Yep, absolutely. Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate. Missing that outer zone. Going to really throw off their cadence for the rest of the run. Missing another outer zone. Really focusing on the proximity is Will Gray. Is that going to pay off for them in the battle as a whole? We'll have to see. But a little bit shallow on the exit is Sapala, but across the line, not bad lead, but not the best lead I've ever seen. But with all the mistakes in chase, they got to even out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I can't honestly give my opinion about that run because it was just so janky. Unfortunately, with the internet connections, you know how it is with virtual events like this, where you have many people from many different parts of the world, you're going to get those discrepancies in ping. And I couldn't see what was a mistake or what was just lag.
Oh, Will Gray making the same mistake almost again, not getting all of that outer zone. Sapala going to be following Will through. Actually, Sapala missing the outer zone coming out of the power alley and missing that one as well. Pretty even mistakes, but a little bit smoother in the chase. Oh, Will dropping another tire. This is going to be the tail of the tire drops, I think, moving into judging, but and having a smoother finish. It's not one of those judges or those calls where, oh my goodness, it was so close. You know, there was no mistakes. It's more like there was so many little individual mistakes. I think it's either going to be OMT or a very tough call to make.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you there. It is very tough to call based on, you know, combining all the mistakes made by both drivers and then determining which one was bigger, which one had the least perfect run, to put it lightly. But once again, you know, like I said before, I honestly don't know where we're leaning, whether it's going to Vidas or if it's going to Will, because, you know, just seeing Will's ping and the way that the car was reacting, it was hard for me to tell what was a mistake due to just inconsistent angle or what was just lag. But one really true telltale is the line. You know, if the line isn't right, then chances are the rest of your car isn't really going to be running right either. Either going to be too shallow, too long, or too shallow angle, or too much. And it looks like we do have a call here.
The Ferrari master plan turned out to work out for Vidas Sapala from the Eskuko Drift family. 6-4, 7-3, 7-3, going to be moving on. Unfortunately for Will Gray, just not getting the runs they were looking for. And now Artem versus Vidas. The winner is going to join the elite company of winners today, getting their ESDA Pro license. Say it with your chest, ladies and gentlemen. I want to hear some support for the drivers you're cheering for. Sapala chasing S15. Artem leading Corvette. Here we go. Vida Sapala chasing from the Skuko Drift family. Artem from the... Oh, contact already.
Ooh.
That...
Oh, boy.
I don't like what just happened. We'll talk about it in a minute, but going into the rest of the run, Artem... Yeah, no kidding. Artem in the lead now. Recovering, both drivers actually recovering well, putting on a show for the fans at home. Good transition coming into the last clip. Vidas on the loud pedal. Oh, my goodness. On the limiter. Going across the line, did not lift, really wanted the door of that Corvette, but unfortunately for the rest of that run, it is all going to come down to the initiation.
I was really impressed by the angle that Artem Makushenko actually threw down heading into the final corner. That was a lot of angle, but that was a very interesting initiation there. Vidas seems to have gotten a little off put by Artem's neat little feint into the initiation.
Vidas with one tire off there on the initiation. No contact, though. A lot cleaner for both of them. Artem getting off the outer zone just a little bit, but I think it was more of a tactical move to try to close a little bit of gap. As I say that, a lot of left foot braking coming out of this Corvette right now. Trying to keep that thing sideways and on the door of Vitas Sapala. Across the line again. I don't think any of this matters. I think it is coming down to that run one, turn one initiation. And what we've seen today, in terms of consistency, is if you're the follow driver and you get mixed up by the initiation of the lead driver, that's kind of on you. So we'll see if that changes. We'll see, and if it does change, we'll see if we can get an explanation for you. But that's been the theme of the day so far.
From what I understand in the rule book, while I was looking for the initiation rules, I did see that the lead driver does have an opportunity to choose whether they want to follow from behind the driver in single file or if they want to run beside them in double file. And it just seems Vidas got a little bit scared by Artem's steezy little entry.
Yeah, just no room for Vitas to move, and unfortunately, that will be Vitas Narkt. I can't even say their name right because I can't read it anymore. Narf. I apologize. Vidas Sapala knocked out from Lithuania, unfortunately. But Artem Masushenko, Ukraine is showing up today. I know I already said that, but I feel like 4 or 5 drivers are Ukrainian out of all the ones that qualified today. But that is going to be Artem getting their license. We've got some popcorn going on in the background, I guess, and some snacks. But we are grabbing, I believe, our next 2 groups. As we're going to have Jacob Kadavi, Nate Lamping, Gordon Illick, Roman Garaga, Martinus Simkus, Luciano Jr., Mohammed Aloteby. That wasn't even that hard to read. Just took me another. And Misho Siskaridze. That one's tricky. But that is our next group of 4. We have 2 groups left, ladies and gentlemen. But we are going to, again, do a little server reset, make sure we have the least amount of lag, least amount of jank going on in the background. Again, ladies and gentlemen, hope you're having a great day. Thanks for sticking with us. This has been kind of a long day, but this is a very important day in ESDA history. It's our first ever driver's search on Assetto Corsa. Yas Marita has proven to be such an entertaining track to watch. A lot of these guys are landed all on the line, being super, super aggressive in chase. Super, super aggressive with some of these flicks, but we're going to take a quick little break, 2-3 minutes. Go refill your drink, grab something to eat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here, Podium Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Drift Association Driver Search. We've got 4 more slots available. Who's going to be the last 4? Apparently 5, I think. No. Okay, so yeah, one's missing. But oh yeah, Machushenko's not in there. All right, cool, great. 4 more slots left. For those who have gotten slots, those are your current pros. Congratulations if you see your name in there. Cannot wait to be able to watch you drive for the rest of the season. But speaking of driving, we got 2 guys on the line right now. Nate Lamping versus Jakub Kavadi. But Jakub going to be from the Czech Republic, driving that 8.6. And then Nathaniel is not on my list. There he is, Nate Lamping, Team Slide Culture from Ohio, USA. So Nate going to be chasing Jakub in the lead. Okay, man, I see you with the entry. Some of these guys going for those entries, but it's not really been paying off for some people, but look good so far. Jakub looking really good in the lead position, but Nate is not letting him go anywhere. Right on the door of that lead car is Nathaniel of Jakub. Jakub looking really good in that 8.6. We haven't seen too much of it today. Grabbing a little bit of curb is Nathaniel. Be able to grab that proximity and across the line. Good job from both. And representing TSC, a team that we know very well here at Podium and ESDA. So nice to see Nate out here representing TSC. But Jakub, the only Czech driver in the field today, I believe. You have to check out what he does in the chase position. Getting right on the door of Nathaniel. Nathaniel coming off the outer zone just a little bit. That's going to cause a little bit of a gap to open. See if he's able to close a little bit. Jakub taking a little bit of a shallower line on the second outer zone there to be able to close that gap, but right back in the proximity. Going to be taking a little bit more of a shallow line again, and again, really doing everything he can to try to get to that S15, but Nathaniel's got some NOS in there, or some grippy tires. That car is hooked up. Just a gap open and could never be closed, Strix.
That guy went, no! That guy had the speedy pants on. Love to see these drivers doing as well as they do here between the 86 and the S15, of course, as we go into the replays. Run 1 and Run 2, definitely very interesting initiation on the first one. We see a lot of proximity here, which is to say, there's not much space between the cars, between the front and the back in Run 1. And, man, that was just a really fun really fun couple of runs to watch, in my opinion.
All right, gonna be getting a winner here, I hope. But Nate, that car looks so fast in the lead position. Maybe why he was a little bit wiggly waggly in the chase there for a little bit. May just have a little bit more toe, a little bit more grip tuned into that car. But not to take anything away from Jakub. This is the thing with this driver search deal. It's really, really disappointing to see some of these guys who are out here driving their hearts out not make it. It's a bummer. Hopefully, again, we'll stop shifting. It scared me. I have a different engine in the 86 with a loud shift noise, and I guess he just sat there and shifted a few times. Scared the crap out of me. But it's a bummer to be able to see these guys once, but hopefully we'll be able to see you guys on Podium Esports once again. If not with ESDA, maybe with another series again. Twitch, podiumesports.com. Check us out. Send an inquiry. But 7-3, 6-4, 6-4. That is going to be Nate Lamping. Turning the lights on for his ESDA career, doing 1 out of 2 steps. That was the lamp pun. I made a Czech joke and a lamp pun. That's my jokes for the next half an hour. So that's 1 of 2 wins required for Nate to be able to move on in this top 64 bracket. Now, Gordon. Oh God, is he not here? Roman. Ooh, are any of them here? Oh no, Roman's here. Okay, Roman Garega against. Oh no, Gordon Illick is here now. Okay, I can't read. Yeah, I'm just blind. It's top right of my thing. Gordon is from Regina, Saskatchewan. Representing On the Mountain.
A Zaleski boy.
My new favorite driver on the team. But again, we've seen one of the On the Mountain drivers, Connor, be able to qualify today. So we'll see if we can make it 2. But Roma is going to try to put a stop to that. Roman, sorry. From Russia. Gordon going to be in the lead. I think that's OTM Tandem, if I recall. But I'm not sure. So I'm sure someone will correct me in the chat. But Gordon in the lead. Roman in the chase. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of an aggressive start from Roman, but being able to use his noodle and kind of check up really, really smooth and consistent so far is Gordon in the lead. But Roman not letting him get away. Pretty even battle so far. I'd like to see the chase car a little bit closer. And as if on command, closing that gap, left foot braking from both these guys. A little bit of a correction there from the chase. As we move into the last corner, a little bit wide is Gordon. Roman going to take complete advantage of that. And across the line.
Gordon, unfortunately, missing that inner clip on the final corner. You don't want to do that because that allows the driver behind to be able to catch up very quickly. Gord, what are you doing?
Hey, our buddy Gord here just out for a rip there, but going into the zone there, I'm not quite sure what he's doing. I asked for a double-double, got me a triple-triple. I don't even think I have all this sugar. Kind of joke you think we're going on here, bud. But Gordon in the chase position. I'm going to hear from that later. But Roman in the lead. Still very close. Roman painting that white line with the left rear tire of that white S15. Gordon in the chase position, something that OTM knows nothing all about, but one tire off. Significant tire drop for Roman. Completely changing the game right now for Gordon. Gordon, all he has to do really now, I think, is just make sure he's in proximity with that lead car, perhaps pushing to a win or a OMT. Unfortunately for Roman, all it took was one mistake.
Yeah, but we do have to keep in mind, we have to remember that Gordon also missed that inner clip on the final corner, so both mistakes might actually cancel each other out, and we might actually do see an OMT. But I'm also kind of arguing in favor of Gordon because, I just he's from Regina. I'm like 2 hours south of him. Can't be too mean to him.
After what I did to him going into the run, I'm going to be the nicest man in the world.
Yeah, because
someone's going to send that to him. I'm going to get a message in like 45 minutes going, "Excuse me, sir."
Oh, it'll be worded. It'll be worded vastly different. Saskis tend to have a way with words, so watch out for that. But both drivers, of course, putting down fantastic runs, both leads and chases. It's just both drivers making significant mistakes, with Gordon making that miss, just missing the inner clip, while Aroma dropping a tire into the keyhole. So also possibly dropping a tire on run 2 in the lead. Roma going into turn 1 might have dropped a tire there as well. We'll have to take a look at that again. It might be very, very close, but yeah, this one's going to be very close for the judges to call.
I'm not gonna read it, but I just saw someone who followed, and the first word on their username started with an H, and it wasn't hoot. And I was just kind of looking over there, and I saw it. It caught me off guard. But again, I think it's one mistake from each. Do you view the slight miss? Well, not slight, but there was a missing of the inner clip from Gornilik. Do you view that as a mistake versus? I'm not sure. It's Roman on my sheet, but Roma. Hey, one person makes one mistake, one person makes another mistake. Easy call, OMT. We're going again.
Yeah.
Roma in the lead, in the chase position now, with Gordon in the lead.
Come on there,
Probably
Gord.
the right call,
Second
but-
chance there, bud. You got her.
Yeah, I'm not even doing it.
Give her.
That joke's over for me. Gordon in the lead. Roma giving chase.
That was my one swear permitted per stream. I'm sorry.
No, that's your second one now.
Oh no! I thought
Perhaps
I only... Oh boy.
That's a paddling there. Okay, here we go. Gordon in the lead position, one tire over. Unfortunately for Gordon, but Roma right there with it. One tire over for Roma as well in the chase. Any tire you could drop, I could drop more apparently from these guys, but the proximity from Roma saying, OMT, I don't think so. I want this to be over now. Gordon doing a great job of being smooth, but Roma trying to put some white paint on that blue S15.
Man, that was entertaining. A great chase run from Roma. Oh my... I'm
How
not
does
even
it
gonna
feel?
try that one.
How does it feel,
do.
huh?
I do understand. There's too many G's. But Gordon and Roma both, improving on their previous battle. So we'll see what happens here in this second run if they can keep it up.
Ooh, Gordon not quite getting the initiation, which unfortunately for him because Roma got all of it and then some. Going down the power alley section now. Gordon, but big flick from Roma. That's a huge mistake from the lead position. Ended up getting the zone, but definite over-rotation. Nowhere for Gordon to go. Great job from Gordon being able to fix that mistake, or deal with the mistake, rather, going into the inner clip and across the line. Oh, yeah, it sounds so stereotypical, but you hate to see it because I could have, without that mistake, that almost would have went OMT again.
Gordon had some incredibly heads-up driving there because if he hadn't pulled that much angle heading into the keyhole, I don't think... I think the run would have ended right there with, with Roma being punted off track. But as we see some great heads-up driving from Gordon to say, nope, I am going to save the car from this, and we're going to keep the run going, and that's where it went. And that's where we are now. So we're going to have the judges decide where we're Stop stunting on me for doing I didn't mean it.
Dun, dun, dun,
I didn't mean to swear, I'm sorry.
But, I mean, those OTM guys, I mean, what I see from them really consistently, really aggressively is their chasing skills. So, and by the skin of his teeth, 6-4, all came down to that little slight overflick, I think, from Roman. I'm not sure what the first name is. Apologies. But Gordon Illick from On the Mountain going to be getting his ESDA license. No. Going to be getting the win, moving up against Nate Lamping from TSC. This is going to be a barn burner. In the words of a childhood hero of mine, this is going to be an absolute slobber knocker as we got both of these guys moving up to the line. Nathaniel Lamping in the black S15, Gordon Illick in the blue S15, Nate representing Team Slide Culture in the USA from Ohio, and Gordon representing the On the Mountain from Canada, Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, gloves are off. It's go time. Winner gets a license, loser goes home.
Gordon, if you win this one, I'm buying you a case of Molson.
No, we don't talk about Molson in this chat. However, Moosehead, Canadian lager, nice, crisp, cold, available anywhere a local beer sold. Nate Lamping in the chase position. Gordon going for that little bit of a flick entry. Nate reading it. Going into T number one. A little bit shallow from Nathaniel, a little bit wide from Gordon. So I think that about evened out. Moving into the second half of this first sector of the course. A little bit of a tire drop from the black car in chase. Gordon looking really good from the lead. Not the proximity we're looking for from Nate, but a great chance to close it is right here. And we see that. Closing the door, closing the gap, moving into the last part of the course. Inner clip. A little bit of a bonk going over the line. Not sure who would be at fault for that little minor contact, but a little bit of contact. One tire over. But good run from both.
You know what? I'm going to put my... almost a little kiss there. But I'm going to put the blame on Nathaniel Lamping, my boy. It's Saskatchewan. He's
there's
perfect.
no bias
not at
here
fault.
whatsoever,
Can't be at fault whatsoever. He's a perfect driver, perfect at everything that what he does. That's...
But Nate in the lead, Gordon chasing. Oh, speaking of bonks, oh my God, cleaned his clock.
Oh, no. Bum, bum, ba-dum.
Oh, man. Like, right in the back of the head. just timed the entry wrong. That would have been half a second faster. That's some soup. That is some Campbell's soup. Am I slow on the joke here?
Why are you buying clothes at the soup store?
Where is it? It's I know it's coming. There it is. Yep, that is some soup. Why are you buying drift cars at the soup store, ladies and gentlemen? But I think just Gordon was going for that aggressive chase, which is what the team he's a part of is known for, is those really, really stylish, aggressive chases. But just timed it like by half a second. If he would have had the timing there right, that would have been one of the best chases into T1 I think we've seen all day. But this, you take big risks, you can get big rewards, or unfortunately, in this case, nowhere for Gordon to go.
Yeah, I kind of want to take a look at that run 2 contact there. Yeah, it just looks like Gordon doesn't offer enough space between him and Nathaniel. Unfortunately, you know what? My boy Gord? I don't think you're getting my case, dude.
But just look at, we're gonna get a full screen here. Just look at the transition. If it would have, it's like inches, like tenths of a second. If it would have been timed just a little bit better, that was the entry of the day from both. I think that would have been one of the most exciting entries of the day. But unfortunately, all risk, no reward for Gordon Illick and On the Mountain. But Nate Lamping shining through, going to be moving on into ESDA Pro competition. 10-0s across the board. Congratulations, TSC. Congratulations, Nathan. Moving on into higher level competition. Can't wait to see for the rest of the season, my guy. Another TSC guy moving forward. 3 more spots to go. Second half of this lobby on deck now, with all of the best, most pronounceable names imaginable. Starting off with, good God, are we doing a reset? No, they're coming. Martinas Simkus from Lithuania. That's actually not too bad. Give me some false hope. With Luciano Jr. going to be your first battle. I know Luciano. I see him post quite a bit in some Facebook groups that I'm in. Luciano, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is on a keyboard and mouse. Ian from the background just went, huh? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure what team he's on. I just know I've seen him post on Facebook before. But from Brazil, I do not think part of Team Slide. I'm not sure if it's related to Team Slide culture. I don't think. I believe everybody on Slide culture is from the U.S. Or that kind of area. So not sure, but I'm sure Luciano, if he progresses, will let us know. As just join the lobby. We're getting them in right now. So Simkus versus Junior. Lithuania versus Brazil. Yeah, Luciano allegedly on a keyboard and mouse. Really interested to see how this plays out. But Simkus not going to hold any punches. Really needs to get this win if he wants a hope of making ESDA Pro. Oh, Luciano, not a great start. Big flick entry. Ends up hitting the right side of Martinez. Big gap open. Completely missing that outer zone to be able to try to gain some ground, but it might be too little too late. Sitting on a 0 is Luciano, I would imagine. Didn't really see anything wrong from the lead. We'll be able to see it in the chase or in the replays. Dropping a tire over the line as well. But switching up positions here is Martinez in the chase now in the white car. Luciano in the lead in the blue.
And that was very quick thinking from Simkus, getting a punt from behind and still being able to finish the rest of the run out. Junior just not getting the entry he wanted and throwing way too much speed into the corner. And unfortunately, there's a decel zone there, bud. You got to slow down.
All right, Luciano in the lead now. Let's see what he can do. Martinez giving chase, Luciano. Ah, it's unfortunate. 3 tires off. Again, I think that's going to be another 0 for Luciano. You know, got to give him props for showing up and trying. Again, I'm not sure. I'm not fairly sure this is a keyboard and mouse driver, but Martinez, Simkus, just kind of staying consistent, not making any real major mistakes other than right there, but following the lead car's line. And across the line is both, and I got to imagine that's going to be pretty easy for the judges. Yeah, again, all the props in the world. This is definitely not a Forza-based game. This isn't a game where it's very forgiving to controllers or keyboards and mouse. This is definitely a game where you want, especially with competition cars that want a wheel. So Luciano, for even qualifying, I think deserves a round of applause. But 10-0-9-1-9-1 Martinez from Lithuania going to be moving on into your top 32. As our next battle is going to be Mohamed Aloteby in the Supra, going up against Misho something. There's vowels there from Georgia. It's our second Georgian driver. I'm going to do my best here. Siskaridze is my best guess from the country of Georgia.
I'm going to take a guess at Siska. That is probably even worse.
Yeah, I mean, the Z kind of does CH sounds sometimes in some languages, but
yeah.
Again, if people are making pro, I think Podium's going to have a sit down with all you guys and be like, hey, listen, how do what do? No, we didn't really have time to do that for this because, again, runs were being judged until the wee hours of the morning this morning. Due to some technical issues last night and again this morning. So thank you guys for hanging out with us. That is a link to the bracket. But that is what we have going on so far. Again, if we can, while Misho's not really moving, so if we could get the list of pros who have currently already earned their license back on screen, perhaps. With 13 drivers already punching their ticket into pro competition for the year, with Mikhail Mordvinov, Dylan Fink, Michelle Aloteby, Austin Zaleski, Connor Christensen, Rayan Eldina, apologies, Artem Chilkov, Peter Terefenko, Dmitry Volk, Logan Daniels, Emilio Orleana, Artem Mashushenko, and Nate Lamping. All of our current ESDA pros have punched their ticket into competition. We also have pro drivers who have earned their license over on Forza Motorsport, who have proven they have carried their competence over to Assetto Corsa. We also have drivers who have petitioned in from other series. I do believe all of that is closed, and now this is the actual last way of earning a license. So Mohammed representing Saudi Arabia, and Misho representing the country of Georgia in the R34. No S15, so gotta love that. Mohammed leading in the Supra. Good start for Mohammed. Big angle. Misho right there in the chase. Actually very, very smooth and consistent from both. Good flick from Misho, and the R34 getting in. Oh my God, just coming from downtown. I don't know how there was no contact being made. Super aggressive in chases, Misho. Mohammed not really doing anything wrong in the lead, but Misho wanted all of that. Doing best not to make contact and be able to gather it up and put in a good chase.
You know, you got to think about what the judges are thinking when they see that, because when we see that, we see an incredibly exciting, incredibly quick closure of the gap. But you got to think, do they want those kind of exciting closing of the gap moments, or do they want more consistent distance between the drivers?
Misho getting a good entry. Weird line for Mohammed, but it ends up working out. I say good entry. One tire off, unfortunately, for Misho. Not the biggest mistake in the world, though. A little bit late on the angle on the first of those two outer zones in the power alley. Mohammed going to be able to take advantage of that, be able to close the gap. Coming into the one clipping point we have on this track here at Yas Marina. Nice and smooth from both. Muhammad using the opportunity to get real close to that left-hand door of Miso. Definitely up in the air right now, in my opinion, Strix. What'd you see?
Well, like I said before, this run kind of cemented the question we really want to be asking here. What are the judges going to be looking for? Are they going to want to see inconsistent but very close proximity, kind of interspersed between a little bit of gap being formed? Or do they want consistent gap from front to back? Because what I saw here was Muhammad was able to chase with a very, very close chase all throughout, whereas Misho had in his chase a very, like, it was incredible that he didn't make any contact with Muhammad going through the keyhole, but that was preceded by and followed by moments where he just kind of wasn't in the area code where he should be. So beyond that, you just got minor mistakes here and there. So while that style for shooting up so close might be there, it's also might be a detriment to him because of how far away he was before that and after that.
Judging call not coming in quite as fast as some of the other ones have, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Again, if you're new here, why don't you click that follow button? I'm watching you. And join the Podium Esports family. Again, it's not just drifting we have going on here. This is your home of automotive esports across a variety of platforms. iRacing, CarX, Assetto Corsa, and more. Follow us over at Podium Esports if you're interested in watching us or an interest in us doing one of your events without the stuttering. Head over to podiumesports.com. Hit that inquiry button. Check us out over on our website as well, just for funsies. Follow us on all of our social media, which you can find in the descriptions below. Follow us over on our ESDA social media as well. Official Esports Drift, I believe, on Instagram. Our literally different handle for every social media we have. Official ESDA on Twitter as well. As we have a call coming in. Very patiently. And 6-4, 6-4, 7-3 for Muhammad Aloteby. Muhammad by the skin of his teeth. Very close battle. Only one judge seeing it being anything more than a 1-point advantage for Muhammad. But Muhammad going to be getting the win. And going to be moving into earning their pro license. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm way ahead of myself. Going against Simkiss. Simkiss again, kind of getting that, not a gimme, but definitely have not seen the best of Simkiss yet today, with the unfortunate mistakes of the other driver in their battle of Luciano. But Muhammad Aloteby going to be chasing here in the Supra. We are ready to go. Yeah. Martinez leading in the S15. Muhammad chasing. Lithuania versus Saudi Arabia. Who's going to be your newest ESDA pro?
Oh.
Good entry from both. Nice and smooth. One of the most fun to watch entries of the day. Transition right across the bumper again and again. Martinez throwing a bit of angle. Muhammad doing his best to be able to read that. Going to be not be able to get to that outside zone now. Sacrificing that to be able to grab the proximity that was lost from that mistake in the lead. And speaking of mistakes, one tire over going across the line. Again, really hard not to do that, but just a little bit too much sauce on the sandwich there, I think.
Muhammad is out of his mind consistent right now. The only mistake I seen him make was a forced error by the lead driver, just over-angling and losing way too much speed going into the keyhole. So moving into the lead run, we have to think that Simkiss has a deficit he's got to make up here.
They're honking at each other. Muhammad Aloteby representing the Desert Falcons drift team. Simkiss from Lithuania in the chase. Good initiation from both. A little bit shallow is Simkiss, but going to be able to work it back out to the outside throughout the course of the corner. Outside zone 1 and 2 of the power alley. Good flick from both. Getting all of that outer zone was Muhammad. Going into the final part of the course now. Moving to the one inner clip on the course. Really close to the door is Simkis.
Wow.
Crossed the line, but I don't think that was enough to make up for the mistakes.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. This man in the Supra losing his bloody mind, just driving out of his mind here. Doing such a good job with the consistency there. Not a mistake, not a falter there. Maybe one or two if you really wanted to nitpick, but man, that is ESDA quality driving there.
Interesting.
Interesting.
7-3 across the board for Martinez Simkis. Martinez going to be getting the win and moving on as your newest ESDA pro. Welcome along, Martinez. Muhammad did not go quietly into the night. Definitely went out swinging. Perhaps that chase, just judges seeing something that maybe we didn't see. So we'll see if we can get one of them in here. Actually, we do. We love little Scar we've been talking to off and on all day. Scar,
Hey,
what did we see there?
They both put down a very solid lead run, but what we saw was that Muhammad actually missed a few outside zones in order to maintain the proximity. So we actually gave the edge to Martinez on chase, and their lead runs were just similar. So yeah, Martinez got the win.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the more I figured I missed something because when you said that, it just make perfect sense. Thanks for clearing it up.
Yep.
Scar coming in here clearing that up makes sense. There was that big flick from the lead car he's no longer in the server, so now I forget his name. I know look at thing me no brain don't work so goodly. But Simkis was an aggressive flick, and then it just threw Muhammad off, and Muhammad really had to cut a lot of that second half of the course to be able to stay with him. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one server left. We're almost there. We're almost done. We have one server left, 8 more drivers, 2 more spots. Who is going to get their ESDA Pro license? Ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you very, very much for joining us so far, but we do have a lot of people to thank behind the scenes. First of all, stepping up Horde this season. Big Duck Club, whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack, monster drag machine, or street car, Big Duck Club will satisfy your needs and meet your expectations. BigDuckClub.com for all of your BMW solutions. Just check out their website. They got so much more than what you think they do. Next Level Racing, from Mild to Wild. Next Level Racing has a simulator cockpit solution built just for you. NextLevelRacing.com for more. Whether you're looking for something simple, folds under the desk. Whether you're looking for something simple that folds under the desk, something big, fancy, one of those big sim cockpits, or maybe you're not interested in sim racing at all. You want something for your flight sim. Check them out. NextLevelRacing.com. I'm going to be giving away a GT Light at the end of the season here in ECA. And Vosan, can't forget them. Vosan, proud server provider for Esports Drift Association and the home of competitive Assetto Corsa drifting. If you're looking for car packs, tracks, regardless of what series really you're looking for, Vosan is the home for all that. Let's check them out. Vosan, VOSAN.co. You can download this very track. Give it a go yourself. Would love to see what you guys can do in your own time and your own runs. But we have one lobby left to go. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a day. We've seen, I hate to use the cliche, but we've seen some thrills, we've seen some spills, we've seen some wacky battles, we've seen some absolute dogfights. We've got, I think, 4 battles left to go. Don't go anywhere, and if you do, I'll be very sad. Please stay with us. We'll see you next time on Podium Esports. Or see you soon. Right after this. All right, everybody, welcome back to the final lobby. We are going to get your last two pros of the evening here. 5.5 hours later. We've seen pretty well everything today, Strix, but we've got 4 battles left.
Just 6 battles left because you got the first
Math.
4, and then you have the 2 more, and then
I said 4, you said 8, we met in 6.
Yeah, we met in the middle.
Yeah.
We meet in the middle.
Yeah.
That's how it does. Yeah.
So on the line right now, we have Edgar Rojas against Grigorly. Oh, this sounds like a name I'd make up.
Grigory.
Grigory. Actually, I thought there was an L between the R and the Y. Oh, there's not at all. Grigory Gozenko from Russia. Edgar, I'm sure I know who this is, but I've seen the name before. Driving out of the U.S. in the BMW. Good entry from both. Every time I say good entry, there's a mistake. Grigory driving 2 tires off. Edgar kind of just has to go through the motions now. As I say that, almost dropping the ball. Very, very close was Edgar of having a shutdown there, but being able to get the car back in and then contact being made. What are you doing, boys? Just getting across the line was Edgar.
That was an eventful run we saw at the beginning. We just thought, like, going 2 tires off, we're thinking, nah, that's the end of that one. And then Edgar Rojas making significant mistakes in the chase, possibly enough to consider those mistakes evened out. I guess we'll have to see what run 2 has in store for us.
Correction from Edgar, but a 2-tire drop from Grigorly. As I say that, getting on power way too soon is that white S15 can miss almost all of that first outer zone. Moving into the power alley, a little bit of a gap, but a lot of opportunity to be able to close it. Is Grigorly going to be over-rotating it? All right. Cisco dropped the laptop. He dropped it in a bowl of soup. So we're back though, but not a whole lot to talk about there. Pretty obvious with the unfortunate mistakes from the S15. 7-3 all across the board. Edgar Rojas got first of the 2 wins they'll need to be able to participate. She's just speechless. But first of the 2 wins they'll need to be able to participate in ESDA for the season. Next battle on deck is Jack Lai against Margot Rodsep in the BMW. But yeah, not a whole lot to talk about in that last one. Not quite sure when the audio cut out, but just kind of over rotations and trying to make up for mistakes, and then coming out of that keyhole is not a place where that car can kind of rotate a little bit. What you don't really see on screen too is there is a bit of a dip there as well that really likes to upset the rear suspension of the car. So that with maybe a little bit of aggressive of a flick, and it was GG's 7-3 across the board. And then we got Margot. Some spirited honks. Margot from Estonia. The only Estonian driver, I believe, in competition today is Jack Lai from Brooklyn, from Altered Entity. I hope I said that good enough. Hope there was enough meat behind that. But Jack going to be leading in the S15. Surprise, surprise. Chasing is Margot from Estonia. A good entry from Jack so far. Really, really nice in that outer zone. Sacrificing a little bit of the outer zone. Is Margot to be able to keep that that proximity, rather? A little bit of lag on Stream's side, making it look a lot wackier than it actually was. But, in the pocket, in the conversation, in the chase, but definitely not dropping jaws. Unfortunately for them, Jack Lai having, oh my goodness, almost jinxed him. Jack Lai having a great lead, but maybe a little bit too much angle there at the end. But luckily, due to the separation of both cars, was able to get away with it.
And we'll have to look at the keyhole as well, because I did notice quite a interesting thing happen between Jack Lai and Margot. Rodsep just seeing over angling, it seemed like, or something. It was just very strange. I'll have to get a second look at that.
Yeah, Margot in the lead now in the BMW M2. Oh, very aggressive, but Jack Lai tries to match it. Going to be following the lead car off, as we've seen before. That is a lead car mistake. Moving into the second half of the course here, very close in proximity is Jack. That S15 just looking so fast within the hands of multiple drivers we've seen today. But Margot making a big case for the BMW M2. Very fluid lead position, but Jack way more present in the chase.
We saw the transitioning into the keyhole towards the back end of it. Coming right around, we saw those cars whip, just snap violently the other direction. We've been seeing that kind of transition a couple times, and my God, is it always fun to watch every single time, just seeing these violent transitions through the keyhole and everywhere else too.
Yeah, this track, because of the way it's set up. Oh, we already have a winner. 7-3 across the board once again for Brooklyn. I'll never get tired of that. Jack Lai going to be getting the win there. Moving on to face, I believe, Edgar Rojas in the BMW. Hey, man, you beat one BMW. Time to beat another one if you can. Edgar beat one S15. Time to beat another one if you can. But definitely the theme of the day. Not really seeing a lot of other... Seen some R34s. Seen a couple of Corvettes here and there. But S15 definitely the car of choice as we are ready to go here. Both drivers on the line. All-American battle, I believe. In terms of the drivers, of course. But Lai in the lead. Edgar giving chase. Jack Lai looking really good in the lead. A little bit... I got to stop talking. One tire, perhaps two, dropped there in that lead position. Edgar just in the chase position, not really doing anything crazy, just kind of chilling. All he needs to do, perhaps another tire there for Jack. We'll have to see in the replay. Going into the only interclip on the course, a little bit wide is Edgar, but considering the mistakes in the lead position, I don't think that's really going to be significant in the long run.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Jack Lai try and make up a deficit here. I'm not sure if you notice, I saw one tire drop go down on the first corner, but there was also two more, one heading into the keyhole, another one coming out. So that's a significant deficit to be able to work up.
Almost seeing some contact there before we even get in. Edgar Rojas not getting all of that outer zone. This could be detrimental as Jack Lai's got to be able to capitalize on it. Quick flicks from both of them as Jack is on the door of Edgar. He knows he needs to bring something here, and he's trying, but going a little bit wide into that first outer zone. Gap going to open, closes it right back up, however. That S15 just looking so quick in the chase position. Edgar, however, not really making any major mistakes other than the first corner. Are those tire drops going to be the killer of Jack Lai?
I think Jack Lai did the absolute best he could to possibly give the judges something to go his way, but I don't know. Oh, this is an interesting call here from the judges here. We got 5-all one more time. I can agree with that. Yeah, considering the mistakes between both drivers in lead and chase.
Jack drove his heart out, man. Jack drove his heart out to be able to bring that back one more time because he did have some mistakes on the lead, but that chase being right there, and then maybe that slight hiccup from Edgar going into T1, just not getting any of that outer zone. Well, not a lot of that outer zone. The only reason we're going to rack him up again one more time. Jack doing a much better job on the T1 now, getting all of that outer zone, but Edgar will not be denied in the chase position. Going into the keyhole now, 1 and 2 outer zones, maybe one tire off for Jack there into the blue paint. Going into the inner clip now is Edgar right on the door of Jack. Talk about the speed of the S15s, but that M2, Edgar making it work for him.
That was spicy from both drivers. I didn't see any very significant mistakes here. You would have to nitpick that run to find all the mistakes there, but heading into run 2, we're pretty even.
Yeah, sentiments being mirrored from the Twitch chat. Very, very fun to watch is both these guys. Jack going a little bit shallow, Edgar going a little bit... No, I didn't go deep at all. A lot of foot brake, a lot of left foot braking going on from both. However, that's something the judges are going to have to look at. The speed looked kind of wonky there as Jack in the chase position. Again, just in the proximity right there. Maybe a little bit of a correction from Edgar going from one zone to the other in the second power alley. Across the line, I have no clue.
This is going to be a very interesting judgment call here because,
It's not it. Nope. I mean, it's interesting, but it was quick.
Well, it was a quick decision, I guess, but a very interesting one nonetheless.
Can I do it? 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 Please,
Yeah,
please,
do it.
please, please. 6-4 all around, and it goes to Brooklyn. Jack Lai getting the win. Getting his ESDA Pro license. I can't wait for that joke to not be funny in 6 weeks. But on a close one, I got to imagine that left foot braking from Edgar and just I think a little bit of a more solid chase all around from Jack was the deciding factor. That was close. 6-4 across the board. Jack Lai is your 15th ESDA Pro driver. Congratulations and welcome to the Esports Drift Association. Last group on deck right now. Paulius Birkinus against Samuel Kuti. Paulius in another BMW and Samuel in the S13 180SX. Samuel from the Czech Republic, our second Czech driver of the day. And Paul from another Lithuanian driver. So we're seeing a lot of European representation, a lot of Saudi Arabian drivers as well. Really makes me happy to see all the representation from different parts of the world here in the ESDA. Glad to have you, and here we go. Paulius in the M2 giving chase. Samuel Kuti giving the lead. Samuel almost dropping a tire, I think perhaps. We have to look back at that. But using the rumble strip to his full advantage, we'll get all of that outer zone. A little bit shallow as Paulius to be able to keep the proximity clean. Over rotation from Samuel, but Paulius reads him like a book. Right on the door of Samuel. One of the most exciting chase runs in the first half of the course we've seen all day. Paulius not letting Samuel get away, and Samuel doing everything he can in the lead position. This is going to be a fight.
Bernicus matched that angle from the lead car in Samuel Kuti perfectly going into the keyhole. I don't think I've seen cars be more parallel today than I saw there. That is impressive driving, impressive heads-up driving from Bernicus too, because he had to throw that much angle in order to be able to avoid contact with Samuel Kuti, and it worked, and it looked amazing. This is on fuego. This is incredible driving from both these drivers.
QT the QT up here, Samuel from the Czech Republic.
QT 3.14.
And then the Lithuanian driver of Paulius Birkinus. Got to imagine that that M2 is on some field suspension. As we are ready to go. Paulius leading, Samuel giving chase. Paulius, big entry, almost mirroring what we saw from Samuel, using all of that rumble strip to be able to get the best opportunity on that outer zone. But Samuel again saying, hey buddy, I tried that trick last time, trying not to lose the gap. A little bit of contact, and they're going to keep going. Yes, they're going to keep going. Finishing out the rest of the run, that is going to be the talking point of the losing of the gap. But it looked like Paulius may have slowed down individually. But Samuel going in for a kiss, and I guess it just wasn't reciprocated.
Yeah, we're gonna have to check the replay there and double check. But heading into run 2, you can watch getting incredibly close through the first corner there and heading into the keyhole. We see that proximity doesn't open up a whole lot, but we see 2 tire drops from Kuti in the back end there, and then we see a lot of contact in run 2 between the 2 drivers. But I've already forgotten whether I was seeing brake lights in the lead driver there in run 2 or not by the time that contact had happened. So I guess it's up to the drivers or the judges in order to figure out who was really at fault there, and that's going to determine who wins or loses this battle for sure.
Yeah, watching the replay here on our production feed. For my own purposes here. But it, of course, is going to come all down to contact. Just waiting to see it back again. It's a shame, too, because I hate when battles get decided like this. Both of their entries were nuts. Let's just get that off the hop. But going into that keyhole, it looked like just didn't get the flick he was looking for was Samuel, and then maybe Birkenes, the Lithuanian, just going. I saw him go a little bit wide. Maybe he was trying to check up to not go wider. We might see the judges back out and look at the telemetry on this, which I don't think would be a bad. Yup, called it. Die jumping out, looking, checking the replay. Can be able to see their inputs. Going to be able to see their speed. Can't hide anything from us in Assetto Corsa. So
I don't blame them either.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Well, I mean, is this not? No, this is still 64. I was gonna say someone's license is on the line here, but no, it's not. It's still in the 64.
The opportunity to get the license is on the line here.
The opportunity for the opportunity, which perhaps will give you an opportunity.
There you go. That works.
But yeah, it's all coming down to the contact. But these guys doing some donuts here as they wait for the call. Love the sportsmanship. There's been some tough calls today. Normally, there's a lot of finger wagging and policing of the drivers, but I'm sure I can speak for all of us, at least on the media side. This has been, from the driver's side, the most fun it's been to participate in a round. Everyone's just kind of, some of these calls have been tough, and everyone's being mature, leaving with their heads held high, and knowing that if there's nothing else going on with the ESDA this year that is open invite, then they will at the very least be able to come back next year and prove why they should have won this year. So big shout out to all the drivers, whether you won or lost. Qualifying in a field of 100 is no easy task. Again, cutoff scores I think was like an 82. I'll double check, but I think it was a 72, which is still like a pretty high score all things considered. So congrats to everybody who's made it this far. You guys have worked your butts off. So and to all of our pros so far, I can't wait to see you guys compete this year. Our list of pros so far is Mikhail Mordvinov, Dylan Fink, Michel Aloteby, Michel, Austin Zaleski, Connor Christensen, Ryan Eldina, Artem Shulkov, Peter Terefenko, Dmitry Volk, Logan Daniels, Emilio Orleana, Artem Mashushenko, Nate Lamping, Martinez Simkus, and Jack Brooklyn. We're waiting for this last group of 4 to be able to determine who your last ESDA pro will be. And again, this is just for the right to compete. All these guys still have to qualify every individual round. They still have to battle each other. There's still a championship to be won. There's prizes to be had. This is the preseason. This is our Gatorade duels here. We're not even ready to start competing yet, but we have a winner. 7-3, 6-4, 6-4. Paulius Birkenes going to be getting the win in that BMW M2. Not deemed at fault for the contact, but though it was pretty close. But Paulius going to be able to take that momentum and see if they can capitalize and grab themselves a ESDA license against one of these two gentlemen. Last top 64 battle of the day. Kevin Stacy from New York City, Brooklyn maybe, going up against Vladislav Yakulovich. For all the troubles I've had pronouncing people's names today, I'm very proud of that. Coming from us from Belarus, from Minsk in Belarus, from Team FFW. Kevin representing DMDS. Here we go. Stacy in the chase in the S15. Vaslav in the lead in the BMW. Last top 64 battle. Kevin not getting the entry he was looking for at all. Rode the yellow line. You're not supposed to ride the white line, Kevin. Unfortunately for him, he's still well within proximity. This battle is not over yet. Vladislav looking really good in the M2 right now, not M.2. In the M2, a little bit wide is Kevin. Is he going to over-rotate? Almost. Grabbing a lot of that inner clip, not the run Kevin was looking for. Strix, I was actually paying way too much attention to the chase. So, I don't know what you saw there from the lead car.
Oh, man, I am not entirely sure myself either. I did see quite a few mistakes in the chase, but up in the lead, I feel like
if there's nothing to report.
Yeah, I feel like I saw a tire drop somewhere, but I can't remember totally.
We'll take a look on the replay. We have more information on the last battle for you in a minute. Kevin Stacy going to need the lead run of his life. Vladislav, I believe, probably sitting on an advantage here, but getting very close, almost to his detriment. Not having any room to transition. You have to back off that S15, give him a little bit of room to be able to maneuver, but right back on the door is Vladislav Yakulovich of the door of Kevin Stacy. Kevin trying to run for his life right now, but unfortunately, that BMW has him in a chokehold going across the line. Did Vladislav just win one of the two battles they needed to do to be able to move on into competition?
Yeah, this was a battle of the blues. You know, we see a Blues Brothers battle between the blue BMW and the blue S15. Almost said the S13, but both drivers trying to put on a good show, trying to get into the ESDA pro season coming up shortly, and seeing Kevin Stacy's massive off on the inner clip of the final corner, I'm not sure if he was able to impress in his lead run enough to make up for that. I feel like the judging call might have been made already.
Well, I mean, Kevin's not proud of himself because he's already left, but there was a straighten in a little bit of a straighten in the chase, but that's going to be 8-2, 73-73. Vladislav Yakulovich moving on into the top 32. This is our final battle of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure sitting here for 6 hours commentating, watching some drifting with you. It's good to be back with 6 hours later. An absolute blast. We got one more. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for our final pro all BMW battle. Lithuania versus Belarus. Paulius Birkenis versus Vladislav Yakulovich. Vladislav in the lead. A little bit shallow on the angle, but really working on the line. Maybe playing it a little bit safe. Not the worst idea. Paulius right in the chase. Again, remember, one on some contacts. So maybe trying to get close, but not too close. A little bit of a correction on that outer zone coming out of the keyhole. Moving into the lonely inner clip on the course. A little bit wide as Vladislav, door wide open for Paulius. And across the line. Moving back just quickly, Samuel made contact with Paulius multiple times, causing him to make corrections is the word we got on the Samuel Paulius battle. I meant to comment on that while we were switching, but I forgot.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It seems like most of the fault was placed on Samuel, unfortunately. But moving on towards this battle, though, these two drivers, very confident, very competent, and very consistent from what I've seen. So this will be the deciding round unless we go into OMT. All
right, last battle potentially of the day. Paulius smoking up the rears 2 tires off, though, unfortunately. Vladislav right there in the chase position. That is a major deduction from Polius, but Vladislav wants it. Vladislav doesn't want to win on a technicality. He wants to show everybody, hey, if I'm going to make it in the ESDA, this is what you have to expect to see. Almost a big straighten from Vladislav. How did he keep that car drifting and across the line?
Wow. I was expecting
Ladies and gentlemen,
him to
there's
just
104 you here. Let's see some typing in the chat. Even if it's nonsense. Let's show some love to these drivers.
Even like I expected 100% Vladislav to be like a missile towards the wall, and somehow he managed to salvage that straighten. I would probably personally consider that a reinitiation, but you know, it could have been a lot worse, and he at least almost hit it. But you know, after all of that, like, you know, seeing so many of these drivers compete, and this is just for entry into ESDA, and seeing how good some of these drivers are at not only avoiding contact, but being able to charge forward and get very close towards other drivers. You know, it's just, yeah, it's just like incredible to see the future of ESDA in these drivers' hands here.
So we are getting a call here, I believe. Who is our last pro? There is a 5-5 call, a 7-3, and one more 7-3 for your final ESDA pro is Vladislav Yakulovich. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a field. We've got 16 pros. It only took all goddamn day. I'm just playing. I'm just joking. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Yeah. Thank you very much for all the staff. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I was told that staff members, due to some very major technical issues, were awake until 6 or 7 o'clock this morning Eastern time. We started at 1. These guys did not sleep. So if we can get some props for them. Some props again for all of our pro license recipients, which you're seeing on screen now. I'd love to go through them again, but I'm sure they're tired of me mispronouncing them all. Congratulations to everybody. Again, this wasn't even the competition. This was just the start. But Lizzie, or sorry, old habits. Strix. After a very long day of commentating and a very long day of battles, I believe you put it best. This is the future of ESDA, and we got to see it firsthand today.
100%, you know, and the thing is, you know, it didn't even feel like 6 hours had gone by, because like watching these drivers, you know, even though this is the entry into ESDA, I kind of expected more mistakes to come around, some more big mistakes, but in reality, they're entering into ESDA, and these are like top level drivers, not just from Assetto Corsa, but also from Forza, who are moving into Assetto Corsa. So what we saw here was a lot of people who are dedicated to this sport, who are working incredibly hard to be the masters of their craft, and they've gained entry into this incredible virtual sport. But that doesn't mean that the people who didn't qualify aren't good as well, because we saw a lot of very promising driving here, and it's very likely that we're going to just see more pro drivers enter the next time we have a driver search like this.
So I just want to give a quick shout out again. Thank you to Josh Oxley of Scorpion. Helped out with a lot of us on the video side and more. TUS Speedxs as well, last minute, getting some cameras changed for us in the middle of the battles. There was a lot more than just the people you saw on screen today that worked really hard to get this event to happen for you. Cisco Scarmuzza as well. This dude has so much on his plate, he can have a whole meal. And still finds time in his day, finds time in his very busy schedule to be able to come out here and go on a platform he's not familiar with. So these productions are only going to get better and better. You guys were a hell of a lot of fun to hang out with all day. And as we're giving out thank yous, one more thank you to our sponsors, Next Level Racing, Big Duck Club, and Vosan, who I've seen in chat all day. So Thank you for supporting what we do. This is our first year on this platform, but we're hoping to make it as memorable as we can. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. This was only the beginning. We will be rating a close friend of the channel, our boy Jack. So go give him a close friend of the team, I should say. Jack Banana, go give him a big hello. But thank you very much. And on behalf of myself, Strix Pulse of Tricks, Ian Plash, who again did a lot of work behind the scenes today that unfortunately just his voice wasn't playing ball. It's just Scrumbuzz and the entire Esports Drift staff. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Take care.